Chapter 12-18. Li Tianlan could sense Li Huaqing's sincerity. If what the military advisor said was true, then Li Huaqing's actions could indeed be said to be very generous. To rebuild the order of the special warfare system of Jianghu state and break the inherent concept, in a series of adjustments, Gu Xingyun would step down and Li Tianlan would step up quietly. In this case, Gu Xingyun could be regarded as losing all his face. But compared with Li Tianlan directly driving him out of the position of state-protecting war god, the ups and downs in this adjustment at least left the last trace of face for Gu Xingyun, and it could make him more reasonable to find a lot of excuses. Snow Dance, Nightmare, Kunlun, Tiandu, Umbra. If the 5 regiments were the core pillars of the special warfare system of Jianghu state, then Li Tianlan would undoubtedly have a great advantage when facing others. The Snowdance Corps was originally his trusted team, and the Nightmare Corps was the main structure of Emperor Dong's palace. Of the 5 regiments he could absolutely control 2. Gu Xingyun, Li Guangtu and Jiang Shangyu each controlled 1. It seemed that the 3 of them together seemed to be more powerful than Li Tianlan, but it was just an appearance. Not to mention the size and equipment of the 5 legions, and the comparison of combat effectiveness between Li Tianlan and the 3 of them. After Jianghu state made this plan, if Li Tianlan agreed, then the support of the parliament for him would be completely different. This was Li Huaqing's attitude and sincerity. He could give it to Beijiang, Nanyue, Xie, Dongshan and Jiangnan, but he wouldn't touch Zhejiang either. If you want the initiative of the special warfare system, I can give it to you. If they wanted to support him, the parliament would not hesitate. The whole Jianghu state had already determined that Li Tianlan would be their real irreplaceable guardian in the next few decades, so Li Huaqing's attitude was very obvious. I can give you what you want. If you want to be promoted, I will personally push you up. What I want is just a part of the living space for others. Will you give it to me? From the perspective of Emperor Dong's palace and the purgatory of heaven capital, Li Huaqing was interfering in the internal affairs of the Li family. From the perspective of the special warfare system of Jianghu state, Li Tianlan was also trying to monopolize all the resources of Jianghu state. Arrogant, despotic, and domineering. Who was the one going too far? Li Tianlan hung up the phone and lit a cigarette. He got up from the sofa with some irritation and went to the huge and bright French window. Outside the window was the tranquil and beautiful night scene of Emperor Dong's palace. There were no bustling lights. Standing on the 6th floor of the castle, one could see water splashing silently into the air, flat and clean lawns, quietly swaying flowers and grass, clear flowing lake water, quiet wind and bright stars and moon. Li Tianlan smoked and remained silent. He didn't like this feeling. He really didn't like it. This was a clear and obvious feeling of being bound by something. He had reached the peak, but he had not walked out of the restrictions of the rules. From the second Li Huaqing came to Tiannan, Li Tianlan was very aware of a problem. He was indeed invincible. However, it wasn't as if he couldn't be destroyed. He stood at the pinnacle of this world that contained countless factors, rules, regulations, laws, clear barriers, clear standpoints, the glint of swords, mutual deception, carnage, conspiracies and betrayals, battles and killings. It was a world that was filled with games, negotiations, concessions, compromises, balance, ups and downs. It seemed magnificent, but it was actually a world that was constantly repeating itself. However, he was still tightly restricted by countless rules and could not be free. The crazy development of Emperor Dong's palace, power, wealth and status, all of them were like shackles wrapped around him. He could clearly see those shining responsibilities, and he could clearly feel his exhaustion, annoyance and even powerlessness. He wanted his life to move forward, but countless things were telling him that he had to take this step back. He didn't want to get involved in the chaos before the election. He didn't want to play games with Li Huaqing. He didn't want to hand over Li Guangtu. Beijiang, the parliament, the future, the country, they were all king things. If he didn't want to do something, then he wouldn't do it. If he fell out with Li Guangtu, he would do it. At worst, Emperor Dong's palace would be destroyed. He would leave Jianghu state and kill all the people he wanted to kill. He would move forward and never look back. He wanted to do this, but he could only think about it. Reality and fantasy were different, and they would never be the same. His invincible power had brought him absolute power and wealth to the peak of the world. Now, he would have to carry these things on his back and do things that he didn't want to do. For example, he was trying to guess Li Huaqing's thoughts and bottom line, and he would fight for the greatest benefits in this chaotic battle. This was his life and future, and he seemed to be able to see the end with a single glance. Li Tianlan threw away the cigarette butt, took out another one, lit it and took a deep breath. A white, soft and slender arm stretched out. There was an ashtray in the slender fingers. A wisp of very pleasant fragrance came from beside him. It was not like the natural body fragrance of Qin Weibai, but it carried a kind of very seductive temptation. The owner of the arm stood quietly beside Li Tianlan, silent and gentle. Li Tianlan didn't say anything, just flicked the ash into the ashtray. The soft arm holding the ashtray was motionless. The cigarette burned out and Li Tianlan lit another. After smoking 3 cigarettes in a row, he took a deep breath, and the depression in his heart seemed to be exhaled bit by bit with the smoke. Li Tianlan's voice was calm and he said blandly, "Why don't you rest?" "I can't sleep." Mai Shiranui shook her head gently, took back the ashtray, and squatted down to pick up the cigarette but that Li Tianlan had thrown on the ground and put it in. Women in East Island were generally petite and exquisite. Mai Shiranui, who was 1.65 meters tall, was already considered tall in East Island, but in the face of Li Tianlan, who was 1.83 meters tall, she still needed to raise her head slightly. She raised her big bright eyes, and her long eyelashes trembled slightly. She looked at Li Tianlan, a little obsessed and a little absent-minded. She remembered the first time she met Li Tianlan. At that time in East Island she wore a red cheongsam, looking at Li Tianlan proudly and indifferently, with a condescending mockery. At that time, Li Tianlan was not as tall as he was now. Mai Shiranui smiled and said in a soft voice, "And master, you haven't slept yet." "How dare I sleep?" Her magnetic and sweet voice trembled slightly under the soft light, and her face quietly crept up with a touch of captivating red. In the past 20 years of life, this was the first time she had called a man of the opposite sex master. It was not a joke, but a voluntary expression of her meekness and submission. She didn't want to call this man His Majesty. That was what everyone in Emperor Dong's palace called him. There were many people in Emperor Dong's palace, and there would be more and more people in the future. Li Tianlan would get more and more used to the title Your Majesty. He would become accustomed to it and even numb to it. Maybe one day when everyone called Li Tianlan Your Majesty, Li Tianlan would forget his own name, let alone who had called him Your Majesty. At that time, Mai Shiranui, who also called him Your Majesty, might be like other inconspicuous people. Her gender, position and identity would be blurred. In the end she would be like a non-existent shadow. Mai Shiranui didn't want that. So she let go of her pride and reserve and called Li Tianlan Master. She was already his maid, so she should call him Master. She felt a sense of intimacy as if she was owned by him. Mai Shiranui was a little excited. Li Tianlan glanced at her, expressionless. Mai Shiranui, who was still dressed in a pure white suit, turned around and put down the ashtray. With a burst of fragrance, she poured a glass of water for Li Tianlan and said softly, "Master, if you don't want to rest, would you like to taste the tea ceremony that has been passed down in the Mai Shiranui family for a long time?" Li Tianlan took the glass and took a sip. He said lightly, "I want to drink wine, strong wine." "I'll get it." Mai Shiranui turned around with a chuckle. Her long hair flew, and her slender waist swayed gently. She came and went like the wind. In the dead of night. Beauty and strong wine. Li Tianlan's heart was restless, but it had nothing to do with desire. In the corner of the living room, there was a wine cabinet of moderate size, in which all kinds of famous wines were neatly placed, dazzling. In fact, Li Tianlan was not very interested in wine. The wine cabinet was also brought by Qin Weibai. She preferred to drink a little grape wine or red wine before going to bed, and Li Tianlan would drink some with her. However, Qin Weibai lived here for a short time, so the wine cabinet still looked full. Mai Shiranui did not touch the foreign vodka and the like. She bent down and turned out a bottle of high alcohol content Maotai, took 2 crystal glasses and put them in front of Li Tianlan, and then called the No. 2 restaurant. The No. 2 restaurant was on the 5th floor of the castle. It was a small cafeteria. Compared with the No. 1 restaurant, the chef's skills and ingredients were nothing special. They were all top chefs transferred by Han Donglu from the hotels under the Flourishing Age Fund. However, the number of chefs in the No. 2 restaurant was very small. There were about 20 people in the dessert, Western and Chinese dishes. To put it bluntly, they served Li Tianlan alone. They worked in 2 shifts and were on call 24 hours a day. Li Tianlan's time in Emperor Dong's palace was very short, so the No. 2 restaurant became a special place for the high-level officials of Emperor Dong's palace. Mai Shiranui did not know much about Zhongzhou cuisine. She just said that His Majesty wanted to drink. Listening to her stiff but charming Chinese, Li Tianlan opened the bottle and filled the 2 crystal glasses in front of him. Mai Shiranui, who was talking on the phone, watched this scene. Her watery eyes were shining, and the corners of her soft lips were gently raised. Putting down the phone, Mai Shiranui stood up as she picked up the glass, walked to Li Tianlan, and bent down as if she wanted to sit close to Li Tianlan. Li Tianlan glanced at her and pointed to the sofa opposite him. Mai Shiranui was a little embarrassed. After a stalemate for less than a second, she finally pursed her lips and sat back. "Tell me about East Island," Li Tianlan said in a flat tone. Mai Shiranui was stunned. Holding the glass, she said slowly, "East Island is in chaos now. This was an inevitable phenomenon. With the destruction of Wuji Palace and Jifeng Sword Training School, the dark world of East Island without a martial arts grandmaster was completely leaderless. Under such circumstances, it was difficult for other forces in East Island to really understand the situation in the shortest time, so chaos naturally occurred. They wanted to rise, but they didn't have the strength. So it was foreseeable that such chaos would not end in a short time under normal circumstances. But East Island was not in a normal situation now. Emperor Dong's palace would inevitably intervene in everything in the dark world of East Island. The royals who had been in control of all this might object, but their objection was meaningless. Emperor Dong's palace was invincible. When the elites of Nightmare Troop wiped out the remaining forces of East Island, what could the royals use to oppose Li Tianlan? Did they have to send troops to suppress them on a large scale in their own country? Not to mention whether they could do this. Even if they did, Emperor Dong's palace, which was backed by Jianghu state, was not something they could suppress at will. If they dared to move, the incident would undoubtedly escalate. Fight with Jianghu state. When these words were put together, no other country in the world had such confidence. When its special warfare system was completely destroyed and scattered, and the remaining stragglers didn't have the strength to protect their own territory, the strong intervention of external forces was unavoidable. Under such circumstances, the royals could at most give those stragglers some symbolic support. But when the external force that intervened was Emperor Dong's palace, the royals might not even have the courage to give their own people symbolic support. Some of the elites of Nightmare Troop were still in East Island, and they occupied Wangtian Pavilion, the former headquarters of Purgatory of Heaven Capital and Heaven Capital. There were not many of them, just 200 elites, and only 2 of them were in the Thundershocking realm. This kind of lineup was nothing in the eyes of East Island, and there was more than one force that could completely suppress this lineup. But so far no one dared to target these 200 elites. This showed their rationality to some extent. But at the same time, none of the forces had come into contact with this group of elites. This also showed how conflicted they were. But all of this was meaningless. Whether they were rational or conflicted, Emperor Dong's palace would march into East Island in an unstoppable manner. Those who obeyed it would prosper, and those who disobeyed it would die. The smartest way for East Island at present was to contact Emperor Dong's palace. It didn't matter if they didn't want to or not. But now that their special warfare system was about to be lost, they could only bow their heads and to some extent, test the opportunity to cooperate with Emperor Dong's palace. The royals really want you to go to East Island, Master. I think they should have a lot of things to talk to you about, but I guess they don't dare to leave East Island and come here. Mai Shiranui winked charmingly. If there's a chance, I'll go there. Li Tianlan took a sip of wine and said casually, "How's the strength of Liuhua Regiment now?" Liuhua Regiment. A familiar and confused look flashed in Mai Shiranui's beautiful big eyes. She had never heard of Liuhua Regiment, but somehow she felt the name was familiar. After a full 10 seconds she finally realized why this name was so familiar. Her master casually took her from East Island, and the goddess of the special warfare system of East Island became Dong Huang's personal maid. That was it? How could it be? Now it was just an understatement. Liuhua Palace, the force that used to be as famous as Jifeng Sword Training School and Wuji Palace, the force that once had a supreme ninja of the invincible realm, the force that even surrendered to the Purgatory of Heaven Capital, was still called Liuhua Palace. Between Li Tianlan's words, it had completely disappeared. From now on, there was no Liuhua Palace in East Island. The former ninja Holy Land was now the Liuhua Regiment. The Liuhua Regiment that belonged to Emperor Dong's palace. They were no longer a subsidiary force, but a part of Emperor Dong's palace. Mai Shiranui looked at Li Tianlan in a daze. The entire Liuhua Palace seemed to have been subdued by Li Tianlan's casual toast and careless words just now. This veteran force in East Island was simply drunk by Li Tianlan. It was more delicious than any dish that went with wine. At this moment, Li Tianlan was so calm but also so domineering. Li Tianlan glanced at her. Mai Shiranui suddenly came to her senses. The strange thing was that she didn't feel any resistance in her heart. She was so calm as if she had already accepted this fact. She knew what this fact meant. Even when it became a subsidiary force of the Purgatory of Heaven capital, Liuhua Palace still had its own light, and the Purgatory of Heaven capital didn't intervene in the internal affairs of Liuhua Palace. In everyone's eyes, Liuhua Palace was still a local force of East Island, just serving the Purgatory of Heaven capital. For East Island, Liuhua Palace became the Liuhua Regiment, which was the most thorough betrayal. They directly changed from a local force to a plunderer of all kinds of resources in East Island. From now on, how would the special warfare system of East Island think of her? How would Liuhua Palace, no, the Liuhua Regiment, deal with themselves? Mai Shiranui was silent. She looked deeply into Li Tianlan's eyes. Master, let me be your woman, okay? Mai Shiranui suddenly spoke. Her words were inexplicable, and her voice even sounded a little pleading. There's no difference, Li Tianlan said blandly. He took off his shoes casually, stretched out his legs and put them on Mai Shiranui's knees. Mai Shiranui subconsciously straightened her body and hugged Li Tianlan's calf, letting Li Tianlan's feet touch her proud and tender breasts through her white blouse. She leaned forward and gently massaged his calf and feet. Li Tianlan moved his feet comfortably and said blandly, "You and the Liuhua Regiment both belong to me. This has nothing to do with whether we have sex or not. You don't have to worry about how the Liuhua Regiment and you will live in East Island in the future. Do you feel ashamed to face East Island? Hey, in fact, from the moment you surrendered to Emperor Dong's palace, you already had no choice. Emperor Dong's palace welcomes the Liuhua Regiment to join us, but you have to be sure of your position. How will the Liuhua Regiment face East Island? You don't have to face it. In the future, the Liuhua Regiment will develop in East Island as a ruler. When everyone has to bow down to you, how can you face it? For them, it makes no difference whether you are my maid or my woman. No matter which identity you have, you will be above them. If they don't recognize the truth, I don't mind washing them with blood again." Feeling Li Tianlan's subconscious slight strength in his feet, Mai Shiranui's body trembled slightly and her breathing quickened. She didn't know whether it was because of excitement or humiliation. She carefully massaged Li Tianlan, biting her lip tightly as she felt his natural indifference and arrogance. Li Tianlan looked at her and slightly narrowed his eyes. "In the Liuhua Regiment, there are 3 experts above the peak of the Thundershocking realm, including me. I'm a half-step to the Invincible realm, and the other 2 are close to this level. There are 3 experts of the Thundershocking realm and 190 experts of the Fire-Flaming realm. This is the main framework of the Liuhua Regiment now. When the Purgatory of Heaven capital was in East Island, the Liuhua Regiment basically didn't have any combat missions, both internal and external. At that time, Li Guangtu only asked us for one thing, and that was intelligence. The Liuhua Regiment has a deep foundation in East Island, and we have an innate intelligence advantage. So now, the Liuhua Regiment can be said to be the #1 intelligence organization in East Island. Almost all the sensitive events in East Island can't be hidden from our intelligence center." Mai Shiranui whispered. "With your intelligence advantage, can you find a way to quickly rule the dark world of East Island?" Li Tianlan glanced at her. "Theoretically, yes." Mai Shiranui nodded gently. Her slender and cool fingers slid across Li Tianlan's calf, bringing a tingling sensation. Li Tianlan understood what the so-called theoretically meant. He nodded and said, "I will go to East Island, but only after you have initially established the authority of the Liuhua Regiment. Emperor Dong's palace can give you support. You can choose a high-level official from Emperor Dong's palace and let him take some elites to East Island with you. He will serve as the deputy commander of the Liuhua Regiment." Mai Shiranui bit her lip, and there was some hidden bitterness in her eyes. "Say what you want to say," Li Tianlan said calmly. "Master, I have some understanding of some things in Jianghu state." Mai Shiranui said with a smile. "For example?" Li Tianlan raised his eyebrows. "For example, the more than 30 provincial speakers of Jianghu state." Mai Shiranui smiled elegantly and charmingly. "I found that among the more than 30 speakers, some of them have very strange names." The corner of Li Tianlan's mouth twitched and he seemed a little embarrassed. He understood what Mai Shiranui wanted to say. "In some places, the names of the speaker and the governor are very strange." Mai Shiranui's eyes were misty. "I don't deny their authority. It's just that in those provinces, there is usually a deputy governor or deputy speaker whose division of labor is not very clear. They can be surnamed Li Wang, Sun, or Sun. Their names are very in line with the style of Jianghu state. It's very normal." Li Tianlan looked at her and said nothing. "And in those places, every time something important happens, Your news media will intentionally or unintentionally mention the deputy governor whose division of labor is not clear and is even somewhat like a marginal figure. Mai Shiranui blinked her big eyes and looked innocent. Master, why is that? Li Tianlan wanted to pull his foot back, but Mai Shiranui hugged him tightly. Mai Shiranui, who seemed to have completely adapted to the identity of a maid, was constantly stripping away the estrangement and distance between her and Li Tianlan. She pouted her lustrous red lips, as if she was dissatisfied and acting coquettishly. She was about to cry. Master doesn't trust me. You think too much. Li Tianlan shook his head. And it's also wrong. It has nothing to do with trust. You can choose any deputy commander of the Liuhua regiment. He will go with you to East Island, but he will only be a nominal member of the Liuhua regiment. He will not interfere in specific affairs, but will establish a new regiment that belongs to Emperor Dong's palace. He will be a nominal member of the Liuhua regiment, and then it will be easier for you to get in touch. Isn't that distrust? Mai Shiranui's eyes were still resentful. Of course not. Li Tianlan shook his head. He wanted to say something else, but he suddenly froze. He sat on the sofa in a daze and his eyes became a little dim. Mai Shiranui looked at him carefully, feeling uneasy. She could act coquettishly, she could complain, and she could desperately close the distance between her and Li Tianlan to create a more intimate relationship. This was the embodiment of her cleverness as a woman. But she knew very well when she should show these things and when she should put them away. Li Tianlan picked up the wine glass again and silently drank up more than half of the wine in one gulp. He let out a long breath and looked up at the soft crystal chandelier on the ceiling. At this moment, Li Tianlan finally realized that he had changed unconsciously. Because he thought of Li Huaqing. He thought of Li Huaqing's fierce but strong eyes that showed a touch of fatigue and persistence when he looked at him. It's not that I don't trust you. Li Tianlan's voice became a little low. On the contrary, it's because I'm responsible for you. He opened his mouth and his voice became even lower. Balance? As a special province in Jianghu state that had truly achieved some kind of freedom, the provincial government compound of Beihai province could be said to be the most luxurious provincial government compound in the whole Jianghu state. It used to be a large park in Xingzhou city. When it was renovated for the second time after its completion, it was approved by a patriarch of the Wang family of Beihai into a provincial government compound. It was surrounded by mountains and rivers, far away from the hustle and bustle. Dozens of huge and luxurious 5-story single-family villas were dotted among the green hills and blue waters. The structure had 3 floors above the ground and 2 floors below the ground. It was equipped with elevators, private lawns, private garages, private pools, private gyms, private cinemas, bars, and there was an international golf course inside the park. It could be said to be the real holy land of celebrities in the whole of Beihai. Luxury cars came and went all day and night. It was said that the third phase expansion plan of the provincial government compound had been approved. From the southern part of the provincial government compound, they could even get a small piece of sea area that belonged to the provincial government compound. At that time, a yacht club would be built here to provide entertainment for the speaker and directors. In the past hundreds of years, Beihai had been so ostentatious in various fields. This province was unimaginably comfortable and luxurious compared to other regions of the same level. In the eyes of other regions of Jianghu state, it was indeed a real alien and freak. It was no wonder that Qin Fangqing and even many people before him regarded Beihai as a thorn in their side. They saw the ostentatiousness of Beihai that even they envied, but they did not see or were unwilling to admit the calmness behind the ostentatiousness. Beihai maintained a strong autonomy from top to bottom, which made Jianghu state extremely uncomfortable. Most of the laws of Jianghu state applied here, but there were also some laws and rules made by Beihai itself. There was only one dominator in Beihai, and that was Mount Dibing. Hundreds of years of iron-like facts had proved one thing countless times. If Mount Dibing was stable, the whole of Beihai would be stable. From the speaker, the governor, the commander of the Beihai Corps to the deputy speaker, deputy governor, the speaker and mayor of each city, the middle and high officials of each key department, and the grassroots, Jianghu state had the right to make suggestions. But Mount Dibing had the right to appoint all these people. All this seemed completely incredible today, but it also explained the glory of the Wang family of Beihai from another perspective. Beihai province's high-tech cultivation that had lasted for hundreds of years had made countless people jealous. It had also kept Beihai the core attraction for a large number of smart and capable young people in Jianghu state. Except for the top management, few people in Beihai were transferred to other places. But occasionally some young and strong people from Jianghu state would be transferred to Beihai. Almost every transfer of a position would cause a lot of trouble. Everyone desperately wanted to work in Beihai, and a considerable part of the reason was the incredible welfare system here. Was there a speaker in Jianghu state with a personal net worth of billions who seemed to be above board and not afraid of being investigated? Yes, in Beihai. Was there a governor in Jianghu state with a personal net worth of billions who was also not afraid of investigation? Yes, also in Beihai. Was there a general in Jianghu state with a personal net worth of billions who was not afraid of investigation? Or in Beihai? In the latest issue of Beihai's salary adjustment, the salary of the Speaker of Beihai, the Governor of Beihai, and the first Deputy Commander of the Beihai Corps was 75 million Jianghu dollars. 75 million a year. The second-level director of Beihai had an annual salary of 60 million a year. Non-director deputy governor members had an annual salary of 50 million. As for the cities in Beihai, the mayor of Xingzhou got the salary of a director. The first and second leaders of other cities and key departments at the provincial level generally had an annual salary of about 30 million. The deputy positions were between 10 million and 15 million. Further down, the city departments, bureaus, offices, departments, and staff had a clear salary at each level. 3 years ago, according to the real statistics of Beihai province, an ordinary staff member in Beihai earned 680,000 Jianghu dollars a year. 400,000 was the annual salary, and 280,000 was the unit bonus. Mount Dibing paid tens of billions of salary for the administrative system of Beihai every year. This was just a salary, not some investment or starting some project. It was just a simple salary. In the completely unbelievable and even absurd salary, Beihai province was also creating more incredible benefits for Mount Dibing almost crazily. The administrative system of Beihai was the most streamlined in the whole Jianghu state. In some cities in Jianghu state, there were more than a dozen deputy chiefs at any time. However, the structure of only 5 deputy chiefs in each city of Beihai was unique. Everyone had a clear division of labor and clear responsibilities. Therefore, their organization was the most streamlined but the most efficient. Sitting in their positions, whether it was a leader or a staff member, everyone was doing their best to be responsible for their own work seriously. They even wanted to broaden their work scope and get the greatest work results. The director of industry spent most of his time doing research. The director of investment promotion took his subordinates and ran around like a group of salesmen all day long. It was an indescribable atmosphere of desperation and seriousness. Fanatical, excited, and happy. Everyone was working hard to do their own things, and wholeheartedly to make everyone in Beihai live a better life. The year-end audit of Beihai was completely in the charge of the core personnel of Mount Dibing. There was no falsehood at all. It was specific to each city and department. If one did a good job, in addition to the annual salary, there would be a considerable part of the absolutely generous bonus. If one did a bad job, the salary would be downgraded. 2 consecutive salary downgrades and the appointment would be cancelled. Sharp, accurate, and clear. Along with the super high salary, there was cruel and almost brutal punishment in the administration of officials. This was a sharp sword hanging over the heads of everyone in Beihai. If the amount received was more than 100,000 yuan, life imprisonment, no commutation for life. If the amount received was more than 500,000 yuan, the death penalty would be carried out immediately. If the amount received was more than 1 million yuan, death punishment. This could definitely be regarded as the most thorough regulation that Beihai had ever implemented. The degree of its implementation was as firm as the wages that Beihai had never been in arrears for hundreds of years. There was no room for maneuver. No matter what the relationship was in Jianghu state, no matter whether the recipient's family was in Beihai, Jianghu state, Star state, or any corner of the world, as long as the amount received was more than this limit, death was everywhere. When the first heavenly son of Beihai personally made this law on the stage of Formidable Person, he said, "This is the overall situation of Beihai." When the incredibly high salary was compared with the huge and unbearable cost of making mistakes, no matter how greedy a person was, he could completely calm down and feel the shock. In the hundreds of years in Beihai, there were very few recipients. In the hundreds of years there were less than 20. 20 people, without exception, received more than the limit. Therefore, no one in the 20 families could escape the judgment of the Wang family of Beihai. The huge temptation and absolute pressure had created the current Beihai. There were basically no so-called complaints in all the administrative departments, and all kinds of problems encountered by the people would be solved immediately. Beihai had lost some of the darkness, so the gray living space had also been completely erased. Not to mention society, even the hoodlums in schools could not be seen anymore. Everyone knew that some things had no future. There was no absolute fairness in the world, but Mount Dibing created a Beihai province for everyone. As long as they worked hard, they could certainly change their lives and destinies. Whether it was fair or not, at least it was worth the sincere expectation of every person in Beihai. They lived and worked in peace and contentment, singing and dancing to promote peace and prosperity. They might also encounter competition in the workplace, be surpassed by people who were better than them, encounter all kinds of difficulties, all kinds of problems, and all kinds of things that they could not tell others. They would still stagger or sing all the way in a hurried and busy life. But in this land, there was no procrastination of the administrative department, no hidden daggers in the smiles of gray people, and no unjust treatment of the big fish eating the small shrimps. Even some of the distorted ideas in Zhongzhou state were not many here. People in Beihai always believed in one thing. If your life did not change, it was not the problem of society, but your choice was wrong. How simple was this sentence? But this was Beihai. There was no outside storm, no desperate gray, no special features that could destroy the will. Outside Beihai there was another world. But in fact, these so-called no, and even more things, those things from all corners and fields intended to reach deep into Beihai for some purpose, did all of this really not exist? That was impossible. Darkness and gray had always existed, but they could not enter Beihai. All of this turned into overwhelming pressure and fear that seemed to be able to destroy everything. It fell on Mount Dibing and on every patriarch of the Wang family of Beihai for hundreds of years. Generation after generation. They silently carried all of this, the storm and the stormy waves, and never took a step back. In front of the number 1 building in the courtyard of Beihai provincial government. When Siyuan met Wang Xingxiao, the gorgeous morning sun was rising from the sea level in the east. The warm light penetrated the darkness and pierced the dark clouds in the sky. The light fell from the sky and pierced Wen Siyuan's eyes. In his sight, Wang Xingxiao was walking over step by step. The sword energy was dense and the space was twisted. The sunlight falling on him seemed to form a halo around him. The sun lit up the sky and fell on the clear lake in the courtyard of the provincial government. The waves were sparkling. Wang Xingxiao seemed to be walking in the light waves of the sky and water. His figure was majestic. When Siyuan stood up from the stone table in front of the door, Wang Xingxiao's figure walked into a verdant courtyard. Xingxiao, you're getting more and more stable. When Siyuan smiled gently and his voice was gentle and deep. This speaker of Beihai, who had now gained the full support of the Wang family of Beihai and most of the support of the Southeast Group, was not tall. He wore glasses and looked elegant. Even if he dressed casually in his own home, he stood there with an indescribable grace, confidence, and gentleness. At first glance, people would have a good impression of him and a sense of trust. Uncle Wen, I'm sorry to disturb you. Wang Xingxiao shook hands with Wen Siyuan and joked. Other people outside make me busy every day. Now you come to my home and make me busy every day. You're not kind. Wen Siyuan chuckled and waved his hand. Let's go inside. Forget it. Let's sit outside. Wang Xingxiao shook his head. He knew Wen Siyuan's habits. This man started in Yuzhou, walked out of the Ministry of Supervision, entered the cabinet, went to Huading, and finally came to Beihai from Wuxia. He served as the deputy speaker of Xingzhou, the mayor, the speaker, and also the deputy speaker of Beihai. From the governor's position to the leader of the Southeast Group, he liked to sit outside the yard in the morning. His biological clock was very regular. He usually got up at 5:30 a.m. For 2 hours after getting up, he never dealt with official business. Instead, he sat in the yard in front of the door in a daze, listened to music, and completely let himself go regardless of the weather. He started eating breakfast at 7:30 a.m., got ready to go to work at 8 o'clock a.m., came back at 6 o'clock p.m., ate, watched the news, and chatted with his family. If there were no accidents, he would go to bed on time at 10 o'clock p.m. The whole of Beihai developed quietly in this routine day after day. It was stable and magnificent. Now when Siyuan invited him into the house, which was undoubtedly to accommodate him, Wang Xingxiao casually sat on the cold stone bench in winter, handed Wen Siyuan a cigarette and said softly, I didn't plan to visit you at this time, but there were a lot of things last night, so I had to disturb your relaxing time. I already know what's going on. Wen Siyuan nodded and looked at Wang Xingxiao with appreciation in his eyes. The second place on the divine list. Not bad. You are still young. In another 10 years, it is hard to say who will be the first. Tianzong was not as good as you when he was young. At that time, Li Guangtu showed off his ability just like Li Tianlan now. He suppressed Tianzong. But what happened later? It was Tianzong who topped the divine list and even entered the heavenly sun realm. The future is so long. Who can say for sure? Wang Xingxiao smiled bitterly. Looking at the rising sun, he laughed at himself and said, the second place on the divine list, can be said to be the real shadow of my father. Without Wang Tianzong's supreme sword energy, Wang Xingxiao now had the strength of the half-step invincible realm, and there was still a long way to go before he reached the invincible realm. The second place on the divine list? He couldn't even get to the bottom of the divine list. Still the same sentence. When Siyuan's voice was calm. The future is so long. Who can say for sure? Wang Xingxiao nodded and said, this is not the most important thing. I didn't come here to seek comfort because I lost my life in Mount Dibbing. When Siyuan's eyes flashed. The new ranking of the divine list had become an established fact and could not be changed. In fact, Beihai had known this result for a long time. The glorious list that shone in the dark world now was signed by Wang Xingxiao, who represented the recognition of the Wang family of Beihai. When Siyuan said that he already knew what happened last night. Obviously, although the fact that the new ranking of the divine list could not be changed was shocking, it was not enough for people who knew when Siyuan to break his routine. Compared with the dark world that was still sensational, the whole Jianghu state had been completely attracted by the fact that Li Huaqing suddenly came to Emperor Dong's palace. What do you want to do? When Siyuan looked at Wang Xingxiao and asked with a chuckle. Before we do anything we have to know what Li Huaqing means. Wang Xingxiao took a drag on his cigarette and frowned slightly. It should not be difficult to guess what he means. When Siyuan shook his head. This was the most sober and calmest time of the day, so what he said seemed to have an unquestionable power. Li Huaqing can't let Li Tianlan leave Jianghu state. He went to Xinyuan city, which is a guarantee. As long as he is still in Emperor Dong's palace, no matter how fierce the fight outside is, Li Tianlan will not really turn against him. It doesn't matter if it is a fight, a tit-for-tat, or even a life-and-death fight. For Li Tianlan, no matter whether he dares to do it or not, it is a fact. Li Huaqing in Emperor Dong's palace is equivalent to putting his life in Li Tianlan's hands. This sense of security will not even let Li Tianlan have the idea of turning against him completely. Now the idea of both sides is very simple. They each have a trump card and there is room for negotiation, but no one is convinced by the other. Li Huaqing wants to control Li Tianlan and let Emperor Dong's palace better serve Jianghu state. Li Tianlan is dissatisfied with Li Huaqing because of the Li family. Li Guangtu? This is actually just a cover. Of course this cover is indispensable. But the core problem is still Li Huaqing and Li Tianlan. They can negotiate but they don't want to. Both sides are afraid of making a bad start and giving in without a bottom line in the future. So they can only fight. Today I will take you down, next year you will take me down. Fight. When you are tired of fighting, sit down and talk. Anyway, Li Huaqing is in Emperor Dong's palace, so it is very convenient for both sides to communicate. They can talk at any time. If they can't reach an agreement, they can continue to fight. Both sides are now showing off their strength, so that they can put forward better conditions in the final negotiation. Now the whole world knows Li Tianlan's trump card, so it is too easy to guess. Both Emperor Dong's palace and Li Tianlan have the right to negotiate, so his trump card is a life-and-death struggle. Once he leaves Jianghu state, all the people who have offended him in Jianghu state have to be cautious like frightened birds, guarding against his possible assassination and beheading at any time. This is Li Tianlan's personal power. Under the counterattack of Jianghu state, Emperor Dong's palace is destroyed. Apart from other things, the flourishing age fund alone is enough to cause a shock to the global financial order. The financial storm is very likely to evolve into a worldwide financial crisis. Many domestic fields will also be shaken at the same time, causing a huge social impact and immeasurable losses. At that time, if that really happens, the huge impact is estimated to be enough to make any prime minister step down directly. And the destruction of Emperor Dong's palace also means that Jianghu state will lose the elite forces of Emperor Dong's palace, Sai City, half of Mount Shu, and even half of Jade Pool. Dong Qingwudi of the giant group won't let it go. The consequences will be even more unbearable. Li Huaqing, who caused all this, will be the one who caused all this. Li Huaqing, who caused all this, even the entire academics, can't bear the consequences. Li Tianlan has now grown to the extent that he is able to drag Jianghu state into trouble. If not, why does Li Huaqing have to be so careful? But if he wants to do this, the price is not what Li Tianlan can bear. When all this happens, Emperor Dong's palace must have been destroyed. The whole Jianghu state regards him as a mortal enemy. So what if Li Tianlan is invincible in the world? When Jianghu state wants to kill a person with all its strength, even if it is not his opponent, there are still a lot of other ways. In that case, Jianghu state will be very uncomfortable and so will Li Tianlan. When Siyuan's voice paused and then he continued, so it is unlikely that Li Tianlan will use this trump card. But anyway, this card is in his hands. Since he appeared in the sight of Jianghu state, the outside world has been comparing you with Li Tianlan and Gu Hanshan. Now Gu Hanshan has long been eliminated, and Jiang Shangyu has joined. Among the three of you, Li Tianlan's talent and strength are beyond doubt, but he is too radical. In terms of strength, you and Jiang Shangyu are not as good as Li Tianlan, but in terms of calmness, Li Tianlan and Jiang Shangyu are not as good as you. In terms of forbearance, you and Li Tianlan are not as good as Jiang Shangyu. If the situation happened to you and Jiang Shangyu today, Jianghu state wouldn't be too worried, because the possibility of you compromising is very high. As for Li Tianlan, of course, it's also possible for him to compromise, but the possibility of him directly falling out with you is also very high if he doesn't compromise. His character makes many people worry and even fear him. If Li Tianlan plays this trump card in extreme anger, I'm not surprised at all. At that time, the new group and the academics will die together, and Jianghu state will be in deep trouble. Wang Xingxiao shrugged. That's why Li Huaqing will rush over. As long as he is there, the possibility of this happening is very low. When Siyuan said faintly, the most important thing is that Li Huaqing definitely has a trump card in his hand, and it is a decisive one. After analyzing the current situation, he thinks that as long as he plays this card at the right time, Li Tianlan will definitely compromise, and there will be no second choice. What will it be? Wang Xingxiao's eyes flickered a little. Countless people were analyzing Li Tianlan's character, but no matter how they analyzed it, one thing was certain. Li Tianlan was completely amenable to coaxing but not coercion. It was difficult for the so-called threats and oppression to make him compromise. Maybe at that time he would rather die in glory than live in disgrace. He shook his head slightly and said softly, anyway, it is unlikely to be a threat or anything. Then it can only be interest. When Siyuan said lightly, what interest can move Li Tianlan the most thoroughly? Let him compromise quickly and let Li Guangtu go, even if he will become Li Guangtu's opponent, even if it will make the integration of the Li family become far away? How great is such a benefit that Li Huaqing is so sure that Li Tianlan will compromise? Wang Xingxiao was silent. His thoughts were a bit chaotic, but he knew what Wen Siyuan meant. Even though he didn't know what Li Huaqing's trump card was, from these few words, he could understand that this trump card represented unimaginable benefits. It was almost unprecedented, and could even be said to be unprecedented in history. But what could it be? It can't be that Li Huaqing intends to have Qin Weibai kidnapped to threaten Li Tianlan, right? Wang Xingxiao made a joke. When Siyuan was stunned and actually began to think about this possibility. Is Qin Weibai still in Jianghu state? Wang Xingxiao was also stunned and said helplessly, Uncle Wen, I'm just kidding. How is this possible? Why not? When Siyuan looked at Wang Xingxiao deeply, his eyes flickering. If he does this, he will completely become a sworn enemy of Li Tianlan. Even if Li Tianlan will compromise, will Li Huaqing really dare to let Qin Weibai go back in the situation of a dead end? He can only bite the bullet and control her. What is this? Keep her captive? Let her meet Li Tianlan once a year. Let Li Tianlan become a slave and fighter of Jianghu state? Wang Xingxiao's voice was a little cold. When Siyuan looked at him quietly. So you think that even so, Li Tianlan will not compromise? If that's the case, then there's no possibility of compromise. Wang Xingxiao's voice suddenly became incomparably calm. In some ways I am the same as him. Putting myself in his shoes, if Li Huaqing touches Song Ci, I will not compromise. Instead, I will try my best to retaliate at all costs. So if Li Huaqing really does something stupid, then Li Tianlan will definitely go directly to Yuzhou and massacre the academics. What else can Li Huaqing do unless he is crazy and completely disregards Jianghu state? Facing the crazy Li Tianlan, will he really dare to kill Qin Weibai? So it can only be interests. When Siyuan looked at Wang Xingxiao thoughtfully and nodded. Wang Xingxiao did not speak. He frowned and was preoccupied. The conflict between Li Huaqing and Li Tianlan had attracted the attention of the whole Jianghu state. The confrontation began, the chaos was coming, and before the election the sensitivity of this time could not be overstated. All the major groups, even the local teams that wanted to be promoted to groups, were cautious at this time, but they were also ready to make a move. Every decision-maker's every move at this time would first think about not losing points, and then they would think about fighting for more things. They were extremely cautious. In the hundreds of years of history of Jianghu State, the Southeast Group, the Prince Group, the North Group, and the Jianghu Group had all made mistakes at this point because they were too aggressive. As a result, they couldn't recover for 10 years, 20 years, or even longer. They still existed today. It showed that they barely survived. Similarly, there were also teams that were not inferior to the Southeast Group and the Prince Group. Because of a wrong decision at this time, they were defeated and eventually disappeared from everyone's sight. The most recent example was the North Group. A few decades ago, the scale of the North Group was no less than the current Southeast Group and Prince Group. It had 2 stable director positions and 5 to 7 counselors. In the North City, the Northeast region, and more than half of the Northwest region, it was powerful and influential. However, because of a single mistake in decision-making, the various groups that had been restless seized the opportunity to bite the North Group and tear it apart. During that period, the Prince Group tore a large piece of Northwest territory from the North Group. The Jianghu Group also directly grew stronger at that time. The academics also appeared for the first time at that time and began to use Liaodong as the foundation. After decades of operation, it developed to the present situation. The Southeast Group also made some mistakes during that period, but in the end, it also tore Longjiang province from the North Group. Correspondingly, the North Group retreated step by step, and in the end they only managed to defend the North City. Compared to their previous grandeur, the North City's current structure of 1 director and 2 counselors was only slightly stronger than the precarious Special Warfare Group. The election was getting closer and closer. With the conflict between the new group and the academics, there would inevitably be more and more people who could not help but directly enter. Wang Xingxiao also wanted to take action, but he did not dare to act rashly, so he consulted Wen Xiyuan. Wen Xiyuan was the flag figure that the Southeast Group fully supported after the election. In the next 10 years, the layout of the Southeast Group would be constructed by Wen Xiyuan and Yi Dongxing as the directors, so his opinion was crucial. In fact, after talking with Wen Xiyuan, Wang Xingxiao would immediately fly to Yuzhou to meet Yi Dongxing, Ji Wenzhang, Wan Qingyun, and the counselors of the Southeast Group. He also wanted to bring Wen Xiyuan's opinion to them. I think we'd better play it safe. Wen Xiyuan hesitated for a long time before he slowly opened his mouth. Wang Xingxiao did not speak. The door of the villa opened, and a gentle young woman in her early 30s came over with 2 cups of tea. She smiled sweetly. Xingxiao, you're here. I've prepared breakfast. It's a new invention. Try it later. Wang Xingxiao smiled and called Sister Qing, nodded and said yes. When Qing put the tea in front of the 2 of them, smiled and turned to leave. She was Wen Xiyuan's daughter and was now the deputy director of the finance department of Beihai University. She usually kept a low profile, while her husband was now one of the directors of Xingzhou City and a popular candidate for the mayor of Xingzhou City after the election. He had a good relationship with Wang Xingxiao and was destined to be Wang Xingxiao's right-hand man in the future, probably similar to the relationship between Wang Tianzong and Wen Xiyuan. Wang Xingxiao picked up the teacup and took a sip of the hot tea, feeling a kind of warmth in the cold wind of winter in Beihai. Play it safe, he muttered to himself. Play it safe. Wen Xiyuan nodded. Don't act rashly. I personally think that as the conflict between the academics and the new group intensifies, some of Li Huaqing's intentions will gradually be exposed. The current situation is a little dangerous. No one knows what kind of trump card Li Huaqing is hiding. We don't need to worry before we get the clues. When Xiyuan lifted the lid of the teacup and tapped the rim with the lid. In the clear sound of the collision he continued to say, of course playing it safe doesn't mean that we don't move. Soon there should be a clear signal between the academy and the new group. When everyone's attention is attracted, we should find a suitable opportunity to do something of our own. Wang Xingxiao's pupils suddenly contracted and light gathered. When Xiyuan looked into his eyes, moved the corner of his mouth and said faintly, what do you think about Wuyue's problem? Wang Xingxiao lowered his eyelids and said nothing. Wuyue. Wang Qinglei. This had already become a problem that the Southeast Group and the Wang family of Beihai had to pay attention to. Wang Qinglei had become more and more active in Jianghu State in the past 2 years. Whether he attended various activities or made discoveries on various occasions, everyone could clearly feel that he had drifted away from the Southeast Group and was heading in the opposite direction. Instead, he was getting closer to the Prince Group. Wang Qinglei was a senior counselor. With his qualifications, if he didn't betray, the Southeast Group was ready to push him and Wen Xiyuan to be directors of Jianghu State. 5 years later, Wang Qinglei was also a suitable candidate to compete for the position of president in the eyes of the Southeast Group. Perhaps it was the long-term oppression under the shadow of Wang Tianzong, or he felt that it was unlikely for him to sit in that position in the Southeast Group, or he could no longer control his ambition. In the days when he was fully fledged, his remarks made his position more and more subtle. In the end, when Wang Qianzong completely fell, he betrayed the Wang family of Beihai. What made the Southeast Group more sleepless at night was that Wang Qinglei was now the chairman of Wuxia. Wang Qinglei was very influential in the Southeast Group, but after all, this was a blatant betrayal. Not everyone agreed with him and not everyone wanted to change. In this election, it was impossible for the Southeast Group to support Wang Qinglei. On the contrary, the Prince Group, which was getting closer to him, would support Wang Qinglei to become a director. However, this kind of support was also reserved. If Wang Qinglei wanted to go further in the Prince Group, the first thing he had to do was to face the current chairman of the Southwest Group. He and Yi Dongxing could be said to be the strongest opponents in the Southeast Group and the Prince Group respectively. Tan Zhao, the chairman of the Southwest Group, was no worse than Wang Qinglei in terms of qualifications. Compared with Wang Qinglei, who joined the Prince Group halfway, Tan Zhao's position in the group was obviously more deep-rooted. His existence affected many circles inside the Southwest Group, big and small. If Wang Qinglei wanted to defeat Tan Zhao in the Prince Group and get most of the support of the Prince Group, he had to do something first. Simply put, the Prince Group needed Wang Qinglei's proof of loyalty, or in other words, a sufficient expression. What could Wang Qinglei use as a proof of loyalty? A gift that was big enough to defeat Tan Zhao, Wuxia? The whole Wuxia. It could only be Wuxia. If Wang Qinglei could win Wuxia for the Prince Group and tear this most developed province in Jianghu State, which was even above Nanyue from the Southeast Group to the Prince Group, it was indeed enough to persuade most of the forces of the Prince Group to support him to fight for the position of director. Wuxia. A stable position as a member of parliament. A cultivation base for countless outstanding talents. A huge influence in various fields. These were all things that the Prince Group could try its best to fight for. Wang Shengshao could even be sure that in the following chaotic battle, the strategy of the Prince Group without control was to target the Southeast Group while keeping an eye on the new group. After Wang Qinglei, the most likely person to succeed Wang Qinglei was Yu Chuanguang, the former mayor of Huading and the current governor of Wuxia. He was Wang Xiaoyao's best friend and loyal follower. He was also Wang Qinglei's firmest ally. As long as they pushed away some of the Southeast Group spies in Wuxia and pushed Yu Chuanguang up, the Prince Group would not only get Wuxia, but also win over Wang Xiaoyao, an expert at the peak of the Invincible Realm, and the right to speak in Snow Country. After grasping these, the Prince Group would have more chips to use Snow Country as the foundation to attack everything Li Tianlan had in Reki City. How to deal with Wang Qinglei and Yu Chuanguang. How to deal with Wang Xiaoyao. At present, the entire Southeast Group had no way to deal with them, because they couldn't find their flaws for the time being. If Wuxia fell, in the past 2 decades the Southeast Group had failed in every election and had never won. On the eve of the election more than 20 years ago, the Southeast Group had undergone great changes inside. The Li family had collapsed and the entire Southeast Group had also suffered a heavy blow. It could be said that the Wang family of Beihai had scraped the bones to cure the poison. But failure was failure and loss was loss. More than 10 years ago, Huading had fallen, and the entire Southeast Group had retreated in defeat. It had finally stabilized its position. But guarding Huading, Wuxia, and Beihai, the grand occasion of being the first group in Jianghu State had disappeared. And now, was it going to lose Wuxia again? If so, although the only remaining Beihai was not alone, the influence of the Southeast Group in Jianghu State would undoubtedly further shrink and reduce. Wang Xingxiao's eyes were a little hollow. After a long while, he nodded and whispered, "I know what to do." After a pause, he continued, "It's time to do something. It's time to move." When Siyuan nodded and said without batting an eyelid, "That's my opinion. But Wuxia, where are you going to start?" Eastern Station District. Wang Xingxiao said calmly, "Brother Jiang has rested for more than 2 years and now he is on the divine list. Without Wang Qinglei and second uncle's gossip, it's time to let him out." Di Jiang. When Siyuan's eyes lit up slightly and he smiled. "This is a good entry point." Wang Xingxiao also smiled. He turned his eyes to the setting sun and looked into the distance. The slight fog in winter in Beihai gradually dissipated in the sun. And in this morning the loud sound from Yuzhou, Liaodong, and Huading had torn the mist of Beihai in an extremely abrupt situation and radiated to Wang Xingxiao and Wen Siyuan. Their phones rang almost at the same time. The storm that shook the entire Jianghu state turned into thunder that tore the sky. Lightning flashed and thunder roared and the storm raged. Liaodong. Tan Xiaotian, the secretary of Wang Wei, the leader of the third supervisory group, who had gone to Jianghu, was suspected of serious violations of records and was under the control of the Liaodong Ministry of Supervision. The Ministry of Police, Ministry of Publicity, Ministry of Personnel, and other departments began to take action at the same time. In the morning, as many as 20 people had been involved in Tan Xiaotian's incident, and more people were involved. Wang Wei, the leader of the third supervisory group who had arrived in Jianghu, locked himself in the hotel room all morning and did not go out. The storm in Liaodong was fierce, rolling up the snow in the northeast. In the raging wind and snow, everyone seemed to be able to see by Qingqian's calm but ubiquitous sharpness in the calm eye of the storm. At the same time in Yuzhou, headed by the Ministry of Sleep and the Financial Administration Bureau of Zhongzhou State, more than 5 departments launched investigations into a series of issues such as Yuzhou Brilliant Real Estate, Dongwu Science and Technology and Preqin International Group's sneaky sleeping, disrupting the order of the persimmon market, commercial fraud, piracy and infringement. Wooding. The headquarters of the Flourishing Age Fund was also subject to a joint raid by various departments. There was no process, no brewing and no wind. The sky was bright and the sun was rising. The fiercest conflict between the new group and the academy almost reached its climax in an instant. The battlefield continued to spread. Sabers and swords flashed. Flowers bloomed everywhere and everyone was overwhelmed. Wang Xingxiao held the phone and listened to Xian Ming, the head of intelligence in Beihai, constantly talking about the latest news. He was in a daze. Obviously, even he did not really react for a while. He had thought that there would be a clear signal, and there would be a gradual escalation of the situation and process. Everything was gone. While they were still discussing and watching cautiously, the two sides had already reached the point where they were fighting with their lives on the line. In this case, what should Zhongzhou State do? What should the Southeast Group do? When Siyuan was silent for a long time, he suppressed the waves in his heart and whispered, "It's time to take action. Tell Sister Qing for me that I'll come to taste her new craft next time." Wang Xingxiao stood up. "I'll leave for Yuzhou right away. Uncle Wen, I'll take your opinion to them." Wen Siyuan nodded. Wang Xingxiao shook hands with Wen Siyuan tightly and turned to leave. Wen Siyuan stood where he was, watching his back getting farther and farther away. Zhongzhou State was stormy. The patriarch of the Wang family of Beihai, who set off from Beihai, was full of sunshine at this time. Chapter 12:19. There was another snowfall in Yuzhou. The chilly white snowflakes were floating in the skyscrapers of Yuzhou province and the sky above the old garden, covering the pavilions, terraces and mansions in the old garden, the clear west mountain, the verdant woods outside the old garden and the winding paths. The snow was getting heavier. The scenery between heaven and earth turned from light white to a vast expanse. Distant mountains, forests, heaven and earth. Everything seemed to have solidified into an almost eternal picture. Only the falling snowflakes in the air were the only things moving in this beautiful picture. There was a breathtakingly beautiful woman in this breathtakingly beautiful picture. It was a color that was completely opposite to the surrounding snow. She wore a black slim-fitting coat, black silk trousers and black high-heeled leather boots. Her black hair was like a black waterfall, occasionally dancing in the cold wind and flying snow. She stood in the best position in the old garden, looking at the vast west mountain in the distance, and under her feet was a blooming red plum blossom. This was a kind of impact that was enough to hit the depths of the soul. If there was a focus in this picture, it must be the black in this vast expanse of white. She stood there quietly with her hands in the pockets of her coat. She was graceful, but her entire person seemed to have a kind of aura. Unconsciously, it suppressed the winter plum blossoms beneath her feet, suppressed the white snow around her, suppressed the distant west mountain and forest. She was colder than the flying snow, more gorgeous than the winter plum blossom, and more piercing than the winter wind. It seemed that the beauty of the world was blooming on her. She was beautiful and flawless. Gu Xianyan looked at Sister Qin's slim back with infatuation, and her beautiful big eyes were full of amazement and envy. That figure stood there quietly, tall and straight, yet incomparably ethereal, like a peerless shadow that resided in the mortal world. It seemed that as long as it moved slightly, it would drift away with the wind and the flying snow into the untainted world. The old garden was located in a corner of the West Mountain Forest Park in Yuzhou. It did not cover an exaggerated area, and it was not famous in Yuzhou. It looked like a yuan lin with a variety of architectural styles. It was originally built in the name of a club, but in fact, it had never entertained guests. It was a private palace built by the Flourishing Age Fund for the master of Samsara Palace. occupying the best position and the best view in West Mountain. Since the old garden was built, the master of Samsara Palace had never been here once. Now it naturally became Qin Weibai's palace. This was the first time that Qin Weibai had come to her hometown, a place that most old Yuzhou people had never heard of. Snow and cold wind danced in the air. In the cold air, she stood there quietly for a long time. No one knew what she was thinking. She was like an ice goddess meditating in the wind and snow, with a kind of awe-inspiring and dreamy dignity that could not be blasphemed. Nearly 100 staff members in the entire old garden were serving Qin Weibai alone. No one came to the old garden on weekdays, but the daily operation did not stop. Nearly 100 staff members were the professionally trained elites that Han Donglu transferred from his own club. Today they saw the owner of the old garden for the first time. They were shocked and inevitably whispered. Of course, they did not dare to have any malice, but they could not avoid the curiosity in their hearts. It's the first time that I've seen a woman like Madam. Is she the owner here? Who do you think she is? In the open hall, professional waiters put the dishes on the table one by one. Some took the wine and some put the tableware. Their movements were light. In the corner, several waiters gathered together and looked at Qin Weibai standing outside the hall from a distance. They whispered. They were all very young and beautiful. One of them had just graduated from college this year. In that well-known university, she also had the reputation of the department belle. However, the appearance of Qin Weibai had completely subverted their understanding of beauty. The so-called beauty turned out to be not the kind of limit that beautiful appearance, clothes, and cosmetics matched with the limit. The real beauty had no limit. It was the kind of unimaginable but real perfection. It was the kind of holy and untouchable that was close but far away. Who knows? Another waiter shook his head and whispered, "She asked us to call her Madam. This should be her husband's place, right? I've worked here for almost 2 years and I haven't seen the owner yet. Such a woman should be owned by another man. As a woman, I feel a little heartbroken when I think about it. She has such a strong aura. Even if she is the president of a super multinational company or the speaker of a certain place, I will believe it. The speaker is unlikely. She is too young. But maybe she is the daughter-in-law of a member of parliament or a director. Such a woman, her life is not something we can imagine. Is that little girl Madam's daughter? When she grows up, she won't be much worse than her mother. Maybe Madam is waiting for her husband? Daughter? Are you kidding me? Madam is obviously very young. How can she have such an old daughter? Is it a sister? Yeah. I'm not sure about her age. Maybe 20, maybe 30. But her skin is so good, just like a little girl who has been carefully cared for. Madam just looked at me and my scalp is still numb now. Little girl? You're so funny. The discussion continued in a trance and envy. It seemed that they all believed that Madam was waiting for her husband. In the hall, exquisite dishes were served one by one, looking and smelling good. The deep and melodious bell rang in the old garden, echoing in the snowy world. Qin Weibai raised her wrist and looked at her watch. Almost at the same time she lowered her head, a figure being led over outside the moon gate beside her also stopped. It was a woman who appeared outside the moon gate. Compared to Qin Weibai, who was 1.75 meters tall and was wearing high-heeled leather boots, she was very petite. She was wearing a dark windbreaker, a beige scarf, a black skirt and a pair of marten shoes. It was a simple combination, but when she put it on, there was a sense that these clothes should belong to her and only her. There was a sense of harmony in them as if they were made by nature. Her carefully groomed chestnut curls were scattered lazily. This was also a woman who was so beautiful that it was hard to tell her specific age. Maybe she was not as beautiful as Qin Weibai, but it was enough to make people toss and turn unforgettable. Mature, gentle, quiet, well-behaved, charming and full of charm. She seemed to be in her 20s, in her 30s, or in her 40s. On different occasions, in front of different people, her every expression, every movement, every smile, every word, every different face, and every temperament that could be switched freely seemed to be able to satisfy all the beautiful fantasies of men about women. She might not have the strength to fight tit for tat with countless superiors in various fields without falling into a disadvantageous position. She did not have the temperament to be unmoved by the wind and rain. She did not have the treacherous and unpredictable tactics that were impossible to guard against. But when such a woman stood in front of him, she still gave people the feeling that she was unfathomable. She was a woman. But she was also like countless women. Charming, lazy and naive, noble and elegant, delicate and pitiful. There seemed to be countless faces under her beautiful face. She and Qin Weibai could be said to be the kind of people who made different choices. Qin Weibai chose to conquer the world by herself. She gave all her charm, enthusiasm and charm to Li Tianlan without reservation. She even gave her country to Li Tianlan. She did not have the ability to conquer the world, but she used all her charm, enthusiasm and charm to control the man who could conquer the world. Qin Weibai looked up and saw her. She also saw Qin Weibai at the same time. The somewhat petite but exceptionally exquisite delicate body stood there. For a moment, under the flying snow, all her hidden faces seemed to be frozen. She looked at Qin Weibai, and all her emotions seemed to turn into the deepest vigilance in the shortest time. Qin Weibai laughed. Her voice was clear, but it fell in the woman's ears like thunder. "Mask, it's our first time meeting. I've heard a lot about you." After a pause, she continued, "You know me, don't you? So there's no need for me to introduce myself." The masked lady's body tensed up. Her eyes were either misty or hazy, and the vigilance in them was almost tangible. She was like a cat protecting its own secret. Her hair stood up quietly, but she tried to maintain her shock. "I've heard a lot about you? What's there to look up to about me? Did you ask me out?" "Yes." Qin Weibai's smile was impeccable. Whether it was her appearance, temperament or her own style, she almost crushed the mask in front of her. "I've wanted to talk to you for a long time. A long time ago, but I never had the chance until now." Mask took a step back subconsciously. She was a little short of breath. The last trace of calmness seemed to have become her shield, which she held tightly. In the face of Qin Weibai's calm sharpness, she felt that she saw a trace of gradually expanding cracks on the shield, which made her panic. "If there's nothing else, I'll go first." Mask took a deep breath and said in a soft voice, "Do you know what the name of this place is?" Qin Weibai chuckled and directly gave the answer. "This is the hometown." Mask's body was a little stiff. "The hometown?" She whispered the word and her eyes were in a trance. No one knew what she was thinking of. "You're a very cautious person. I know you very well." Qin Weibai said faintly, "You know me. You know who I am, so you're on guard against me and even afraid. But do you really want to go? If you really wanted to go, you wouldn't have come today. Well, you can say that you don't know that I asked you out. But you're so cautious that you can keep the appointment because of a word. I can be sure that some things are very important to you. So, compared with your vigilance against me now, which one is more important?" Mask's expression kept changing. She was a little tangled and looked more delicate and pitiful, which made people want to hold her in their arms and comfort her. In the light footsteps, Gu Xianyan trotted over and stood beside Qin Weibai. She looked curiously at the strange and charming woman in front of her, as if she didn't know the relationship between her and Qin Weibai. "Your life shouldn't have been like this." Qin Weibai said softly, "Don't you really want to know what happened in the depths of West Lake in Lin and 25 years ago?" Like a peerless swordsman with outstanding beauty, Qin Weibai looked at the struggling eyes of Mask and thrust her sword straight to the vital part. "Jiang Nishang? Or should I call you Gu Qingqiu?" Gu Qingqiu's face was pale and her body was shaking. She even couldn't stand steadily. She stared at Qin Weibai with unconcealable fear in her eyes. It seemed that the shield she held in front of her had finally lost the sharpness of Qin Weibai. The last trace of calmness was torn apart in Qin Weibai's whisper. Her defense line was shaky and about to collapse. "How do you know?" She tried to open her mouth, but her voice, which was originally very beautiful, became a little hoarse. Gu Xianyan narrowed her eyes and looked seriously at the strange woman in front of her. Although she was very young, no one really treated her as a child, whether she was with Qin Weibai or in Kunlun City. She was cultivated regardless of her age. Gu Xingyun regarded her as a chain that might be able to tie Li Tianlan or other super heavyweights in the future. And Qin Weibai felt that she needed to cultivate a successor. Therefore, the sensitive situation of outsiders looking at flowers in the fog was never a secret to Gu Xianyan. It was never a secret to her. As long as she wanted to know, she could know the basic sequence of events. The flames of war had spread all over Jianghu state. Late at night 7 days ago, Li Huaqing personally flew to Emperor Dong's palace and had not returned to Jianghu state yet. In the morning after that night, the academy and the new group began to pour fire on each other almost at the same time. 7 days was neither a long time nor a short time. When the resources of both sides were fully mobilized, everyone could smell the fierce smoke of gunpowder after the war. As of today, the two groups affiliated to the Flourishing Age Fund had been in trouble. One of them might face a huge fine of more than 1 billion Zhongzhou dollars, and the other was likely to be completely closed down. Many departments were completely firing at the Flourishing Age Fund. The stocks of many listed companies affiliated to the Flourishing Age Fund were shaking violently. The groups that had dealings with the Flourishing Age Fund in many fields were a little uneasy. This brief introduction affected the entire stock market of Jianghu State. The Flourishing Age Fund was so big that almost no one knew its specific scale except for Han Donglu. This neutral wealthy family, which seemed to be a financial giant entrenched in Huading on the surface, had quietly extended its tentacles to all aspects in the past. Energy, aerospace, minerals, real estate, internet, construction, hotels, film and television media, medicine and health, electricity, communications, automobile manufacturing, insurance, fashion, daily necessities, retail. The shadow of the Flourishing Age Fund could be seen everywhere in dozens of fields. In more fields, the Flourishing Age Fund seemed not to be directly involved, but it held a large number of shares of other groups. Such a situation of great momentum was destined to have withered branches, and there were all kinds of birds in the woods. It was inevitable that some black sheep would appear, which was something that even Han Donglu could not control. The Flourishing Age Fund found more and more problems in 7 days. Han Donglu, who had flown from Yuzhou to the headquarters of Huading, was calm and collected. But the joint investigation of various departments was getting more and more difficult. It was not that they could not find any problems but that they were afraid. In just a few days, the overall loss of the Flourishing Age Fund had reached billions, and there were also a lot of righteous forces involved. Everyone could see the continuous bleeding of the new group, but everyone could also see the growing shock in the economic field of Jianghu State. The whole parliament was a little uneasy, and there were even voices that some problems should be handled with caution. Several prominent international funds seemed to have aimed at the stock market of Jianghu State and were ready to make a move. Star State also seemed to have a plan to announce the appreciation of Star Dollar. Everyone was waiting for an opportunity or a suitable node, and then they could give a fatal blow to the economy of Jianghu State. Everyone knew that it would be very convenient to start with the Flourishing Age Fund, and they could also find some problems. They did find problems, but they also found that the Flourishing Age Fund they knew was only the tip of the iceberg of the real Flourishing Age Fund. With the deepening of the investigation, the huge outline of the Flourishing Age Fund beyond the limits of everyone's imagination had faintly emerged. It was a huge and incredible monster. And this was just the industry of the Flourishing Age Fund in Jianghu State. What else did the Flourishing Age Fund have in the world? If the economy of the entire Flourishing Age Fund was combined, some people had estimated that it was even a behemoth close to the economy of the Wang family of Beihai. The confrontation between the academy and the new group was in full swing. But no one dared to joke about the future of Jianghu State. Therefore, the joint investigation of various departments was getting more and more difficult, and the pressure from all sides was increasing. The academics were looking for a new breakthrough. The internal turmoil of the Flourishing Age Fund was turbulent, but in 7 days, Liaodong had already been in turmoil. Tan Xiaotian had been officially investigated in secret 3 days ago. Originally, everyone thought that it was just the problem of the National Highway Reconstruction Project of Feng Tian. After knowing that Wang Wei, the leader of the 3rd Inspection Team, had entered Jianghu, Bai Qingqian wanted to slap Wang Wei in the face. But no one expected that Bai Qingqian was completely touched this time, and she completely fell out with him. From the feedback from all sides, the problem of the National Highway Reconstruction could only be regarded as a trivial matter for Tan Xiaotian. His real problem was in Anong. It was an illegal trade network he built in Anong that connected the peninsula, and from the peninsula to the periphery of snow country in Goryeo. It involved the scope of polar light, from food to population to arms. Tan Xiaotian could get huge profits just by saying hello. At present it was not clear how big this dark economic chain was, but a conservative estimate showed that the amount had exceeded hundreds of billions. Tan Xiaotian. Hundreds of billions. The two were obviously not the same concept. So how many people were involved in the hundreds of billions? Anong developed very fast in Liaodong, and it was also jokingly known as the secretary class. At its peak, there were 13 directors in Anong and 7 of them were secretaries. Such a scene was rare in the whole Jianghu state. People jokingly discussed that Anong developed very fast so the big bosses would put their trusted secretaries to guild. When the time came, there would be a golden road in front of them. Tan Xiaotian's resume seemed to confirm this. From the mayor of Anong to the deputy speaker of Feng Tian, although the rank was the same, the prospects were completely different. After the election in a few months, no matter where he went, Tan Xiaotian would definitely be a deputy governor, which had something to do with the rapid development of Anong. But when this illegal trade chain appeared, everyone was considering whether the big bosses put their secretaries in and on to gild or to protect some secrets that could not be exposed. No one knew where this idea came from, but in just a few days, it had become very popular in Liaodong. Today, in addition to Tan Xiaotian, 3 directors in Anong had been secretly investigated by the Ministry of Supervision of Liaodong. There was no doubt that these 3 people were secretaries, and one of them was the secretary of the current governor of Liaodong. A monstrous storm was brewing in Liaodong. Everyone could guess the answer that was about to break out of the shell and was destined to be earth-shattering. No one expected that Bai Qingqian would act so fiercely. She did want to deal with Tan Xiaotian and Wang Wei, but what she wanted to do this time was to completely destroy the core base of the academics and capture all the forces of the academics in one fell swoop. The monstrous pressure pressed down from the parliament to Liaodong. Not only the academics but also individuals from the giant group, the southeast group, and even the north group called Bai Qingqian, trying to suppress this matter, or at least control it within a certain range. At this time, Hua Xingyang, the leader of the academy in Yuzhou, the vice minister of the cabinet, had a thorough talk with Bai Qingqian. The conversation between the two was almost a reprimand from Hua Xingyang to Bai Qingqian. Vice Minister Hua clearly told Bai Qingqian that the parliament supported her work, but hoped that she would not make a fuss and make trouble out of nothing. In the current situation, stability came first. Bai Qingqian, however, was tit for tat and did not give any face to the leader of the academy. Her response at that time was also very clear to Gu Xianyan, because after this incident, Qin Weibai and Bai Qingqian talked on the phone and did not avoid her at that time. Bai Qingqian said so at that time. Tan Xiaotian's problem is not only a problem of Zhongzhou state, but also a serious injury to our friendship with the peninsula. Vice Minister Hua, you can think about how serious the consequences will be if this matter is suppressed. One day, when the people of the peninsula who can't even eat enough and can't even afford to wear clothes learn that their young and beautiful women have come to Zhongzhou state to engage in various industries under the temptation of people like Tan Xiaotian, what kind of situation and consequences will it be? Can you and Liaodong bear the consequences? This question could be said to be powerful and resonant. Hua Xingyang even threw the phone on the spot. At present, the 3rd supervisory group was still active in Jianghu. But the team leader, Wang Wei, had already closed his door and did not participate in the summary meeting of the supervisory group. Tan Xiaotian's accident directly made Wang Wei's reputation in Zhongzhou state drop to the freezing point. Everyone was still waiting for Tan Xiaotian to be completely broken through, waiting for this storm to completely engulf the few big shots standing at the top of Liaodong. Under such circumstances, it seemed that they were afraid of the complete rebound of the academics, so the giant group also began to quiet down. Bai Zhanfeng and Zhou Mulin, who had already had a countermeasure, began to quietly put away the cards in their hands that they were ready to play, waiting for the right time. As a result, the flames of the 2 battlefields of Liaodong and the Flourishing Age Fund continued to burn, igniting the overall situation. Under such circumstances, Qin Weibai, who had been quiet in Yuzhou, suddenly made an appointment with this woman in front of her, which made Gu Xianyan instinctively feel that something was wrong. At this time, Qin Weibai could not meet a meaningless person. Gu Qingqiu. Jiang Nishang. Gu Xianyan blinked her watery eyes and looked at the woman in front of her. What kind of impact could she have on the next overall situation? Her surname was Gu. Was she from Kunlun City? It shouldn't be. Otherwise, how could she not know her? Qin Weibai looked at Gu Qingqiu quietly, looking at the horror in her eyes. If these 2 names were a sword that pierced the vital point, then Qin Weibai's next words were a fatal blow. You are 36 years old this year, and you have been carrying out tasks since you were 21. Your code name is Fairy, and your secondary code name is Mask. Those who know these 2 code names think that there are 2 people. In fact, both code names are you. You desire freedom like photography and have always dreamed of traveling all over the world. But if you want to fulfill this dream, you need to continue working for another 14 years. You like Switzerland and want to settle down there. Someone promised you a large sum of money when you were 50 years old and helped you get Swiss citizenship. But you have never been to Switzerland. If the farthest place you have been is England because your child is studying there. You should have just entered middle school this year. You had a boyfriend in college. During your mission you even performed an abortion for your boyfriend. That was your biggest mistake. You still contact him occasionally but you don't love him anymore. You even want to... Enough? Gu Qingqiu's body fell to the ground. She covered her ears, shook her head wildly and screamed. Qin Weibai looked at her with a smile. She was not indifferent or enthusiastic. There was a touch of trance and sadness in her eyes. You are afraid. She whispered. What are you afraid of? Are you afraid that I will tell these things to your master, or afraid that I will tell these things to your man? Gu Qingqiu raised her eyes and looked at Qin Weibai. Her eyes seemed to be looking at a devil in an angel's clothes. Why do you know these? Why do you know these? Impossible, Gu Qingqiu muttered to herself. She seemed to be on the verge of collapse. Qin Weibai did not speak. She turned and walked to the antique open hall. Gu Xianyan looked at Gu Qingqiu seriously. She hesitated and trotted to follow Qin Weibai, like a butterfly. Qin Weibai walked into the hall and took off her coat. The simple pure white sweater outlined her figure and looked more charming and soft. Gu Xianyan gently pulled her hand and whispered, "Sister, she is..." Qin Weibai sat on the chair, looked out of the window and said calmly, "Li Shi's successor is also your predecessor. If you continue to stay in Kunlun City, you can get in touch with her about a year later. She will become your teacher." Gu Xianyan's brain was stunned for a moment. She opened her small mouth wide and looked stunned. Her predecessor. Li Shi's successor. This identity could not be more obvious. Kunlun City, the previous generation of Phoenix Pavilion. Master. Gu Xianyan shook her head subconsciously, feeling a little confused. Gu Qingqiu. This was a figure hidden at the bottom of Kunlun City's secrets. Gu Xianyan was not surprised that there was such a figure in Kunlun City. But the previous pavilion master of Phoenix Pavilion turned out to be a figure hidden at the bottom of Kunlun City's secrets. She stayed in Kunlun City for several years. The two invincible realm experts in Kunlun City were both her teachers. She was in daily contact with the high-level officials of Kunlun City. They would teach Gu Xianyan their experience in various aspects, and they would talk about some random things when chatting. But, Gu Qingqiu. She had never heard of this name before. Not even once. Did no one know of her existence? Or did everyone know but did not tell her? 25 years ago, Gu Xianyan recalled this time point. That should be the time when the Li family collapsed and Li Shi officially completed her task and became the wife of the Lord of Kunlun City. At that time, did Kunlun City find a second pavilion master of Phoenix Pavilion? No. Gu Qingqiu was 36 years old this year. According to Qin Weibai, Gu Qingqiu should have joined Kunlun City 25 years ago. She was 11 years old that year. Qin Weibai said that she started to carry out tasks at the age of 21. In other words, Gu Qingqiu was the pavilion master of Phoenix Pavilion 15 years ago? 15 years. 25 years. For such a long time, Kunlun City had been hiding her in the deepest place? So who was her task target? Gu Xianyan suddenly felt that Gu Xingyun was a little scary. Putting everything else aside, just the depth of his thoughts that were hidden in the dark was something that most people couldn't compare to. Sister, who is her task target? Gu Xianyan asked cautiously. Phoenix Pavilion had not been established for a long time in Kunlun City. Li Shi was the first pavilion master of Phoenix Pavilion. Her task target was the youngest invincible realm expert in the world at that time, the first person of the young generation in Jianghu State at that time, the heavenly son of the Li family whose edge could suppress Wang Tianzong, the youngest marshal in Jianghu State at that time, and the future god of war in Jianghu State, Li Kuangtu. Li Shi, the first pavilion master, successfully destroyed Li Kuangtu. Gu Xianyan was the third pavilion master of Phoenix Pavilion. Kunlun City's target was even more terrifying. Li Tianlan. This was a pavilion master who took Li Tianlan as her task target. Was she arrogant and conceited? Did she have no F***king idea? Was she ignorant? Was really not. Kunlun City regarded her as the third pavilion master. It seemed to be just a simple identity, but in fact, for this identity, all departments of Phoenix Pavilion had made the most cautious and meticulous analysis, and there were millions of theoretical reports to support this conclusion. They made Gu Xianyan the third pavilion master, which meant that they firmly believed that Gu Xianyan was qualified to hunt Li Tianlan. That million-word theoretical report was the foundation that supported all of this. They would analyze Li Tianlan's character in terrifying detail, summarize his preferences, collect all kinds of details about him, all his hobbies, and then cultivate Gu Xianyan from various fields. This kind of targeting was undoubtedly the most terrifying and impeccable. The cultivated Gu Xianyan might not be the most perfect, but it was certain that, in the analysis of Kunlun City, such Gu Xianyan must be the most perfect in Li Tianlan's eyes. Of course, Gu Xianyan couldn't do this now. But there was no problem with everything. Li Tianlan was young enough and Gu Xianyan was immature enough. She still had a lot of time to grow up and be cultivated. Kunlun City had enough strength to equip her from all aspects. In this process, how many resources to mobilize and how much money to spend were not the issues that Kunlun City considered at all. They could spend tens of billions just to cultivate a woman who could stay with Li Tianlan and make him love her so much. Then the tens of billions of funds were valuable, and it would definitely bring Kunlun City a return that far exceeded the cost. This was the idea that Kunlun City built Phoenix Pavilion. And this idea was indeed successful now. They cultivated Li Shi, successfully overthrew the Li family and replaced it. Li Shi hunted Li Guangtu in the past. Gu Xianyin would hunt Li Tianlan in the future. This was Gu Xingyun's plan. There were always some people who said that smart people would not fall in the same place twice. In fact, history always repeated itself. Kunlun City was full of confidence. Because this was the core secret of their success. No one would doubt the way to make themselves successful, at least not before they failed. Therefore, the first and third Phoenix Pavilion Masters had absolutely powerful hunting targets. Then what about the second Phoenix Pavilion Master? This woman was so low-key that she seemed to not exist even in Kunlun City. She hid so deeply. This woman who had been on duty for 15 years and had successfully hunted for 15 years? Who was her target? Qin Weibai looked at the wine in front of her, then picked up the freshly squeezed orange juice on the side, poured herself a glass and whispered, "It's Qing Shilai." Gu Xianyin didn't speak for a while. Maybe she didn't react or maybe she couldn't believe it at all. She blinked and tilted her head to look at Qin Weibai. "Sister, who are you talking about?" "Qing Shilai." Qin Weibai's voice was calm. Gu Xianyin didn't respond. She seemed to be almost numb by the impact of this name. Qing Shilai. This was a name that was not very familiar to the people of Jianghu State. Because of his low profile, many media would often mention it even when reporting. At his behest, a department replaced his name. Ministry of Personnel. Qing Shilai. Jianghu State Counselor, Minister of the Ministry of Personnel of Jianghu State, Li Huaqing's first confidant, and the academic's first corps general. He was also one of the most popular flag-type figures of the academics today. He was recognized as the most low-key counselor in Jianghu State, and also one of the most courageous counselors in the parliament. If the most simple sentence was used to describe Qing Shilai's weight in Jianghu State, he was the strongest opponent of Wang Qinglei from the Wang family of Beihai. Yes, it was Wang Qinglei who had a bright future in the Wang family of Beihai. Not the current Wang Qinglei. If it weren't for Li Huaqing's re-election in this election, Qing Shilai would almost certainly be pushed into the director's seat by the academics without any accident. And even if Li Huaqing was re-elected, Qing Shilai was still very likely to become one of the directors of Jianghu State after the election, one step ahead of Wang Qinglei. Even if he couldn't go further, he would continue to sit in the position of Minister of the Ministry of Personnel, with students all over Jianghu State and a more solid foundation. After 5 years, the possibility of him directly succeeding Li Huaqing would also greatly increase. There was no doubt. Qing Shilai's existence was the academic's greatest hope in the post-Li Huaqing era. When Wang Qinglei's future was obscure, Qing Shilai, who was getting more and more stable, was almost the heir in everyone's eyes. What did this mean? Qing Shilai, the academics, Kunlun City, Phoenix Pavilion. This is terrible. Gu Xianyin muttered to herself, Gu Xingyun is terrible. Yes, he put a woman with Qing Shilai for 15 years. The most important thing is that she never made any request to Qing Shilai. She just silently waited for Qing Shilai to become a director or to climb to the top of Jianghu State. In terms of long-term planning, Gu Xingyun can be regarded as a true disciple of the Li family. Qin Weibai's voice was a little subtle. In her sight, Gu Qingqiu, bathed in the wind and snow, stood up shakily and looked deeply at Qin Weibai in the hall. The two people's eyes met, and there seemed to be sparks in the air that were enough to burn the flying snow. Qin Weibai's expression was cold and proud. She raised the orange juice in her hand, and through the bright and transparent floor-to-ceiling window in the hall, she greeted from a distance. Gu Qingqiu hesitated and took a step forward. Qin Weibai raised the corner of her mouth. She could bring disaster to the country and people. Sister, you want to use Gu Qingqiu to destroy Qing Shilai? Even destroy the whole academics? Gu Xianyin was a little excited. After all, she was a child. No matter how mature she was, the childishness of wanting the world to be in chaos still existed. Destroy the academics? Qin Weibai couldn't help laughing. How is it possible? Even if Qing Shilai falls, it will at most frustrate the layout of the academics for the next 10 years, far from being destroyed. Kunlun City has bet heavily on Qing Shilai. In other words, Qing Shilai is now flawless. Because Gu Qingqiu has never made any request to him that goes against his own position, nor has she done anything excessive. Gu Qingqiu is indeed from Phoenix Pavilion, but in Gu Xingyun's eyes, before Qing Shilai reaches the top, she does nothing but complete the task. Qin Weibai blinked her eyes and said softly, so, although Gu Qingqiu's background can't be changed just from looking at it now, she's actually just Qing Shilai's lover. Moreover, she's an extremely obedient and dutiful type. What impact can a lover have on Qing Shilai? Even if it's exposed, it's just like that. Not to mention any punishment, there won't even be a verbal criticism. Destroying the academics like this, unless the academics is made of paper. Then you are? Gu Xianyan was a little confused. Since she had doubts, she naturally had to ask. She was the successor cultivated by Qin Weibai, and Gu Xianyan also understood this. No matter how intelligent the goddess was, no matter how invincible Emperor Dong was, they would eventually grow old and could not disobey the will of time, but Emperor Dong's palace would always exist. And Gu Xianyan was the best candidate to assist the future palace lord of Emperor Dong's palace in Qin Weibai's expectation. From now on, Gu Xianyan would absorb everything and grow wildly. I need to detonate Gu Qingqiu, the bomb, and use Qing Shilai to test something that I have always been confused about, but it's very important. Qin Weibai's eyes narrowed slightly and she continued, and the outside world is now guessing what trump card Li Huaqing has in Emperor Dong's palace. They don't know, but I do. Li Huaqing does have a trump card in his hand, and his trump card can indeed persuade Tianlan to compromise in an instant, which will be far more beneficial than the purgatory of heaven capital. It's just that Li Huaqing himself is hesitating whether to play this card or not, so there is the current confrontation. If Qing Shilai's matter is exposed, the subsequent impact will also indirectly stimulate Li Huaqing, so that he will make up his mind earlier and end all this. Qin Weibai's red lips were soft, and her white teeth gently bit the straw. It's like killing two birds with one stone. Gu Qingqiu finally made up her mind and walked into the hall. She took off her scarf and coat, standing opposite Qin Weibai, looking at her silently with a calm expression. Qin Weibai chuckled, reached out her hand and said lightly, "Please sit down." Chapter 12:20. Gu Qingqiu sat down slowly. The wind and snow outside with the cold temperature seemed to calm her down a lot. She seemed to have regained her composure, but she looked a little haggard, so she was more delicate. The light in Gu Xianyan's eyes flowed, and she sighed in admiration in her heart. This woman was naturally extremely beautiful, but the most attractive thing was not her appearance or her proud figure, but her temperament that seemed to be able to hook into the depths of one's soul. Every movement, every expression, would cause others to involuntarily focus their gazes on her. Gu Xianyan could imagine the light when she attended various banquets, shining but not dazzling. No matter where she went on any occasion, she would be the absolute focus. Maybe she didn't need to do anything and she didn't need to hold any power. She just walked in the crowd and people would pay attention to her. She was as gentle as jade without threat. This was a woman who didn't even have the idea of jealousy from the same sex. To this extent, a vase was completely equivalent to a priceless treasure. "What do you want to talk about?" Gu Qingqiu gently bit her rosy lips and asked in a low voice. She was still a peerless beauty, but under Qin Weibai's aura she had become a very ordinary beauty, and her spirit was crushed in all aspects. Gu Qingqiu suddenly felt a little humiliated. She suddenly felt like an ugly duckling sitting in front of a swan. That kind of whiteness and beauty filled her entire field of vision, bringing with it a loneliness and pride that seemed to be able to stab at her dignity. This caused the line of defense she had reconstructed in her heart to waver once again. "No hurry." Qin Weibai looked at Gu Qingqiu calmly. "Eat something first. What do you want to drink?" Gu Qingqiu shook her head in a trance, looking at the drinks on the edge of the table. There were freshly squeezed orange juice and mixed fruit juice, fruit wine brewed by Guyuan, and red wine that was waking up. There was an ice bucket in the small dining car on the edge of the table, and 2 champagne bottles were lying in it. She looked like a cold beauty. Cola, which could be said to be the public enemy of women, was naturally not available. Gu Qingqiu reached out and poured herself a glass of white wine. She picked it up and drank it. The spicy smell of wine rolled in her stomach and she choked and coughed violently. Qin Weibai looked at her quietly, with a distant color in her eyes that no one could see through. Gu Qingqiu stopped coughing with difficulty, and 2 groups of red appeared on her face, looking more and more charming. "Let's eat." Qin Weibai glanced at her and said with a smile, "This place is usually very hidden and almost no one comes here. Therefore no one will know that you are here today. Besides the 2 of us, no one else here will know who you are." She picked up a piece of winter melon and placed it on the plate in front of her. Gu Qingqiu looked at the sumptuous dishes in front of her, then looked at the cutlery. The temperature of the hall was just right, but she felt a coldness that was even colder than when she was outside. There were 12 dishes on the table and most of them were vegetarian dishes with bright colors. Of the 2 meat dishes, one was a pigeon and the other was neither fish nor fowl. It was a plate of dog meat that would not appear in most banquets. There was a saying in Jianghu state that dog meat should not be served, but this plate of dog meat was placed in the middle of all the dishes, as if it was a glaring reminder. Others might not know that Gu Qingqiu, who looked beautiful, refined, elegant and delicate, actually loved to eat dog meat. Qing Shilai, who had been with her for many years, did not know this. In her memory this was a secret that only her dead parents and Gu Xingyun knew. The 12 dishes were her favorite on weekdays. The tableware was made of pure silver, and the tableware was carved with orchid patterns, which were also her favorite, plus what Qin Weibai had said before. This kind of fear of being understood little by little from the details was constantly rising in her heart. She did not know why the other party knew her existence. She also did not know why the other party knew her so well. The vigilant instinct was screaming wildly, reminding her to leave this dangerous woman in front of her, but she did not dare to move and sat in the same place. Gu Qingqiu watched Qin Weibai eat gracefully, drank a glass of orange juice, and watched the people around her prepare desserts after the meal. Gu Qingqiu ate something randomly. The taste should be very good but she could not taste it at all. Xian Yan does not know you, but you should be familiar with her. After eating quietly, Qin Weibai picked up a tissue and wiped the corners of her mouth. Her movements were delicate and elegant. Yes. Gu Qingqiu opened her mouth vigilantly. Of course she knew the existence of Gu Xianyan. Not long ago, Gu Xingyun communicated with her and said that he would let Gu Xianyan practice in Huading for a year to broaden her horizons. After that, he would find a suitable opportunity to let Gu Xianyan be by her side and let her personally teach her. Between the lines, Gu Qingqiu could hear the importance and expectation that Gu Xingyun attached to this girl. Gu Qingqiu had already begun to come into contact with some of Gu Xianyan's information and began to consciously think about how and what she should teach her. Gu Xianyan needed to broaden her horizons, and she also needed a year's time to prepare to train her into the Phoenix Pavilion's pavilion master. However, no one expected that Gu Xianyan would make such a sharp and crazy backstab in Huading. Phoenix Pavilion was completely exposed, and the Special Warfare Group in Kunlun City were in turmoil. However, Gu Xianyan stood beside Qin Weibai and became a highly valued figure in Emperor Dong's palace. Gu Qingqiu silently glanced at Gu Xianyan. Gu Xianyan blinked her big eyes and looked at her innocently. Her acting skills were really good. Gu Qingqiu lowered her head and took a sip of juice. Li Shi Gu Qingqiu Gu Xianyan. 3rd generation Pavilion Master of Phoenix Pavilion. The 1st generation Pavilion Master was now the Deputy Palace Lord of Emperor Dong's palace. The 3rd generation Pavilion Master seemed to be fully trained by Qin Weibai. Only she, the 2nd generation Pavilion Master, was still faithfully fulfilling her obligations. Gu Qingqiu was very sure that Li Shi and Gu Xianyan were definitely not Qin Weibai's sources of information. In the entire Kunlun City system, Gu Qingqiu did not exist, and there was no 2nd generation Pavilion Master in Phoenix Pavilion. In the entire Kunlun City, only one person knew of her existence, and that was Gu Xingyun. Even Gu Qianchuan did not know of her existence. Such a degree of secrecy naturally meant that Gu Xingyun had to spend more resources to train her. But now she had been with Qing Shilai for 15 years and gave birth to a son for him. Now Wang Qinglei's future was unknown, and Qing Shilai was more and more brilliant. Gu Xingyun's efforts had undoubtedly begun to pay off. Xianyan will be with me from now on. Qin Weibai whispered, I can teach her what you can teach her. I can teach her what you can't teach her. Even if I don't understand, it doesn't matter. I can find the most professional people in the world to teach her. Emperor Dong's palace is far better than Kunlun City in terms of resources and prospects. I can't be sure of Xianyan's future. In the future when Tianlan and I are old, Xianyan may not become the hostess of Emperor Dong's palace, but she will definitely have the same power as the hostess of Emperor Dong's palace. What does it have to do with me? Gu Qingqiu said lightly. In fact, I believe in Kunlun City's vision in this regard, but I don't quite agree with their approach. Their approach has many limitations, but they have a good eye for selection, especially the candidates for the Pavilion Master of Phoenix Pavilion. Especially the candidates for the Phoenix Pavilion Master. If possible, we don't want to miss out on any of them. Qin Weibai looked into Gu Qingqiu's eyes, and her voice was clear and sharp. I don't know what you're talking about. Gu Qingqiu suddenly smiled. Perhaps her heart was still shaken, but on the surface she had completely calmed down. A gentle and beautiful smile bloomed at the corner of her mouth. It had a soul-stirring charm. What is Phoenix Pavilion? She couldn't clearly admit anything in front of Qin Weibai, even if Qin Weibai knew her beyond her imagination. Qin Weibai smiled and didn't seem to mind Gu Qingqiu's pretending to be stupid. She just said slowly, Phoenix Pavilion has very strict requirements for the selection of pavilion masters, not only in terms of body and appearance. Because the hunting target of the pavilion master of Phoenix Pavilion is the big shots who can affect the world. From the perspective of current science, every pavilion master of Phoenix Pavilion has to bear a lot of karma. Therefore, every pavilion master needs enough luck to bear these karma. You don't have to believe in things like luck and karma, but no one dares to clearly say that it doesn't exist. This is something that can't be seen or touched but is invisibly destined. In Jianghu state this is called metaphysics. Gu Qingqiu stared at Qin Weibai blankly. Qin Weibai's voice was soft, like a cloud of cold mist that would melt in the wind and snow at any time. Jianghu state once had 2 recognized metaphysics grandmasters. They could prove that karma does exist. More than one general or member of parliament had been instructed by them and achieved achievements that others couldn't imagine. When the parliament made some important decisions, they would also ask them what should be paid attention to. Such people are rare in Jianghu state. But coincidentally, the monk who raised me was one of them. The whole Jianghu state knows that you are the adopted daughter of great master Wu Wei. Gu Qingqiu played with the cup in her hand. This is my luck. Qin Weibai nodded. But the whole Jianghu state doesn't know that when the Samsara Palace still existed, Xian Xuanzi, a metaphysics grandmaster who was as famous as great master Wu Wei, was the 13th supermaster of the Samsara Palace, codenamed Tianji. Gu Qingqiu's hand holding the cup suddenly tightened, and she looked up at Qin Weibai. This is impossible. Qin Weibai didn't speak. Gu Qingqiu sneered. I only know that Xian Xuanzi once called you a demoness who brought disaster to the country and people, and that was before he joined the Samsara Palace. In the last few years of his life, he was the 13th supermaster of the Samsara Palace. Qin Weibai gently raised the corner of her mouth. I sent Xian Yin to Kunlun City through Xian Xuanzi. You should know Gu Xingyun very well. He firmly believes in metaphysics. I believe in him very, very much. I can even say that I rely on him. Qin Weibai paused and said meaningfully, without Xian Xuanzi's approval, do you think Gu Xingyun would casually push someone to the position of pavilion master of Phoenix Pavilion? Gu Qingqiu's expression changed slightly. He was keenly aware of the meaning contained in Qin Weibai's words. Gu Xianyin was the Phoenix Pavilion master. She was also the Phoenix Pavilion master. The expression on Gu Qingqiu's face vanished. She slowly raised her head and looked into Qin Weibai's eyes. What do you mean? Are you interested in Xian Xuanzi? Qin Weibai smiled playfully. Then I'll tell you a story. It's about Xian Xuanzi. The dishes were removed one by one. More than a dozen kinds of exquisite desserts of different colors and shapes were served. Qin Weibai put a piece of soft cake in front of her and said casually, Xian Xuanzi's family can be regarded as a standard metaphysical family. His father, his grandfather, and even those older than him are all engaged in this industry, and they are all people with real talent. Although they have not reached the level of guru, they are not Jianghu swindlers. Their family was very famous for a while, but this kind of fame was not a good thing in a special period that you haven't experienced but have definitely heard of. Xian Xuanzi's father was dragged out and smashed to death with stones and glass on the street. After the family fell, his mother took him to the northwest. During that time life was very hard. There was a famine and his mother starved to death. That year Xian Xuanzi was only 16 years old. He had no family and the orphanage would not accept children at this age, so he became a homeless child. He went to the northwest, went to the south, drifted in the northeast and was driven away as a beggar in Yuzhou. When he was at his poorest, he snatched the bread that was bitten by a stray dog on the roadside. He stole wood, worked as a laborer, built a boat, went to jail and washed dishes for people in restaurants. Before the age of 30, he lived a life where he didn't know the next meal. He couldn't afford to smoke, couldn't drink, and was so fat that others didn't even bother to look at women. He didn't know anything and had no education. Wu Yu from Huading in Yuzhou had been floating around and couldn't even find a job that could barely support himself. It was not until he was 30 years old that he finally found something that changed his life. When that period of history passed and people no longer felt fear and disgust for metaphysics, he began to tell people's fortunes. His family's knowledge was profound and he was indeed talented. He was also willing to study Qimen Duanjia Tai Chi 8 diagrams, and a few out-of-print books that he brought back from the ancient wood when he stole wood. He turned them over and over, and the accuracy of his fortune-telling was amazingly high. People began to line up at his fortune-telling stall. Later he had some money and set up his own studio. The studio became a private numerology consulting company. He finally tasted the taste of women. He got married, had a daughter, and made friends with social celebrities in his eyes. But he chose the wrong side. His company was closed down, he lost all his money, and even his wife died. He became worthless again. After what he had experienced, he didn't want to go back to the days when he didn't have enough to eat. Besides, he still had his daughter to take care of. At that time, Xian Xuanzi wanted to live a better life even in his dreams. Although he had nothing material, he still had some fame. So he wanted to use that fame to find the most powerful backer and a better future for his daughter. So he took his daughter, who was born with the flying phoenix, to Jianghu. He wanted to take refuge in the Li family, which was at its peak in Zhengzhou state. Because at that time, everyone knew that the Li family was very particular about these things, and they also had their own metaphysics master, Great Master Wuwei. But at that time, Li Honghe and the Wang family of Beihai were busy dealing with the Heroes Club, the Jiang family of South America, and the fantasy world's invasion of Zhengzhou state. Moreover, they were close friends with Great Master Wuwei. How much importance could they attach to a Jianghu fortune-teller? Naturally, Xian Xuanzi couldn't see the war god of Zhengzhou state. But the Gu family, the vicious dog beside the Li family at that time, had heard of Xian Xuanzi's fame. The Gu family secretly took in Xian Xuanzi, but they didn't pay too much attention to him. They just kept him as a secret guest and didn't see him on various occasions. But his daughter, who had a noble birth destiny at that time, blended well in the Gu family. His daughter was very beautiful. Although she was still young at that time, she already had the shadow of a stunning beauty. It was easy to attract Gu Xingyun and even Gu Qianchuan, who were also young at that time. But Xian Xuanzi, who was not valued, was not reconciled. So when he met with the core figures of the Gu family, he threw out the heavyweight bargaining chip that he had intended to give to the Li family. Qin Weibai's voice paused and she took a bite of the cake. Gu Qingqiu, who was a little absorbed, said subconsciously, "What bargaining chip? Have you heard of the Heshibi?" Qin Weibai smiled. Or it could be the Imperial Jade Seal. Gu Qingqiu's breath stopped slightly. Xian Xuanzi had the clue of the Imperial Jade Seal. From the perspective of metaphysics, it could represent the fate of Zhengzhou state to a certain extent, second only to the legendary dragon vein of Zhengzhou state. Not only Xian Xuanzi, but even the Gu family at that time thought that it was the key to their rise. The Gu family did touch the Heshibi according to the clue given by Xian Xuanzi, but because of some accident, the Heshibi was lost. If the Heshibi was not lost, from the perspective of metaphysics, the current Gu family might really be extremely powerful. But although the Gu family did not get the Heshibi, Xian Xuanzi's daughter was highly valued by the Gu family. Qin Weibai looked at Gu Qingqiu. Do you know why? Because according to Xian Xuanzi, the clue of the Heshibi was deduced by him from his daughter's birth chart. There is no way to find out whether this is true or not, but Xian Xuanzi's daughter was carefully trained by the Gu family to cultivate her martial arts. They cultivated her talents and her logic of thinking. She grew up silently in the Gu family and became more and more dazzling. At the same time, she got closer and closer to the genius of the Gu family, Gu Xingyun. They loved each other at that time, but when Gu Xingyun's parents were about to formally propose to Xian Xuanzi, Xian Xuanzi's daughter met another man. In other words, she met the master of the Gu family at that time. Well, the master is not very accurate. It should be the young master of the Gu family. Gu Qingqiu's body shook. She vaguely knew who Xian Xuanzi's daughter was in Qin Weibai's story, but she couldn't believe it. Li Guangtu, the young master of the Li family, fell in love with the girl who had already fallen in love with Gu Xingyun at first sight, and made his own request to the Gu family on the spot. At that time, Gu Xingyun's bloodline was not the orthodox of the Gu family. The leader was Gu Qianchuan's bloodline. At that time, the Gu family was still a loyal dog to the Li family. On the one hand, it was their master, and on the other hand, it was a talented child of their own. Of course, the Gu family knew how to choose. They suppressed Gu Xingyun and Xian Xuanzi, and sent his daughter to Li Guangtu. Later, Gu Xingyun endured for several years and found an opportunity to successfully take the leadership of the Gu family. However, Gu Xingyun, who controlled the Gu family, was still not qualified to take back the girl who had already belonged to Li Guangtu. He didn't know who to hate, especially after he found that the girl he loved was becoming more and more indifferent to him, but became more and more gentle and considerate to Li Guangtu. He wanted to kill Li Guangtu, wanted to overthrow the Li family, wanted to get that girl, wanted revenge and loved her very much. But he hated her very much. So, he imprisoned the girl's father, imprisoned Xian Xuanzi, and threatened the girl to reveal Li Guangtu's various movements and martial arts progress to him. Later he became more and more excessive, and began to try to control Li Guangtu's various behaviors through the girl. It was also during that time that Kunlun City began to cultivate all kinds of excellent and beautiful young women, quietly placing them around the important figures of the Li family. Resources were constantly mobilized and more departments were set up. The means of cultivating excellent young women became more and more professional, which also meant that the management began to become troublesome. Kunlun City put together this set of system for cultivating young girls and officially named it Phoenix Pavilion. Xian Xuanzi's daughter, the girl who succeeded in making Li Guangtu fall in love, became the first pavilion master of Phoenix Pavilion. Gu Qingqiu held her cheeks and listened attentively, as if she was really listening to a story. But her eyes were twinkling. This was definitely not Xian Xuanzi's original intention, Qin Weibai said. Seeing his daughter involved in the storm between the Li family and the Gu family, and could be torn apart at any time as a father, of course, he was not reconciled and of course he wanted to do something. When Gu Xingyun was torturing him once, he told Gu Xingyun that their plan wasn't perfect. They should be looking for a beautiful woman with the fate of 100 tigers to be placed by Li Guangtu's side. The 100 tigers were fierce, far more suitable to carry out the Gu family's plan than his daughter's flying phoenix fate. He wanted to find a girl with the birth destiny of 100 tigers to replace his daughter. At the very least, he wanted to put her and his woman beside Li Guangtu at the same time to find a suitable scapegoat. Gu Qingqiu's body suddenly trembled as if she had been electrocuted. Her ruddy face instantly turned pale. Qin Weibai's voice continued, but the unhurried tone seemed to gradually add a touch of cruelty and sharpness. Gu Xingyun agreed to this plan. He fed Xian Xuanzi the Gu family's unique poison and let him out of the Gu family. It was at that time that he, who originally had his own name, became the real Xian Xuanzi. He was responsible for secretly collecting all kinds of girls who met the requirements of Phoenix Pavilion for the Gu family. With the support of the Gu family's resources, Xian Xuanzi's activities in the outside world could be said to be flourishing. Metaphysics Grandmaster? What is a metaphysics Grandmaster? With the cooperation of a big force behind him, he can mobilize all kinds of resources, he has real talent, and he can achieve the effect of turning stone into gold in the shortest time. With many such examples, he naturally becomes a metaphysics grandmaster. This is a method of hyping up fame. The only thing needed is that the hyped object has real talent. So in those years, Xian Xuanzi became more and more famous. More than half of the upper class of Zhongzhou state had heard of his fame, and his reputation began to catch up with great master Wu Wei. Xian Xuanzi began to be often invited to the homes of some social celebrities, and even participated in some charity activities and various banquets. He came into contact with more and more people. During that period his name was extremely famous. Zhongzhou state even set off a metaphysics craze because of the existence of him and great master Wu Wei. It's just that Xian Xuanzi's heart has always been very uneasy. He became successful and got everything he once dreamed of, but he never found the birth destiny of 100 tigers, and he had the luck to save his daughter's goal. Until he received an invitation. That year Xian Xuanzi was still in Huading, but he received an invitation from Lin An. The inviter was a local wealthy family in Jianghu, with a large business and a great reputation in the clothing and retail industry. The businessman wanted to invest in other fields, so he wanted to find Xian Xuanzi to consult about his luck in the next few years. Xian Xuanzi was invited to Lin An. The patriarch of the small wealthy family was very sincere and held a welcome banquet for Xian Xuanzi. It was at that banquet that he saw a little girl. The girl was about 7 or 8 years old at that time, but she had already shown an extraordinary demeanor. She was as fair as jade, could play the piano, draw, understand poetry, and was very good at playing the violin. The girl at that time was probably equivalent to the fairy face of a few years ago. No matter where she came from, as long as people saw her, they could see the kind of light shining in her. Xian Xuanzi was overjoyed because that girl was the one he had been looking for a long time, the one who could replace his daughter. He could see the girl's birth destiny and the huge luck in her that was enough to make his family prosper. So when the businessman asked him alone after the banquet, Xian Xuanzi gave his own answer. The businessman asked about his luck in the next 3 years. At that time Xian Xuanzi's answer was that he would soar to the sky in 3 years. But no one knew that his answer was actually only half a sentence. Then he left Lin An and returned to Kunlun City overnight. After meeting Gu Xingyun, he told Gu Xingyun the half sentence that he didn't tell the businessman, 3 years later, his family would be ruined. Da-da-da, there was a slight sound in the hall. Gu Qingqiu, whose face was pale without a trace of blood, held the cup tightly with her slender fingers. The cup trembled slightly on the table. Qin Weibai's voice was still calm and a little cold. Behind every metaphysics grandmaster, there is absolutely powerful capital power, so they have the ability to turn stone into gold in the eyes of others. Gu Xingyun began to mobilize all kinds of resources. Within 3 years, the businessman who invited Xian Xuanzi to Lin, and was really successful. His assets doubled and he was in the limelight. Such development made Xian Xuanzi famous and also made him the businessman's guest of honor. He often went back and forth to Lin, and then secretly observed the growth of the girl. The girl became more and more amazing. It took Xian Xuanzi 3 years to determine the target. So in order to prove the second half of his sentence, a large amount of capital of Gu's surged in and almost destroyed most of the businessman's assets overnight. This was done very cleverly, almost without anyone noticing. Gu's made full use of several competitors of the businessman and completely ruined the businessman's group. From the beginning to the end, not to mention the businessman, even the competitors who were used as pawns didn't know the existence of Gu's. The bankrupt businessman was burdened with huge debts. All his properties and cars were sold and his family lived on the streets. The businessman couldn't bear the huge pressure and jumped into the lake by the West Lake. His body was found a few days later. When the businessman's wife saw her husband's body, she completely collapsed and naturally went crazy. She was sent to the cheapest mental hospital by the local city government and died a month later. The cause of death is still unknown. And the girl who showed dazzling brilliance, who was originally loved, knew dance and music, knew poetry and painting, and was the focus of everyone's attention, was only 11 years old. She wandered on the streets for about 3 months. In the summer she didn't change a dirty dress. She went to the trash can for food, drank the water of the West Lake, slept in the subway station and on the park bench. The relatives who sympathized with the girl and wanted to pick her up had inexplicable accidents. More than one thirsty tramp wanted to take her home and collect her, but all of them died inexplicably. Because the girl was herself a prey. The hunter in the dark forced her father to die, killed her mother, killed all the relatives who wanted to adopt her, and killed all the people who had bad intentions towards her. The hunter wanted the girl to live in the most desperate environment and the most difficult life. Qin Weibai looked at Gu Qingqiu, who seemed to be about to faint at any time, and her voice was as cold as a knife. Because that was the only way to save her before the hunter took action. When she survived, she knew how to be grateful. Isn't this an unforgettable kindness? Jiang Nishang, do you agree with this statement? It's impossible, Gu Qingqiu kept shaking her head. At this moment she was like a puppet who had lost her soul. Her eyes were chaotic to the extreme, and she had lost all ability to respond. Let's continue to tell this story. Qin Weibai smiled. The hunter let the girl live for more than 3 months in the most desperate days. Then he created a coincidence and let the girl appear in front of him. He was very kind and gave her a chance to talk to him. What did an 11-year-old girl know? She didn't have a sound outlook on life and values. How could she know who destroyed her family? The only thing she knew was the names of a few of her father's competitors. She wanted revenge. This was human instinct. And the kind hunter did catch several competitors of the girl's father. He took them to the depths of the West Lake, where the girl's father jumped into the lake and gave the girl a short knife. The hunter just watched the girl cut her enemies until they bled and couldn't breathe. He gave the girl her first lesson and she learned what ruthlessness was. The hunter took the girl to a secret base, made her forget her name and gave her a new name, Qingqiu. The girl was originally a daughter of a rich family. She had a good foundation and her age was just right. She received all kinds of training which could be said to be twice the result with half the effort. The hunter's ambition was to train the girl into the most perfect woman. But before the girl grew up, in fact, not long after the girl entered the secret base, the Gu family found a great opportunity to completely overthrow their master. But they still didn't give up on training the girl. It seemed that they had tasted the sweetness, so they did their best to train her. They spent 10 years creating a woman they thought was perfect. After completing the most difficult step, the girl appeared next to the youngest deputy speaker of Zhongzhou state at that time with little effort. The people of Phoenix Pavilion thought that not many people could resist the girl's charm, and it was true. The 21-year-old girl easily took the hand of the ambitious deputy speaker, went to his bed, and was carefully protected by him like a treasure. That year the girl was 21 years old, and her hunting target was 35 years old. That was the 10th year after she entered Kunlun City. The girl spent the first 5 years with the hunting target and watched him become the mayor of Huading, a big international city, from the deputy speaker. In the second 5 years, she watched him become the speaker of a province from the mayor of Huading. In the third 5 years, she came to Yuzhou in awe and took control of the Ministry of Personnel. The third 5 years was coming to an end. She watched him stabilize his position as the crown prince. At that time the girl was no longer young, but she was still spoiled by him. For 15 years she didn't know whether she fell in love with him or not. But no matter whether she did or not, she didn't think it mattered. Because in her heart he was just her hunting target. Maybe she had feelings for him, or maybe it was very deep. But no matter what, it couldn't be compared to her unforgettable gratitude to the hunter. She just hoped that time could go faster, to the most critical point, to do what she wanted to do and then get a sum of money, go to the country she had been looking forward to for half of her life, to settle down, leave Jianghu state and never come back. Then, at the end of the third 5 years, she received an inexplicable invitation. She came to this private palace called Homeland, and watched the woman tell her a story. Qin Weibai picked up the newly changed orange juice, poured herself a glass and drank half of it in one gulp. She rarely spoke so much, so she soon felt tired. Gu Qingqiu's eyes were a little crazy, sitting in the same place, motionless. The atmosphere was almost suffocating. Qin Weibai was giving her time to react. Gu Xianyan had always been an honest child. She blinked and looked at Gu Qingqiu, holding her cheeks. There was some sympathy in her big eyes, and she said crisply, "You are so poor." "No," Gu Qingqiu said softly. She shook her head hard and desperately. "No, not me." Her movements were getting bigger and bigger. All her emotions completely broke out at this moment. Gu Qingqiu suddenly screamed, stood up, and directly overturned the table in front of her. She screamed, "It's not me, it's not me." Countless desserts flew in the air. Qin Weibai seemed to have been prepared. She tapped the ground with one leg, and her chair moved back all the way to the French window. Outside the window the snow was flying, and it was pure white, as if heaven and earth were hanging upside down. Qin Weibai waved her hand. The security guards and waiters who had rushed out paused, and all carefully retreated, looking at Gu Qingqiu with vigilance. Qin Weibai was still sitting in the chair, legs crossed, cold and proud, looking down. "This is not true. You lied to me." Gu Qingqiu stared at Qin Weibai. "Why did you lie to me?" She seemed to want to rush over desperately, but she gritted her teeth and restrained herself. "It's just a story," Qin Weibai said faintly. Gu Qingqiu's excited emotions suddenly stagnated, and her whole person seemed to be stunned. She stood there blankly, and tears welled up in her eyes. After a while she said hoarsely, "Why did you tell this story?" "I respect the truth. There is no fabrication in the story. If you really take the story as a story, maybe you can ask Hunter why he made up this story." "I don't believe it." Gu Qingqiu gritted her teeth and sneered. "You are sowing discord. You want to provoke the relationship between me and Gu Xingyun, right? Are you afraid that he will ruin your plan? So you stab him in the back, right? I know you are a terrible woman and the whole Jianghu state knows it, but do you think I will be fooled? I don't believe it. I don't believe a word you say." Qin Weibai turned her chair and looked out of the window at the quiet and snow-white West Mountain. In Gu Qingqiu's eyes, there was a perfect dream, but extremely sharp and indifferent side face. "Then you can go." Qin Weibai had no intention of persuading Gu Qingqiu. "Goodbye. Neat and tidy." Gu Qingqiu froze in place again. She breathed quickly and her chest kept rising and falling. She was silent. The silent stalemate lasted for 5 minutes. Qin Weibai turned her head and looked at her. "Are you waiting for me to treat you to afternoon tea?" "I don't believe it," Gu Qingqiu muttered to herself and shook her head. Tears kept gushing out of her eyes and falling to the ground. "Why are you telling me this? What do you want me to do?" "You have the right not to believe it. This is your freedom." Qin Weibai said softly, "I just treat you as a friend, so I tell you this. I have fulfilled my obligation. As for what you want to do, you have received the most professional training, and you don't need me to teach you. You cannot believe it. Leave here now and I will pretend that we have never met, and I can promise not to do anything. You can also choose to doubt and ask me to provide evidence." Qin Weibai took out her limited edition Hermes black and white handbag and took out a USB flash drive from it. Gu Xianyan came over and took the USB flash drive. "This is the evidence you want. Things were done very cleanly that year, so even this evidence can't directly prove anything. However, the information in this contains a lot of things. As long as you are not stupid, You can probably speculate the truth of the matter and even continue to investigate. You are not the only one in the information. There are a few others whose situations are similar to yours. I'm not familiar with them. What you want to do is entirely up to you. Gu Xianyan walked to Gu Qingqiu and handed over the USB flash drive in her hand. Gu Qingqiu looked at the black USB flash drive with fear and subconsciously took a step back. Qin Weibai looked at her quietly and said nothing. After a long time, Gu Qingqiu carefully reached out and took the USB flash drive. She clenched her fists tightly as if she was holding a mountain. Why do you know this? Gu Qingqiu's mouth moved. And those things about me, it doesn't matter. Qin Weibai laughed. Her laughter was a little soft, with a little relief. The important thing is that the contents of the USB flash drive can guarantee the authenticity of the story I told. Gu Qingqiu was silent for a moment and said hoarsely, I'm leaving. Goodbye. Qin Weibai did not get up and nodded. Gu Qingqiu turned and left. Her body was shaking and she was lost. Gu Xianyan looked at her back and said with some doubt in her voice, Sister, her reaction is very strange. Isn't it exciting enough? Qin Weibai smiled and sent Gu Qingqiu away. After eating her fill she was as languid as a cat, languid and lazy. Gu Xianyan nodded hard. Don't underestimate her. Qin Weibai said softly, this is a person who has received the most professional training in all aspects. In a sense, it can even be said to be the ultimate version of you. Her current situation may be the direction you want to grow in Kunlun City's eyes. She is definitely a master in controlling her own emotions. In fact, I was a little surprised that she could have the reaction just now. What will she do next? Gu Xianyan seemed to start imagining. Gu Qingqiu Qingshilai, Kunlun City Gu Xingyun, this was definitely the core bomb of Kunlun City. If it exploded at this time, what would the consequences be? What effect could it have on the current situation? Do what she should do, such as change her fate. Qin Weibai's voice was a little vague. She looked through the window at Gu Qingqiu's graceful back that was about to disappear. She didn't tell her why she knew so much. In fact, it really didn't matter. The other Qin Weibai had thought of these things in her mind, so Qin Weibai also knew. In the time and space that she didn't know was the past or the future, Qin Weibai had heard the story she had just told Gu Qingqiu. Gu Xingyun told her the story himself. That was after the siege of the snowy night in that time and space, she knelt beside Dongqing Huangtu's body and held his body, which was colder than ice and snow, in her arms. Gu Xingyun stood beside her and said this story in a cold and happy voice, telling the idea that those who obey me will prosper and those who oppose me will die. At that time, Gu Qingqiu had died. His bones were cold. Qin Weibai didn't tell Gu Qingqiu that everything she was doing now was actually meaningless, because even in the end, until she completed the task ahead of time, she never got the money promised by Gu Xingyun, nor did she go to Switzerland that she wanted to forget for many years, nor did she pick up the camera and travel around the world. Gu Xingyun would not allow her, who knew too much, to survive. Death was an inevitable situation. She once wore a small and exquisite mask and lived with Gu Qingqiu in a luxurious villa as his cousin. She slept on the same bed, met Qing Shilai's brother-in-law, went to the university town in Yuzhou, ate stinky tofu that cost 15 yuan a night together, sweated like rain in the tennis court of a private club, and shared the most private things between them. She watched her kill her boyfriend who wanted to threaten her at the age of 37. They cried, laughed, played, looked forward to the future together and felt melancholy together. They were the best friends. They used to be. The wind and snow were like a curtain. Gu Qingqiu's figure turned through the moon gate and completely disappeared in the messy snow curtain. Goodbye. Qin Weibai whispered softly. When Gu Xianyan turned to find dessert, her long sigh seemed to pass through thousands of years of time. Teacher. Chapter 12:21. When it was late at night in Jianghu State, it was already morning in the Slankaf Islands of Snow Country. The Slankaf Islands were located in the northwest of Snow Country, close to the polar circle. It was a world of ice and snow and sparsely populated. A dozen islands of different sizes floated on the surface of the Arctic Ocean, covered with thick snow, like glaciers floating in the sea. The total land area of the Slanka Islands was less than 6,000 square kilometers. There were no tourist attractions or rich resources. The development was backward and the population was sparse. Not to mention the world, even in Snow Country many people had never heard of this place. To be exact, this was the situation of the Slankaf Islands more than 2 years ago. Today, more than 2 years later, there were still many people in Snow Country who had never heard of this place. But in the dark world, it could be regarded as famous and even well known. 1 month ago. That was when the final battle in Beihai had just ended. Snow Country officially granted the Slankuff Islands a new name. The name Slankuff Islands completely became the name of the Li family. This remote but indeed located in the hinterland of Snow Country was officially renamed the Dawn Islands. About 16,000 people from Snow Country were relocated to the Dawn Islands. The Aurora Legion entered the Dawn Islands in a high-profile manner. At the same time, it completely appeared in the sight of all the forces in the Dark World and stepped onto the world stage. Snow Country's Grizzly Bear Mercenary Corps, Cold Fire Mercenary Corps, Flying Bird, Wind and Snow Embrace, Cold Sword, more than 20 famous dark forces in Snow Country announced that they would become the vassals of the Aurora Legion at the same time. The Aurora Legion began to expand as soon as it officially appeared. In just 1 month, the dark forces in the 3 small countries around Snow Country were wiped out. As soon as the order of the local special warfare system collapsed, the Aurora Legion, which had entered in a high-profile manner, took over the position of the special warfare center of the 3 countries in the shortest time. The Aurora Legion's invincible conqueror path encountered strong resistance when it was cleaning up Reki City. Maybe it was not cleaning up. It was just a test. And the Aurora Legion's test also got the desired result. Hundreds of elites, including an expert at the peak of the Thundershocking realm, were all wiped out. The Snowdance Corps rushed directly into Snow Country. Within 48 hours, they continuously cleaned up 4 bases of the Aurora Legion before slowing down. However, it was only a matter of slowing down. The conflict between the Snowdance Corps and the Aurora Legion continued. At the border between the 2 forces, there were conflicts and provocations almost every day. The changing times continued throughout the world. Since the fall of the Polar Ground Alliance, the Aurora Legion had become a new superpower in Snow Country in the eyes of the people in the Dark World. Perhaps its comprehensive strength was not as good as that of the Polar Ground Alliance, but it was not far behind. They already had the Dawn Islands as their foundation, and they also had experts at the peak of the Invincible Realm guarding them. Now they took root in Snow Country and were rapidly expanding toward the entire eastern part of the European continent. The former superpowers had fallen apart, and new superpowers were constantly rising. Everyone believed that within 10 years, the Aurora Legion could surpass the former Polar Ground Alliance and become the strongest superpower in the eastern part of the European continent. Excluding the vassals, there were not many official members of the Aurora Legion. There were less than 50,000 people, and about 1/5 of them were in the logistics department. There were only 37,000 true warriors. But it was these less than 40,000 soldiers that intimidated the over 300,000 soldiers of the vassal forces, controlled the special warfare system of the entire Snow Empire, and became the heart of all the dark forces of the Snow Empire. The reason? The reason was not only that their leader was Wang Xiaoyao, an expert at the peak of the Invincible Realm. At the same time, they were part of the North Sea Legion, and it could be said that they were the most elite forces in the Legion. An expert at the peak of the Invincible Realm. 4 deputy commanders of the half-step Invincible Realm. 12 experts at the peak of the Thundershocking Realm. Nearly 50 experts in the Thundershocking Realm. More than 5,000 experts in the Fire-Flaming Realm. Nearly 20,000 experts in the Ice-Condensing Realm. Within the Aurora Legion, the weakest one had entered the threshold of the Chi-Controlling Realm, one of the 4 realms of martial arts. This was an army whose average strength was at the peak of the Ice-Condensing Realm. They were invincible and had almost no shortcomings. Even in the whole world, only the Border Control Corps of Jianghu State could be compared with the Aurora Legion in terms of comprehensive strength. This army of nearly 50,000 was the carefully selected elites of the North Sea Legion. They were taken to Snow Country during the chaos in Snow Country. After the chaos ended, they were all detained by Wang Xiaoyao until today. For more than 2 years, the 50,000 army, which had existed in the name of the North Sea Legion, was not peaceful. Loyalty to Mount Dibing and loyalty to Wang Xiaoyao were 2 different concepts in many people's minds. Wang Xiaoyao controlled the situation and had been quietly changing the blood. Today, among the 12 experts at the peak of the Thundershocking Realm in the Aurora Legion, 7 of them were from Snow Country and had nothing to do with the North Sea Legion. 3 of them were from the former Polar Ground Alliance. This was the case for the high-level members of the Legion, let alone the shuffling of the middle and high-level members. In the name of the Wang family of Beihai, Wang Xiaoyao led 50,000 troops to conquer the dark world of Snow Country. After subduing these forces, he placed them inside the 50,000 troops. Day after day he changed the inner direction of these 50,000 people little by little. This process was destined not to be easy. Many diehard supporters of Mount Dibing gradually disappeared within 2 years. New forces joined in and moved faster and faster. In more than 2 years, Wang Xiaoyao finally took initial control of the situation and barely turned the 50,000 most elite forces into his own. So after the final battle of Beihai, Wang Xiaoyao officially moved the headquarters of the North Sea Legion in Snow Country and stationed it in the Dawn Islands. The North Sea Legion was officially renamed as the Aurora Legion. After more than 2 years of dormancy and management, from that moment on, Wang Xiaoyao, who had stepped into the peak of the invincible realm, completely straightened out the forces in his hands. The 50,000 Aurora Legion had also parted ways with the North Sea Legion and became a sharp sword in his hands. For the Wang family of Beihai, this was undoubtedly a huge blow. It meant that Wang Xiaoyao had completely betrayed Mount Dibing and taken away a part of the core strength of the North Sea Legion. The North Sea Legion, which had always been regarded as the biggest reliance of the Wang family of Beihai, was greatly weakened. Although they were still recruiting and expanding, there was no doubt that the loss of the 50,000 elites meant that they had lost the competitiveness to compete with the Border Control Corps for the #1 army in the world. The entire North Sea province was in an uproar. Wang Xiaoyao became a traitor that everyone in Beihai had to kill. More than one sword-holding family even claimed that Wang Xiaoyao was the biggest traitor and shame in the history of Beihai for hundreds of years, because he had split the core strength of Beihai. Mount Dibing had been silent. However, the core members of the Wang family of Beihai, led by Wang Xingxiao, had begun to discuss the sanctions against the Aurora Legion. Wang Xiaoyao was still calm and collected. He occupied the dark world of Snow Country. After drawing a clear line with the Wang family of Beihai, he seemed to have reached a consensus in the long negotiations with Snow Country. There was no doubt that Snow Country wanted to control the Aurora Legion to serve them. Even when the Polar Ground Alliance existed, Snow Country didn't have its own experts at the peak of the invincible realm. If Wang Xiaoyao could completely rely on them, it would definitely be a pleasant surprise. It was just that they didn't look good, but they had a beautiful dream. Wang Xiaoyao didn't mind doing something for Snow Country, but he couldn't become a sword in the hands of Snow Country. The Aurora Legion expanded in the eastern part of the European continent as a free force. Similar to the Jianghu family and the Heroes Club in South America, they had reached a certain degree of cooperation with Snow Country. But the first thing they considered was the core interests of the Aurora Legion. This completely exposed Wang Xiaoyao's wild ambition. It also made the nature of the Aurora Legion completely different from the forces such as Kunlun City of Jianghu State, the Men in Black of Star State, and the Shadow Throne of the European Alliance. In a short time, Snow Country could only accept such conditions. Fortunately, there was still a long time. They wouldn't give up on subduing the Aurora Legion, and the Aurora Legion wouldn't let down its guard. This long game of seesaw warfare would not end, but this situation was enough for the Aurora Legion to gain a foothold in the Dawn Islands. As soon as the cooperation was established, Snow Country began to provide a large number of armaments for the Aurora Legion. Snow Country's economy was very poor, but it was an old powerhouse in terms of armaments. Maybe there was a gap between it and Star State in some high-end armaments, but a large number of medium and high-end armaments were not bad at all. It was enough to arm the Aurora Legion to the teeth. This could be said to be Snow Country's sincerity, and it was also a bargaining chip that moved Wang Xiaoyao. Wang Xiaoyao kept a straight face and accepted all the armaments, but he didn't reveal anything. For more than 2 years he spent most of his time with his legion. Except for a trip to Jianghu State during the decisive battle in Beihai, he basically didn't leave. His life was a bit regular. The only person who could disturb his rest on weekdays was probably his closest ally, Wang Qinglei, who kept in touch with him all the time. Wang Qinglei's call came when Wang Xiaoyao was dreaming. In the dream he once again dreamed of the woman who was almost engraved in his soul. He was confessing to her and even wanted to hold her hand. All dreams seem to be like this. Just as he was about to touch that hand, the phone suddenly rang. Wang Xiaoyao opened his eyes. There was no anger, no unwillingness. The picture in the dream was still echoing in his mind in reality. It was a pair of quiet but bright eyes that bloomed with stars all over the sky, looking at him quietly. He looked at the palm he stretched out in front of him. After all, it was just a dream. The air was a little heavy. Wang Xiaoyao's heart was filled with melancholy, depression, and a trace of pain. He sat up on the bed, pursed his lips, and took out his mobile phone to look at the number. He got out of bed, took the remote control on the bed at random, and clicked on the TV screen in front of him. Wang Qinglei's phone number appeared on the TV screen. Wang Xiaoyao answered the phone and looked at Wang Qinglei's figure on the screen. He was silent. He whispered, "What about rest?" Wang Qinglei looked at Wang Xiaoyao's somewhat absent-minded state and said with a smile, "I envy you. Although you were busy in the past 2 years, you began to relax after that period. Now the situation in Snow Country is stable, you can come to Wuxia when you have time. Last night I drank with Mellow Light and talked a lot about you. It was very interesting. Next time you come, I'll prepare something good for you. Wang Xiaoyao was indeed a lot more relaxed now. He didn't have to work hard to hold the 50,000 troops in his hand and didn't dare to leave Snow Country. As for the expansion in the Dark World in the eastern part of the European continent, he didn't need to do anything. Now he was the only expert at the peak of the Invincible Realm in the eastern part of the European continent, and also the only expert of the Invincible Realm. Unless it was a special situation, he didn't need to do anything at all. The 4 deputy commanders of the half-step Invincible Realm of the Aurora Legion could each take charge of a region on their own in this land. Even the 12 experts at the peak of the Thundershocking Realm under their command could hardly meet any decent opponents. At present, only the most elite force of the Border Control Corps could match the 50,000 elites in the world. They were expanding unhurriedly in the eastern part of the European continent. The speed was indeed not fast, but it was extremely steady. Their only opponent was the Snowdance Corps, which was entrenched in the territory of the 5 countries led by Reki City. There were only more than 10,000 people in the Snowdance Corps. At present, there were still 5,000 people in the territory of the Dark Knights in the northern part of the European continent. But these 10,000 people were all from the Thunderbolt Battalion of the Border Control Corps, and their frontal combat capability was no worse than that of the Aurora Legion. At present, although there were occasional frictions between the two armies, they both restrained themselves. The Snowdance Corps didn't want to drive Wang Xiaoyao into a corner and kill him. An expert at the peak of the Invincible Realm could play a decisive role in a battle of 10,000 people. No one wanted to force him into a desperate situation. Of course, Wang Xiaoyao would not be so stupid as to take the initiative to attack the Snowdance Corps. The whole world knew that the Snowdance Corps was afraid of Wang Xiaoyao now, because Li Tianlan didn't have time to care about him. Now Emperor Dong's palace already had a plan to expand and establish a dynasty all over the world. America, East Island, Europe, Jianghu State, Tiannan, and a beautiful land. The 5 countries of Reki City where the Snowdance Corps was stationed, were very mature in all aspects and could generate endless profits every year. This huge profit had played a role as a lubricant, nourishing the relationship between Emperor Dong's palace and the giant group. Therefore now Emperor Dong's palace was expanding, but Reki City had to be stable. When the situation of Emperor Dong's palace took shape and Li Tianlan was free, the Aurora Legion and Wang Xiaoyao would be nothing. Wang Xiaoyao naturally knew this, but he also didn't dare to provoke Li Tianlan. This was the most aggrieved thing in his heart. But even so, he didn't give up the development of the Aurora Legion. Emperor Dong's palace needed to expand and it took time to do so. According to Wang Xiaoyao's estimation, it would take at least 10 years for Emperor Dong's palace to become a dynasty. What would happen to the Aurora Legion after 10 years? Wang Xiaoyao thought that he had a chance. Therefore, the situation with the Snowdance Corps was in a stalemate. The Aurora Legion expanded in other directions. Wang Xiaoyao's eyes were more focused on Jianghu State. The election this time also affected his nerves. Whether Wang Qinglei could soar to the sky or not was related to their plan. It was also related to how much support the Aurora Legion could get from Jianghu State in the future. Wang Xiaoyao opened the drawer under the tea table, took out a cigar and lit it. He said in a low voice, "What's the matter?" Wang Qinglei froze for a moment and seemed to see that Wang Xiaoyao was in a bad mood. He didn't talk nonsense and said directly, "Wenwen just left me." When Wang Xiaoyao looked up, Ji Wenxiang. His eyes narrowed subconsciously. The election was coming. The current flag figure of the Southeast Group, the director of Jianghu State, and the Minister of Supervision suddenly went to Wuxia without any news beforehand. What was he going to do? His nerves tightened. He quickly suppressed the drowsiness and the images in his dream. He said in a low voice, "Inspection? Inspect what? Wuxia has been developing steadily in the past few years. What needs the director of the Ministry of Supervision to come down and inspect?" Chen Fangqing came to Wuxia just before he died. Wang Qinglei snorted and suddenly sneered. "I think he wants to start a fire. Can he stand it?" Wang Xiaoyao thought and asked quickly. "It's hard to say. As long as you dig deep, there will be more or less problems in any place." Wang Qinglei said with a solemn expression, "I'm afraid that Guofeng is going to leave in advance. He has bad intentions." Wang Xiaoyao's body tightened slightly. Mu Guofeng was one of the directors of Wuxia and the Minister of Supervision. Ji Wenxiang could be said to be his immediate superior. The personnel of the Ministry of Supervision had its own system. If Ji Wenxiang transferred Mu Guofeng, what position would he arrange for him? Mu Guofeng could be said to be Wang Qinglei's confidant. He had always been in line with Wang Qinglei. If he was transferred at this time, if the position was not ideal, it would undoubtedly tell the whole Wuxia that the Southeast group had made up its mind. Whoever they wanted to touch, Wang Qinglei could not be protected at all. If things developed to this point, Wang Qinglei would undoubtedly be in danger. At this time it was time for Wang Qinglei to fully control Wuxia. This was a big gift to the Prince Group in exchange for his further progress. If he could not control Wuxia, this big gift could easily become a huge bomb. The final position of Mu Guofeng was just the first problem. The second problem was who would take over Mu Guofeng's position after he left? Ji Wenxiang personally took action. The new candidate was very likely to be a bomb that the Southeast group intended to blow Wang Qinglei out of Wuxia. If this candidate could not be controlled for Wang Qinglei, he could be in trouble at any time. So now Wang Qinglei still looked calm and composed, but his situation had become somewhat embarrassing. When facing Li Huaqing and Chen Fangqing, Beihai and the Southeast group had no time to care about them. They could only let them stir up trouble and poach many of their people. They even sent Di Jiang, an expert of the Invincible Realm, to Beihai prison. That was completely helpless. In the face of huge external pressure, they could only try their best to stabilize the internal situation. After the final battle of Beihai, although the Wang family of Beihai suffered extremely heavy losses, with the rise of Wang Xingxiao and Li Tianlan, and the death of Chen Fangqing, the Wang family of Beihai had recovered. Without external pressure, they naturally had to deal with the internal traitors. Wang Qinglei, Wang Xiaoyao, they all had to be dealt with sooner or later. Now Wang Qinglei's situation was extremely delicate, and even his current competitors were not very clear. The one in Sinan City was Wang Qinglei's opponent, but only in the context of the Prince Group. And as a director, his biggest opponent was Yi Dongxing. On the other hand, he also wanted to fight for the position that Wen Xiyuan and Hua Xingyang were competing for. At this time, Wang Qinglei was extremely cautious in every step he took. Ji Wenxiang's sudden arrival in Wuxia made Wang Qinglei a little uneasy. Don't worry too much about Guofeng. I have communicated with Guo Wentian. He will deal with Guofeng's whereabouts. Wang Qinglei said slowly. Wang Xiaoyao narrowed his eyes and understood what Wang Qinglei meant. The other party hoped that he would operate on the candidate to replace Mu Guofeng. It was impossible for Wang Qinglei to get help from the Southeast group at present. But Wang Xiaoyao was different. Even if he was also notorious in the Wang family of Beihai, after all, he was Wang Tianzong's biological brother and had a wide network. Some old people in the Southeast group liked him very much. Wang Qinglei hoped to use Wang Xiaoyao's power to interfere with the candidate to replace Mu Guofeng. At least he had to give it a try. Got it? Wang Xiaoyao nodded. I will set off for Zhongzhou State as soon as possible. Wang Qinglei replied with a hum and rubbed his forehead tiredly. It was obviously another sleepless night for him. He smiled tiredly. That's it. We'll talk about the details when you come. Wang Xiaoyao replied with a hum and hung up the communication. He sat on the sofa in silence, smoking a cigar. All kinds of thoughts kept flashing in his mind. In any case, one thing was certain. It was his inevitable choice to ensure the stability of Wuxia. Similarly, Wang Xiaoyao had to work hard to push Wang Qinglei to go further. Ji Wenxiang lit a flame. And now Wang Xiaoyao was going to completely extinguish this flame. Who was more suitable to replace Mu Guofeng? Who should he find to operate on this matter? Wang Xiaoyao's eyes gradually became clear. He stood up and planned to go for breakfast. It was already morning. However, the Dawn Islands were still pitch black in the polar night. Wang Xiaoyao looked at the night outside and reached out for his mobile phone. His cell phone rang the moment he took it in his hand. It was a phone number that he had saved in his address book, but he had never called before. Wang Xiaoyao's expression was extremely obvious for a moment. This was a call from the Snowdance Corps. To be exact, it was a call from Li Tianying, the deputy commander of the Snowdance Corps. Wang Xiaoyao held the phone and lowered his head to think. He didn't answer the phone immediately, and his expression looked extremely cautious. He didn't know what this call meant. Although they were in a stalemate with the other party, they had always maintained a little restraint and even made concessions. If Eagle King's call was the ultimatum of Emperor Dong's palace, what should he do? Wang Xiaoyao thought a lot in an instant. He was actually no stranger to Eagle King. In more than 2 years in Snow Country, he had never had any direct contact with the old man of the Li family, nor had he talked to him. It was just that when he first arrived in Reki City, Wang Xiaoyao had met him once, so naturally he couldn't say much. Apart from that first meeting, it was more than 20 years ago if they were to go back further. At that time Wang Xiaoyao was still a teenager, about 11 or 12 years old. In his memory he seemed to have hugged him. Wang Xiaoyao was a little troubled. Eagle King, whether in the past or the present, was a very strong figure. He hesitated for a moment but still answered the phone. Eagle King's weathered and resolute figure appeared on the big TV screen. Wang Xiaoyao's eyes flickered, but his smile was natural. "Uncle Li, I'm really surprised that you called me in person." Eagle King smiled indifferently, and his expression was a little cold. "I don't have much time. Let's get down to business." After the collapse of the Li family, Eagle King naturally didn't have a good impression of the Wang family of Beihai. But he also didn't appreciate Wang Xiaoyao, who had betrayed the Wang family of Beihai. This had nothing to do with the Wang family of Beihai. An old man like him, who engraved his loyalty in his bones and was willing to give everything for it, had an instinctive aversion to any traitor. "Go ahead, I'm listening." Wang Xiaoyao smiled and looked extremely sincere. "Young madam will arrive in Reki City in 40 minutes. Eagle King's voice was calm. "In 2 hours she will enter the Dawn Islands. Get ready." Young madam? Young madam?" Wang Xiaoyao's eyes suddenly widened. A look of surprise and hesitation constantly flashed in his eyes. "Young madam?" His voice became a little dry. Eagle King glanced at him and said expressionlessly, "Of course it's Her Highness Qin Weibai." "You went to Reki City?" The private plane shuttled in the dark sky. Qin Weibai took off her shoes and curled up on the soft and spacious leather sofa, covered with a blanket. She was obediently reporting her whereabouts to Li Tianlan. "Well, I'll land in dozens of minutes and then I'll go to the Dawn Islands." On the phone, Li Tianlan was silent for a moment, and then he said with a faint smile, "Running around all day will get you spanked." Qin Weibai's face slightly blushed, looking more and more delicate and dreamy. She smiled coquettishly and said, "Then come on. I'm ready. Let's see if you can hit me." Opposite Qin Weibai, Gu Xianyan raised her head and looked at her suspiciously. She felt that Sister Qin's tone was a little unusual. Li Tianlan coughed dryly and said, "I'll deal with you when you come back." Qin Weibai chuckled, and her voice was sweet and gentle. "I miss you. Go home immediately after the matter here is settled and accept the punishment, okay?" Li Tianlan made a big noise and suddenly thought of something. "The Dawn Islands? To meet Wang Xiaoyao? Yes, this is an opportunity." Qin Weibai said softly, "I can test him. I just received the news on my way here that Ji Wenxiang has arrived in Wuxia. He attacked suddenly and hid his whereabouts well. In this way this is a better opportunity." "What do you want to test?" Li Tianlan asked directly. "To see what's on his mind." Qin Weibai narrowed her eyes, and an incomparably bright light flashed across the depths of her eyes. Li Tianlan snorted coldly. "What else can he think? Is it because he still wants to do something to you? I should have killed him in Beihai some time ago, but he slipped away so quickly. You look so cute when you're jealous." Qin Weibai was stunned and giggled. "I really want to see your expression now. You must be gnashing your teeth in anger, aren't you? Do I have to be calm in the face of someone who thinks about my wife all day long?" Li Tianlan sneered and said, "I'll kill him sooner or later. His murderous aura is so strong. I'm scared." Qin Weibai pulled the blanket on her body. Li Tianlan did not speak. "Well, don't be angry. I only belong to you." Qin Weibai smiled softly and said, "If you want to kill him someday, ask me to come with you." Li Tianlan laughed, and all his unhappiness seemed to vanish. Gu Xianyan looked at Qin Weibai seriously and blinked her big eyes. She thought, "Is this sweet talk? But isn't it a little strange for a beautiful woman like Sister Qin to coax a man with sweet talk? Do you think there's something wrong with Wang Xiaoyao?" Li Tianlan asked casually on the phone. "I'm not sure yet." Qin Weibai blinked and said, "But this opportunity is worth a try. Maybe he will show some of his foxtail." "Well, Tianlan, is Li Huaqing still at our house?" "Yes." Li Tianlan said, "But I haven't seen him yet." "You can see him." Qin Weibai smiled and said, "If possible, mention it to Li Huaqing. He can let Wang Qinglei join the Li family, but it's best to let him stay in Wuxia. Of course, it's just a suggestion. It doesn't matter if it succeeds or not." Li Tianlan was silent for a while and said slowly, "What are you suspecting?" "Just a suspicion. Whether there is a basis or not, I still have to try." Qin Weibai's voice was lazy. "I probably understand what you mean." Li Tianlan said, Well, then I'm hanging up. I still have to learn some more information. Know yourself and know your enemy and you will win every battle." Qin Weibai smiled and said. Li Tianlan said, "Okay. Qin Weibai said "Mua" to the phone, hung up the phone with a smile, and continued to play with the notebook in front of her. Sister Qin. Gu Xianyan looked at Qin Weibai, and her eyes and voice were a little sour. Qin Weibai raised her eyebrows slightly. Is it the teacher's phone call? Gu Xianyan held her cheek with one hand and whispered, "You are so kind to him." "He is very kind to me too," Qin Weibai said casually. "It's different." Gu Xianyan shook her head subconsciously, but she couldn't tell exactly what was different. Qin Weibai looked up at her, smiled, and continued to look at the notebook in front of her. There were pages of extremely detailed information in the notebook. It was about Wang Xiaoyao, Wang Qianzong, Wang Qinglei, and everything related to them. The information was extremely messy, and it could even be said to be a mess. Some of the information only had 2 short sentences or a few lines, and some of them were the speculations of the people who collected the information. There was a date at the end of each piece of information. The latest information about Wang Xiaoyao was 3 days ago. The earliest one was about 6 years ago. Qin Weibai had read this information, which had been collected for several years, many times in the past, but she could never be sure of anything. The information showed that Wang Xiaoyao had a very good relationship with Wang Qianzong when he was a child. However, this relationship began to have some subtle changes at about the age of 15. This change was so subtle that even the people involved did not notice it. The relationship between the 2 brothers was still very good, but there were more and more differences on various things. When Wang Xiaoyao was 19 years old, he seemed to have a big fight with Wang Qianzong. It was impossible to investigate the cause, but since then Wang Xiaoyao had no contact with anything to manage the family. He became a prodigal son of the Wang family of Beihai, or rather, a playboy of the Wang family of Beihai. Although he didn't take the initiative to make trouble, there were countless stories of indulging in love affairs. Because of women, a considerable number of so-called young masters from wealthy families in Zhongzhou state had been severely punished by him. But anyone who provoked him, Wang Xiaoyao was simply unscrupulous in dealing with them. At that time he was studying at Huaqing University, but he basically didn't attend classes all year round. He kept a senior sister in the student union, fell in love with a young counselor, wandered around places like Yuzhou Dance Academy and Yuzhou Film Academy as if they were his own harem. He bought luxury cars, played with luxury watches, set up an esports team, made several stars who were active on the screen to this day popular, and opened a club. He did nothing that should be done and nothing that should not be done. His name was Wang Xiaoyao. Gradually, in other people's mouths, his name was reversed, and he became King Xiaoyao of the Wang family of Beihai. This situation lasted until he met himself, who was 23 years old, when he was 30 years old. Qin Weibai was in a trance. To be exact, when Wang Xiaoyao was 30 years old, he met another himself. All of his flirtatiousness completely disappeared. He became a young boy who worried about personal gains and losses. Not long after that he returned to Beihai once, then appeared in Huading again and then went to Wuxia. It seemed that from that time on Wang Xiaoyao and Wang Qinglei became closer and closer. What did this mean? Sister, why did you ask the teacher to mention Wang Qinglei to Li Huaqing? What's the benefit of keeping him in Wuxia? Gu Xianyan suddenly asked. Maybe not. Qin Weibai said softly, at least if Wang Qinglei is still in Wuxia, then within 5 years, Wuxia belongs to Wang Qinglei, not Wang Xiaoyao. Is there a difference? Gu Xianyan said doubtfully, they cooperate very closely. These 2 people, whoever leaves the other will not have a good end. From the perspective of interest, they are already one. They are almost inseparable. It seems so. Qin Weibai muttered to herself, but what is the truth? Xianyan, do you think Wang Xiaoyao really betrayed Mount Dibing? Chapter 12:22. When the helicopter lowered its altitude in the air, Qin Weibai in the cabin saw Wang Xiaoyao for the first time. There was no dawn in the Dawn Islands at this time. It was dark and hazy for 24 hours. Wang Xiaoyao stood under the fluttering flag at the gate of the headquarters of the Aurora Legion. His clothes and flag were undulating in the cold wind, looking a little lonely and bleak. Qin Weibai's expression was calm and a little indifferent, but there was some thought in her eyes. The helicopter landed slowly. Wang Xiaoyao walked over against the roaring airflow caused by the rotors. He looked up at the vague face in the cabin that had appeared in his dreams countless times, and his eyes were a little dazed. The rotors were still spinning, but the speed gradually weakened, became slower and finally stopped. The door of the helicopter slowly opened and Qin Weibai, wrapped in a coat and shawl, walked out of the cabin. Gu Xianyan followed her, and Eagle King, the current deputy commander of the Snowdance Corps, was at the back. Anyway, even if they all knew that the Aurora Legion did not dare to touch Qin Weibai, the young madam of the Li family now appeared in the eastern part of the European continent. No matter how bold the Snowdance Corps was, it was impossible for them to let her and Gu Xianyan come to the Dawn Islands. Eagle King following them was the most basic attitude. Qin Weibai glanced at Wang Xiaoyao. Her eyes were calm and distant. It seemed that the distance of thousands of miles was stretched longer and longer in this glance. Wang Xiaoyao's palm moved and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. He was a little self-deprecating. Qin Weibai did not shake hands with him. The goddess of the dark world did not have the habit of shaking hands with anyone. She had always been so high and mighty, looking down on everyone in the whole world. It was a kind of blasphemy for anyone to even approach her. Wang Xiaoyao had crazily pursued her for several years, but he had not even touched Qin Weibai's hand, let alone a little intimate action. To be exact, she did not even let Wang Xiaoyao get within 1 meter of her. So she was high and mighty and she was unparalleled in the world. She naturally stood on the ethereal clouds and noble altar. She was so beautiful and otherworldly. Wang Xiaoyao had even thought before that it did not matter if he could not catch up with her in his life. It did not matter if he could not touch a finger of her in his life. It seemed that such a woman could not be touched by men in the world at all. Wang Xiaoyao was sure that he could pursue her for a lifetime. He could not get married, could not have children, could not have anything. He really didn't have any requirements. If all the men in the world could not get Qin Weibai, then he just wanted to be the man closest to her, even if they were just ordinary friends. That period of time, those thoughts were very bitter, but when he thought about it, there was also a faint sense of warmth. Then Li Tianlan appeared. He appeared beside Qin Weibai so naturally and easily. And Qin Weibai handed herself over to that young boy so naturally and easily. Who was Li Tianlan? Li Tianlan. To the end. So what? Something. Wang Xiaoyao felt that he seemed to have forgotten the state he was in when he first got the news. He remembered Qin Weibai's happiness and pride when she held Li Tianlan's arm and announced that he was her man. She remembered that when they were in the Sky Academy, before Li Tianlan went to East Island, Qin Weibai put her arms around his neck and kissed him gently and sweetly. At that time, Li Tianlan, who had just left the Li family, felt inferior and confident, and was at a loss for what to do, was as young and inexperienced as a fool. He thought back to the countless nights when that ignorant brat had embraced the girl he had pursued for years but had never gotten close to. Did he regard her as a treasure? Or did he casually and carelessly enjoy the docility and flattery of the goddess? Her coldness, her distance, her politeness, her strength, and all the things that could make people feel distant, unapproachable, and difficult to get along with naturally disappeared when she was in front of Li Tianlan. She was as passionate as fire and amorous. Every gesture she had before was just because she had not met the man she liked. At that time, Wang Xiaoyao understood that there was no such thing as an unattainable goddess. No matter how inviolable a goddess was, she would become a demon in front of her man, releasing all her charm and passion. It was also at that time that Wang Xiaoyao understood that the idea of protecting her for a lifetime was just his wishful thinking, which made him feel happy and bitter when he thought of that time. All his pursuit and sincerity really did not leave any trace in her heart. In his eyes, Qin Weibai was the goddess who occupied the whole world and all his soul. In Qin Weibai's eyes, Li Tianlan was her whole world and sky. So in Li Tianlan's eyes, what was Qin Weibai like? The answer that was about to come out was like a knife, stabbing into Wang Xiaoyao's heart, breaking his heart into grains of dust. Goddess? She did not exist. In Li Tianlan's eyes, Qin Weibai was just a woman. A woman who was strong and dignified in the outside world, but in front of him, she would cook for him, warm his bed, and serve him carefully. She would act coquettishly, docile, and even in heat. Li Tianlan might love her very much, but it was obvious that Li Tianlan was in charge of their relationship. Therefore, even though Li Tianlan had Wang Yuetong and Dongqing Rushi by his side, Qin Weibai was still so obedient that no one dared to believe it, but it also broke their hearts. Wang Xiaoyao felt that he had been completely trampled from beginning to end by Li Tianlan, who was still nothing at that time in terms of personality and dignity. This kind of trampling had nothing to do with status, but because he had obtained the tenderness that he most wanted but was doomed to not get. Wang Xiaoyao's state of mind was completely shattered by the sweetness shown by Li Tianlan and Qin Weibai bit by bit. It became dark, messy, and gloomy. Qin Weibai had never cared about him. Her repeated rejections were so obvious that Wang Xiaoyao didn't understand it at that time. It wasn't until the moment he saw Li Tianlan that he realized what he had done. He was like a mangy dog who kept drooling at delicious food but dared not approach it. His every move was so annoying. He had been crazy, drunk and angry, but he really could not hate her. Qin Weibai's repeated rejections had already shown her attitude. From beginning to end she had never given him any chance. There was no ambiguity, no exploitation. She just clearly drew a line with him. His repeated attacks seemed to be relying on his family background to not know what was good for him. He did not hate Qin Weibai. He was just angry at his own incompetence. The rest was endless killing intent for Li Tianlan. It was just that Li Tianlan's rise was too fast. He did not find a chance in East Island. After the final battle of Heaven Capital, Li Tianlan disappeared directly. In 3 years he had established his position as the first person of the young generation when he came back. He was the youngest combat capability of the invincible realm in the Dark World. Wang Xiaoyao sadly found that he could no longer defeat Li Tianlan, although he had entered the invincible realm at that time. But Wang Xiaoyao did not give up. He found his goal and direction again. He no longer used the name of the Wang family of Beihai to play games in the world and be a damn King Xiaoyao. He was Wang Xiaoyao. He wanted the whole world to remember this name. He wanted to be an expert who could conquer the whole world. He betrayed Mount Dibing, but he got the most elite force of the Beihai Corps. The comprehensive strength of the Beihai Corps had dropped a level because of his betrayal. The Aurora Legion came out of nowhere. He became an expert at the peak of the invincible realm. He was far away from Jianghu state. But his killing intent and hostility toward Li Tianlan were getting stronger and stronger. So when Jiang Shangyu and Li Guangtu came to him to ask for cooperation, Wang Xiaoyao agreed without hesitation. They wanted the Wang family of Beihai as long as they had the ability. They wanted the whole Dark World as long as they had the ability. They could have anything they wanted as long as they were qualified. What Wang Xiaoyao cared about was what they wanted to do. Jiang Shangyu and Li Guangtu wanted to kill Li Tianlan in the final battle of Beihai. At that time the lineup seemed to have great hope, and this hope deeply touched Wang Xiaoyao's soul. Wang Xiaoyao agreed to cooperate. He just made a request to Jiang Shangyu and Li Guangtu. If the final battle of Beihai was won, the interests of Beihai, Emperor Dong's palace, Zhongzhou state, and even the Dark World, he didn't want any of it. He only wanted Qin Weibai. The Qin Weibai who made him obsessed, crazy, and even irrational. The Qin Weibai who didn't care about him at all. He only wanted Qin Weibai. Wang Xiaoyao didn't care about her past with Li Tianlan, whether she had a man, or whether she liked him or not. It didn't matter. Because in Wang Xiaoyao's heart she was still a goddess, superior. He just needed to stay with her quietly. The final battle of Beihai failed. Li Tianlan didn't die and Emperor Dong's palace didn't collapse. Emperor Dong's invincible aura had completely spread to the whole Dark World. He reached the top of the divine list and was the first in the world. The goddess was still a goddess. But countless people in the world were admiring her vision. She didn't have Samsara Palace, and she didn't even have to be the patriarch of the Qin clan. She was Emperor Dong's woman. What did this identity mean? It meant that the Aurora Legion, a behemoth that was only one step away from the real superpower, had to be prepared. It meant that Wang Xiaoyao, as the commander of the Aurora Legion, had nothing to do with Emperor Dong's palace, and even had some hostility. When he learned that Emperor Dong's woman was coming, he could only wait here obediently. Just like the notice that Eagle King gave to Wang Xiaoyao a few hours ago. Yes, it was a notice without any consultation. Their young madam was coming to the Aurora Legion, so he had to wait. Hostile relationship? True position? This was no longer something that Emperor Dong's palace needed to consider. Now in the whole Dark World, perhaps except for the Wang family of Beihai, no other force dared to face Emperor Dong's palace alone. They might still be hostile to Emperor Dong's palace, and even dare to take action. But every action must be a combination of multiple forces, and a careful plan was carried out. But now Wang Xiaoyao had no doubt that if anything happened to Qin Weibai in the Aurora Legion, the entire Aurora Legion, the entire Dawn Islands, and even the entire special warfare system of Snow Country would be wiped out by Donghuang's furious sword light. Even if Wang Xiaoyao ran to any corner of the world, he would be caught and hacked into pieces. Qin Weibai walked out of the cabin and got closer and closer. Wang Xiaoyao gently clenched his fist with one hand and kept exerting force. He looked at Qin Weibai silently, and the pain and sorrow in his heart were overwhelming. He didn't know if it was because of the weather, but his face was a little pale. Long time no see. Wang Xiaoyao forced a smile. Little Bai. Call my name. Or call me Mrs. Li or Patriarch Qin. Qin Weibai smiled gently, dreamily, with the alienation and politeness that Wang Xiaoyao was familiar with. If you call me that, someone will be unhappy. I don't like it either. Wang Xiaoyao's mouth moved and he finally couldn't help but smile bitterly. I think we are friends? I don't have friends. Qin Weibai's voice was crisp and clear. Neither she nor she, who was lying in the headquarters of the Lin clan, had friends. She was raised by Great Master Wu Wei, and it was her senior brother who had lived with her since she was a child. She walked out of Lin En and said goodbye to her adoptive father. She exchanged a book of Dongqing Huangtu's martial arts experience for Wei Kunlun, the Nirvana sword master of Mount Shu, and the sword master became a saint. When Han Donglu was desperate and about to go bankrupt, she helped him out of his predicament and turned over a new leaf, so she had a military counselor. With her own martial arts experience, she helped a female swordsman from East Island to complete her revenge and pointed out her future direction, so she had flaming fire. The 12 super masters gathered around her one by one. Some of them had been famous figures in the Dark World for a long time, such as General and Azura, who had now joined the Dark Knights. There were also saints and military counselors who rarely appeared and only showed up in rare cases, which were almost incognito. With the 12 super masters, the Samsara Palace began to officially appear in the Dark World. And because of the existence of figures like General Azura, the Samsara Palace always gave people a feeling that it had existed for a long time. But in fact, it was a behemoth that was infinitely close to a superpower set up by a little girl. At that time, there was nothing mysterious about time in front of Qin Weibai. She knew exactly what would happen in the future. She knew the secrets hidden by the wealthy families and the weaknesses they dared not expose. This created the Samsara Palace's unique intelligence department in the world, and it also allowed the Samsara Palace's industry to expand rapidly. The Flourishing Age Fund rose at a speed that stunned the whole world. In the second year after the establishment of the Samsara Palace, the financial storm swept the world from the subcontinent. That was the first carnival of the Samsara Palace. The Flourishing Age Fund swept away nearly 400 billion Zhongzhou dollars in the international financial market in half a year. Han Donglu also became a world-famous legend at that time. Everything in the Samsara Palace looked so incredible. In fact, Qin Weibai didn't have any idea about the 12 supermasters at first. She drew a lot of people to her side. Naturally, there were also people who wanted to betray her, coveted her body, and were not convinced by her. At that time, Qin Weibai was only 16 years old. She was still a child. No matter how high her IQ was, she was still a child. But when this child's instantaneous outburst was comparable to the peak of the invincible realm, the voices inside the Samsara Palace quickly unified. For the Samsara Palace, she was the master of Samsara Palace and also Qin Weibai. This was the core secret of the Samsara Palace. Similarly, she was the most qualified ruler. At least before she met Li Tianlan. She was cold, straightforward, decisive, and had a clear goal. She had the clearest logic of a ruler, but she had no feelings. So Qin Weibai had no friends. Military counselor, saint, and even flaming fire. In her eyes, they were all subordinates and pawns. Li Tianlan was her man. That was all he needed. Wang Xiaoyao looked at him silently for a while, then slowly turned sideways, reached out to the villa behind him and whispered, "Miss Qin, please." It was impossible for him to address Qin Weibai as Mrs. Li, which clearly confirmed her fate. Maybe it would make Qin Weibai happy, but he couldn't call her that even if he was beaten to death. It's too stuffy inside. Qin Weibai tightened the wide shawl on her body, looked around and suddenly said with a smile, "Do you mind if I take a look at your Aurora Legion?" Wang Xiaoyao shook his head and turned to lead the way. The Dawn Islands consisted of more than a dozen islands of different sizes. The headquarters of the Aurora Legion was set up on the largest island in the center of the islands. Under the polar night, it was a world of ice and snow without any kind of warm atmosphere. The headquarters of the Aurora Legion was completely like a monster armed to the teeth. In the distant night, intense but indistinct gunshots could be faintly heard. Countless assault boats were shuttling between the islands. The headquarters of the Aurora Legion was equipped with the most advanced automatic weapon system in Snow Nation. With a push of a button, concentrated firepower could cover every island and every corner of the Dawn Islands with less than 2 centimeters of error. Many roads in the headquarters were still in the process of construction. There were very few patrols and guards here. It seemed that all the defense work had been handed over to the surrounding islands. Therefore, under the curtain of night, the headquarters was dead silent, like a graveyard. It seems that the Aurora Legion is developing well. Snow Country is still very welcoming to you. Is this the famous U9? Qin Weibai asked with a smile as she casually walked in the headquarters of the Aurora Legion. She looked at the cold and silent island and observed the weapon arrays arranged everywhere. It's the U-10 codenamed Red Eagle. It's more stable than the U-9, and it's loaded with 5 more weapon arrays. Its attack is more comprehensive. One of them is a laser weapon array that's not very mature. It can instantly produce a high temperature of more than 5,000 degrees. It's a trump card. Wang Xiaoyao said softly. The U-9 automatic weapon system was a topic that Snow Country had been working on in recent years. The arrival of Wang Xiaoyao brought a lot of variables to this topic. He provided some information about the automatic weapon system of the Wang family of Beihai to Snow Country and helped them break through many technical bottlenecks. The U-10 could be regarded as an upgraded version of the U-9. There was no qualitative change, but its firepower was more powerful. It could be said to be one of the core technologies of Snow Country at present. 5,000 degrees, Qin Weibai murmured to herself. Jianghu State, Star State, England, Germany, and the Wang family of Beihai had broken through the bottleneck of laser weapons 10 years ago. A few years ago they began to tentatively apply it to various cutting-edge armaments. At present it was far from mature, but it could definitely be said to be advanced. At present, the biggest advantage of laser weapons was the absolute firing speed and the instantaneous high temperature. However, it was not realistic to maintain the absolute firing speed and it was not very stable. Therefore, all countries studied high temperature. The application of advanced weapons undoubtedly further reduced the role of super experts. What did a high temperature of 5,000 degrees mean? Fire-flaming realm experts could ignite flames out of thin air. A normal expert at the peak of the fire-flaming realm could produce a flame of nearly 300 degrees. Fireman, who was known as the strongest fire-flaming realm expert, could produce a flame of nearly 1,000 degrees when he attacked with all his strength. Even Li Tianlan's current value would not be much higher than that of Fireman. A high temperature of 5,000 degrees was a fatal threat to Li Tianlan. What's the plan of the Aurora Legion in the future? Qin Weibai asked casually. Wang Xiaoyao raised his eyebrows and narrowed his eyes subconsciously. Snow Country is different from most countries and it's also different from East Island. No matter how bad their economy is, their foundation and national strength are there. Their attitude towards the Aurora Legion will not be the same as East Island's attitude towards the Purgatory of Heaven capital. You are now in the honeymoon period of cooperation. They will support you and send you armaments. Behind these gifts, there may be a chronic poison. They will definitely try to conquer the Aurora Legion and conquer you for their use. So although the Aurora Legion is developing well now, it has no prospects. It's like a castle in the air. What are your plans for the future? Qin Weibai said slowly, you need a backing that can support all your actions. Wang Xiaoyao understood what Qin Weibai meant. A backing that could support all his actions and let him take root in Snow Country even if he fell out with Snow Country. Many countries actually had this strength. But considering various reasons, there were very few countries that could meet this condition. The Jianghu State Parliament could, but Wang Xiaoyao didn't want to get involved for the time being. In fact, the Parliament of Jianghu State had extended an olive branch to him several times, but Wang Xiaoyao had been dragging it on. At this time, turning to the Parliament of Jianghu State would mean fighting head-on with Emperor Dong's palace. The current Aurora Legion obviously did not have this kind of strength. The Wang family of Beihai could do that. But he couldn't go back, so he naturally wouldn't receive any support. In addition to the first two, Emperor Dong's palace also had the strength to do so. Wang Xiaoyao was silent for a while and said slowly, if you are here to invite me to join Emperor Dong's palace, I refuse. I don't know how stubborn you are. That's stupid. Qin Weibai's comment was light and merciless. Since Wang Xiaoyao had betrayed the Wang family of Beihai, taking refuge in Emperor Dong's palace was his best choice at the moment. Qin Weibai believed that Wang Xiaoyao could see it clearly. The Jianghu State Assembly looked good, but that was all. Li Huaqing's actions seemed to be covetous of Li Tianlan. But he was in Emperor Dong's palace, which showed that he attached great importance to Emperor Dong's palace. If Wang Xiaoyao turned to the council at this time, he would only be a pawn against Li Tianlan, a pawn that could be sacrificed at any time. Emperor Dong's palace was his only choice. She was sure that Wang Xiaoyao knew this. But he refused. If that wasn't stupid, then what was? This is a matter of dignity. Maybe you don't agree, but this is my attitude. I don't want to see the woman I love being whispered in the arms of the man I work for. Even if I succeed, it will be the most thorough failure. Qin Weibai didn't say a word. Her side profile was a little cold and looked more delicate. Wang Xiaoyao's voice was clear and serious. She couldn't tell the truth from the lie. This is not the main purpose of my visit, Qin Weibai said lightly. When Wang Xiaoyao's eyes fell on her, she said slowly, I owe you a favor. Maybe I can pay it back now. Wang Xiaoyao looked at her quietly. His eyes were quiet, but there was a kind of greed without any other desire in them. It seemed that he wanted to deeply imprint the side profile in his eyes into his bones. We worked together in East Island. Qin Weibai's voice was calm. I said, at the right time I can pay you back or cooperate with you. It has nothing to do with the Wang family of Beihai. Wang Xiaoyao's eyes quietly condensed for a moment. Of course he remembered this. On the second day before the final battle of Heaven Capital, beside the fishing village of Ninghu in East Island, he took Demon Eye and cooperated with Samsara Palace to kill an incredible teenager. A teenager who was only in his teens, but broke the limit of his body and exerted the power of the half-step invincible realm. Wang Xiaoyao couldn't evaluate that teenager. He was not a so-called genius. To have that power at that age, Wang Xiaoyao could only see cruelty. If he lived to this day, he might not be as powerful as Li Tianlan, but he was almost sure to be qualified to enter the divine list. Maybe his ranking would be higher than his. Wang Xiaoyao still didn't understand the deep meaning of that cooperation. The lineup of Emperor Dong's palace at that time, even the last sword that killed the teenager, was done by the hidden Samsara Palace master. Wang Xiaoyao didn't know the meaning of Qin Weibai's cooperation with him. Does Wang Tianzong know about this? Qin Weibai suddenly asked. This question came out of the blue without any warning. Wang Xiaoyao shook his head subconsciously. I don't know. Qin Weibai took a serious look at him. She was still not sure if it was true or not. She said softly, you don't want to join Emperor Dong's palace. With your IQ you won't join the parliament. Then your life here is destined to be difficult. In the final battle of Beihai, you cut off one of Xiang's arms. She will soon enter the peak of the invincible realm. At that time she will come to you to get back at you. I'm welcome at any time. Wang Xiaoyao smiled very naturally. He might not be able to catch up with Li Tianlan's realm in this life, but he had never been afraid of anyone in the same realm. Every move of the Dark Knights will cause a chain reaction in many ways. You don't join the parliament or Emperor Dong's palace, but you can't give up Jianghu state. As long as you have chips in Jianghu state, you have the hope of playing games with all parties here. Qin Weibai's eyelashes trembled slightly. Wang Qinglei is under a lot of pressure, right? Does he want to go further? Wang Xiaoyao's eyes lit up for a moment. He nodded and said yes. In return for that year I will persuade Tianlan. The power of the new group will support Wang Qinglei as the new director. Qin Weibai's beautiful and ruddy lips raised a little bit. It's just that the relationship between the academy and the new group is tense, and Minister Dongqing's attitude is also very obvious, which will make everyone feel uneasy. In this election I think to a certain extent Yi Dongqing's promotion is inevitable, even if it is to check and balance Minister Dongqing. This is the general trend and it's hard to reverse it at present. Wang Xiaoyao certainly understood this truth, which was also what made Wang Qinglei feel stressed recently. But if he got the support of the new group, Wang Xiaoyao's voice was a little expectant. Do you want to push Qinglei into the cabinet? If he could enter the cabinet, it would undoubtedly be the best choice, and it would be one step closer to Wang Qinglei's ultimate goal. That's also difficult. Whether it's Hua Xingyang or Wen Xiyuan, compared to them Wang Qinglei has no advantage at all. A mysterious smile bloomed from the corner of her mouth. The current position is not very easy to arrange, so I don't think it's necessary for Wang Qinglei to leave Wuyue for the time being. It's good for him to be the director of Wuyue. He can further accumulate capital, and at the same time further control Wuyue. He can also be the director of that position with the least competitive pressure. I think the Prince Group will also agree to this plan. Qin Weibai's voice was soft and clear. As she spoke, her bright eyes were staring at Wang Xiaoyao's eyes, silently observing the changes in Wang Xiaoyao's eyes from the most subtle parts. In the Dawn Islands under the polar night, the night in the morning was very dark. Wang Xiaoyao's cold eyes, which reflected the heaven and earth, seemed to be brighter. Other than that there was no change. The two of them looked at each other for less than 3 seconds. Wang Xiaoyao turned his head and continued to move forward. His voice sounded softly, faintly, that's fine too. Chapter 12:23. There was a silence in Wang Xiaoyao's voice that was as deep as the night. His answer was simple and ethereal, like the wind blowing over the Dawn Islands, lonely and cold. Qin Weibai's eyes sparkled with the light of thinking, and she didn't speak for a while. She was analyzing what Wang Xiaoyao's answer meant. In fact, Wang Xiaoyao was wrong about one thing. He was not without a trace in Qin Weibai's heart. But this trace had nothing to do with love, but a kind of caution and defense that could not be seen through. Wang Xiaoyao was definitely not a simple person. The whole world knew this very well. It was not because he betrayed the Wang family of Beihai, not because he was an expert at the peak of the invincible realm, and not because of the current atmosphere of the Aurora Legion. Even when he was the King Xiaoyao of the Wang family of Beihai in the coat of a playboy of Beihai, people who really knew Wang Xiaoyao would not underestimate him or even ignore him. Wang Xiaoyao's EQ was extremely high. When he met Qin Weibai, he did a lot of seemingly absurd things in Jianghu state. But the reason why those things were so famous was not because they were really rebellious, but because he was Wang Tianzong's younger brother. Many things seemed inconceivable when it came to him. But in fact, Wang Xiaoyao did not really delay the things that he should do. In the inheritance of Beihai from generation to generation, there were more and more branches, and the direct descendants of each generation were rarely alone. Most of the patriarchs of the Wang family of Beihai had brothers or sisters, and sometimes more than one. Most of the brothers and sisters of the North Sea patriarchs were people with extremely high emotional intelligence. They might shake the world, or they might be unknown, or they might be dissolute and unrestrained. No matter how they appeared in front of the world, in reality, there was only one important role for them. That was to be the core link between the Wang family of Beihai and the Southeast Group. This role had been played by the younger brother of the heavenly son of Beihai, the only king parallel in the history of the Wang family of Beihai. The only god of war in the history of Beihai, the ancestor of the Lin clan, and the founder of the Li family, had also played this role. Wang Xiaoyao had also played this role, and he had done an excellent job. The Wang family of Beihai was the top wealthy family in the world, while the Southeast Group was the top group in Jianghu state. To some extent, there were innate differences and conflicts between the two groups. Under such circumstances, a person who could absolutely guarantee the interests of the Wang family of Beihai, walk among the many tycoons of the Southeast Group without being ostracized, harmonize the relationship between the two sides, and construct a unified position between the two sides was extremely important. This was definitely not a responsibility that ordinary people could bear. It was not an exaggeration to say that those who were qualified for this position were all geniuses who were smooth and slick in all aspects. It was no exaggeration to say that people who could be in this position. This was also the biggest bargaining chip of his betrayal. The current Wuxia governor Yu Chuanguang was just a representative. There were also some elite forces within the Southeast Group that had been pushed out and began to gather around Wang Qinglei. They were also Wang Xiaoyao's core team. Under such circumstances, even if he betrayed the Wang family of Beihai, there were still senior members of the Southeast Group who were willing to speak for him. Wang Qinglei even had to rely on Wang Xiaoyao to intervene in the affairs of the supervisory department of Wuxia through the connections of the Southeast Group at this critical moment. There were also Wang Xiaoyao's men in several major sword-bearing families in North Sea. The damage that his betrayal brought to the Wang family of Beihai was self-evident. The deeper impact might not break out until a few years later. How could a person who could do this be mediocre? However, did Wang Xiaoyao really betray Mount Dibing? Qin Weibai did not dare to confirm this, but she had to verify it. In that memory that had already passed, Wang Xiaoyao died in the hands of Li Guangtu. Calculating the time, it should have happened in the autumn of next year, but this was obviously unlikely to happen now. Wang Xiaoyao's death during that time also accelerated the rise of Li Tianlan in the Wang family of Beihai, consolidated his position in the Wang family of Beihai, and successfully replaced Wang Xiaoyao. That was why Li Tianlan was stationed in Zhongzhou state on behalf of Mount Dibing. At the beginning of the second year after Wang Xiaoyao's death, he met Gu Xianyan, who also represented Kunlun city in the world. After Wang Xiaoyao's death, Wang Tianzong did not seem to have any special reaction. Some people said that it was because Wang Xiaoyao had rebelled long ago, so Wang Tianzong killed him with a borrowed knife. Some people said that Li Tianlan was eager to be promoted, so he cooperated with Li Guangtu. The truth was confusing. Even in the end, Qin Weibai did not figure out what was going on, which directly led to Qin Weibai's lack of confidence in Wang Xiaoyao's future. Wang Tianzong and Wang Xiaoyao. What was the relationship between them? After the chaos in Snow Country, did they really turn against each other? For power, for status, and to some extent, for herself? Qin Weibai wanted to confirm it many times, but she could not. She was sure that Wang Xiaoyao's feelings when he pursued her were real, but it did not mean anything. If Wang Xiaoyao really turned against Mount Dibing, she might be one of the reasons, but it should not be the whole reason. But on the other hand, if Wang Xiaoyao did not turn against Mount Dibing, her reason could definitely be a perfect excuse. Everything that Wang Xiaoyao had shown so far had no flaws. He personally tore apart the core strength of the Wang family of Beihai, and even left a huge hidden danger to the future of the Wang family of Beihai. This kind of damage was real. This might be a real betrayal. Similarly, a situation without any flaws might mean that it was a flawless game. If Wang Xiaoyao did not betray Mount Dibing, then what did all this mean now? What was Mount Dibing plotting? What would the consequences be? Every step of the development of Emperor Dong's palace was the key. At this time, Qin Weibai kept the highest level of vigilance and defense against the Wang family of Beihai. There was no need to emphasize the foundation and strength of the Wang family of Beihai. If Wang Xiaoyao's betrayal was a trap made by Mount Dibing, then no matter from which standpoint, no matter what they were plotting, Emperor Dong's palace was a part that they could not ignore. They would definitely find a way to drag Emperor Dong's palace into this trap. Maybe Wang Xingxiao or Wang Xiaoyao would do it. At that time, what awaited Li Tianlan might be eternal damnation again. Reorganizing the Li family, fighting against Jiang Shangyu, suppressing Gu Xingyun, and the parliamentary game were all Li Tianlan's problems. The talents and strength of Emperor Dong's palace were enough to deal with these problems. As for Qin Weibai, she had to keep an eye on everything of the Wang family of Beihai. Now they seemed to have taken no action, but maybe they were the most dangerous. Therefore it was imperative for them to test the waters this time. Wang Qinglei was now in a critical period. His staying or leaving in Wuyue might really reflect Wang Xiaoyao's attitude. But Wang Xiaoyao had no attitude. A simple sentence was fine. He did not reveal any flaws. Was there really no flaws? Qin Weibai was thoughtful. To be honest, if Qinglei stays in Wuyue as a director, he won't gain much. It's not unprecedented for a provincial speaker to serve as a director, but it's very rare. If possible, I still hope that he can suppress Yi Dongxing. This is also of great benefit to the new group and Minister Dongqing. Wang Xiaoyao said slowly, as if he was fighting for something, but also as if he said it unintentionally. Wang Qinglei did have the capital to compete with Hua Xingyang and Wen Xiyuan, but obviously this capital was not enough. The Prince Group did have the plan to continue to promote powerful figures to control the cabinet, but the rise of the new group made this plan only a plan. The most confident was to let Wang Qinglei and Yi Dongxing compete. Both of them were competing for the position of director and vice president, but in different directions. If Yi Dongxing became a director, he would be elected vice president, and he would not lose his current position. He would also be the deputy minister in the army headquarters, only after Dongqing Wudi. After becoming a director, he would become Dongqing Wudi's strongest opponent in the army headquarters, and he was fully qualified to disrupt Dongqing Wudi's layout. If Wang Qinglei became a director and served as vice president, his future direction would have nothing to do with the army headquarters. To some extent, he could be said to be Li Huaqing's deputy. Of course, from another perspective, he could also be said to be Li Huaqing's main opponent. The relationship between the new group and the academy was tense. Li Tianlan had enough reasons to support Wang Qinglei to suppress Yi Dongxing, which could also make the new group easier in the game with the academy in the future. The new group supported Wen Xiyuan, suppressed Yi Dongxing, and supported Wang Qinglei. Was it contradictory? Not at all. The advance and retreat were all balanced wisdom. The core was for the interests of the group. The complex entanglement was a problem that every person standing at the peak must consider and operate. Therefore, in the face of Qin Weibai's temptation, Wang Xiaoyao, who did not know if he had already noticed her intentions, calmly put forward his own reasons and requirements. And he was above board, which was also impossible to distinguish. So you want Wang Qinglei to leave Wuyue? Qin Weibai suddenly laughed. Her question could already be considered absolutely direct. That was the main purpose of her temptation. The situation was very simple. If Wang Qinglei left Wuyue, the most likely person to replace him to control Wuyue was Yu Chuanguang, and it could only be Yu Chuanguang. Yu Chuanguang was Wang Xiaoyao's real confidant and absolute best friend. And Wang Qinglei was Wang Xiaoyao's closest ally. If Wang Xiaoyao really betrayed Mount Dibing, there would be no difference between the two of them controlling Wuyue. But if Wang Xiaoyao did not betray Mount Dibing, the difference between the two of them controlling Wuyue was like heaven and earth. I'm just fighting for the best situation for us. Wang Xiaoyao said with a calm expression. The new group has the strength to do this. If it succeeds, we also have the strength to give you enough returns. After a pause, he continued, of course Qinglei must be on the board. If we can't go up from Yuzhou, it's not unacceptable to stay in Wuyue. Staying dormant for a few years will only make us stronger. Qin Weibai smiled. It seemed that she had seen through everything like a polite echo or something else. She was still not sure about Wang Xiaoyao's attitude. But she could not be sure, which was already a kind of news. Wang Xiaoyao turned to look at Qin Weibai. Her face became more and more three-dimensional and perfect in the dark night. It was so exquisite that it was like a magnificent and soul-stirring dream. He looked at her bright eyes that he would never forget and suddenly laughed. Qin Weibai raised her eyebrows slightly. I'm suddenly thinking about a problem. Wang Xiaoyao chuckled softly and said, if at this time I want to take you away at all costs, the Wang family of Beihai, the Aurora Legion, the world, and the ambition will all go to hell. I only want you. I can only take you away. I can give up everything but you are mine. Even now, if I take action, what do you think our future will be like? Qin Weibai narrowed her eyes slightly and smiled. You can't take me away and you will die a terrible death. Is this a threat? Wang Xiaoyao looked deeply into Qin Weibai's eyes. This is advice. Qin Weibai smiled impeccably. I really don't know martial arts, but it doesn't mean that I don't have the ability to protect myself. If you want to take action, just try. If you can't get me, you will only lose everything you have. Maybe it's true. Wang Xiaoyao nodded. But this idea is very tempting, isn't it? I may lose everything, but I may get you, even if there is only a 1 in a million chance. There was a vague sharpness in the cold wind under the night sky. Qin Weibai's eyes flickered and she remained calm. Do it. She spoke slowly. Wang Xiaoyao suddenly turned around. Qin Weibai was still standing beside him. However, that voice came from behind him. In his sight, another Qin Weibai appeared in Wang Xiaoyao's sight. The white shawl and coat floated in the night wind, not stirring up any dust like a banished fairy. Wang Xiaoyao subconsciously raised his palm for a moment, but he did not dare to really stretch it out. He suddenly couldn't tell where Qin Weibai was. His perception had been distorted by a kind of spiritual power that was illusory but real. Wang Xiaoyao fell silent. He remembered the first time he met Qin Weibai. He thought of his persistent and fierce pursuit. He thought of himself running back to Beihai excitedly and telling his elder brother that he had found a partner who could be with him for a lifetime. That year, Wang Tianzong personally went to Huading and met the woman who had become famous in Zhongzhou State and represented Samsara Palace. That was the first time Wang Tianzong and Qin Weibai met. The conversation between the two did not last long. In less than 20 minutes. It could not be said that they parted on bad terms, nor could it be said that they had a good talk. Wang Xiaoyao remembered that his elder brother sent Qin Weibai away in his own car, while he stood under the small pavilion of the club, looking at the stream under his feet, and was silent for a long time. Wang Xiaoyao clearly remembered his feelings at that time. Excitement, impulse, and expectation. He was sure that his elder brother would be very satisfied with such a woman as his sister-in-law. But at noon that day, under the pavilion, Wang Tianzong, who had been silent for a long time, just turned to look at him and said calmly, "You don't deserve her and I can't suppress her. If she enters the gate of the Wang family of Beihai, maybe the whole Wang family of Beihai should be surnamed Qin instead of Wang after 20 years. Wang Xiaoyao still remembered that his elder brother patted him on the shoulder at that time. It was very soft, but it was so heavy that it made his heart cold. He said, "Forget it." A long time after that, he talked to Wang Tianzong about Qin Weibai again and talked about his evaluation of Qin Weibai. At that time, Wang Tianzong did not praise Qin Weibai's unrivaled beauty. But that evaluation was still fresh in Wang Xiaoyao's memory. Her heart is like a flying dragon and a dancing phoenix, and her divine moon shoots the cold river. For the first time in his life, Wang Xiaoyao heard his talented and bold elder brother evaluate a woman like that. A young woman in her 20s. But Wang Xiaoyao did not give up. He tried harder to get close to her, and every word he said to her could make him happy for a long time. Until Li Tianlan appeared. Until she leaned against Li Tianlan's arms. Her flying dragon and a dancing phoenix. Her moon shoots the cold river. All the things that made him toss and turn in his dreams became a real dream, shattered under the cruel reality, and had nothing to do with him. Wang Xiaoyao put down his palm completely. Under the curtain of night, the vague sharpness slowly dissipated. He looked at Qin Weibai's eyes. It was like the first time they met. Her eyes were always full of fog looking into the distance. He did not see his shadow in those eyes. Wang Xiaoyao smiled reluctantly. His face was still pale and he said with difficulty, "I'm just kidding." No. Qin Weibai shook her head and said with a faint smile, "You're trying to change the subject and divert my attention, right?" For the first time, Wang Xiaoyao's expression was stiff. It flashed away. "I haven't been updating regularly in the past 2 days. In fact, I want to write more. A few days ago it was very windy. I slept with the window open all night, and then enjoyed the air conditioner during the day. I don't know if it was cold or hot, but I began to have a low fever and felt weak all over. Yesterday was even more tragic. It's a little painful. It's not an adjective. It's a real pain in the balls. I feel like they're swollen. I went to the hospital to have a checkup today, and it's not a big problem. Then when I came back, I found that it's not a pain in the balls but a pain in the flesh. Damn, I took off my pants and came back and then I found that. Anyway, it's very uncomfortable. When I feel better, I'll try to write more. Chapter 12:24. The sound of the rotor disturbed the darkness. The helicopter parked at the headquarters of the Aurora Legion slowly rose into the air and flew away in the roaring sound. He came calmly but he left calmly. Qin Weibai did not stay for breakfast, nor did she enter Wang Xiaoyao's villa. They talked for an hour and just walked a small circle around the island of the headquarters of the Aurora Legion. After the talk they left. Neat and tidy. The temperature in the eastern part of the European continent was really cold. In the cabin of the helicopter, Qin Weibai wrapped herself in a brand new blanket again. However, this was not the extremely luxurious private plane after all. There was no soft and spacious leather sofa, no music reverberating through the top sound system, and no hand-ground coffee. Qin Weibai's body, wrapped in a blanket, swayed slightly in the somewhat bumpy cabin. She held a thermos cup that had been used for many years. It contained the black tea that the army prepared for her to warm her body before she set off from the Snowdance Corps. At this time the temperature was just right. Qin Weibai sipped the tea and looked at the Aurora Legion that was getting farther and farther outside the cabin. The entire Dawn Islands turned into a blurry light as the helicopter flew past. Qin Weibai's pupils were filled with mist, mysterious and hazy. Sister Qin, have you got the answer? Gu Xianyan looked at Qin Weibai and asked curiously. When Qin Weibai and Wang Xiaoyao were talking, she and Eagle King had been following behind them. They were neither too far nor too close so they could hear what they were talking about. However, after Gu Xianyan sorted out the various conversations, she found that she did not understand some of them. I got it. Qin Weibai said softly and shook her head. I didn't get it either. Then Wang Xiaoyao, Gu Xianyan became more and more curious. The best and the worst make history and the mediocre reproduce the race. Qin Weibai said with a smile, we have to admit that this world belongs to bigotry. The bigoted Li family, the bigoted Wang family of Beihai, and the two brothers of this generation of Beihai are also bigoted. I still don't understand. Gu Xianyan looked at Qin Weibai innocently. Qin Weibai looked at her and said softly, I'm still not sure if Wang Xiaoyao betrayed Mount Dibing. This is indeed the answer I want, but it's not the one I want the most. I'm here just to make sure of one thing. Can I use Wang Xiaoyao to guide some future situations of the Wang family of Beihai? The answer should be certain. That's enough. Wang Xiaoyao may have betrayed Mount Dibing or maybe he didn't, but it doesn't matter. I can be sure that he did not betray the Wang family of Beihai. Eagle King, who had been silent, suddenly smiled. From a certain point of view, Wang Qinglei did not betray the Wang family of Beihai. He just betrayed Wang Tianzong. He thought that the Wang family of Beihai that he and Wang Xiaoyao would lead in the future would be better than it is now, even the best. If not for this reason, Wang Qinglei had no need to betray him. Indeed. Qin Weibai nodded. But Wang Xiaoyao and Wang Qinglei are still different. The former can pay more, even everything, for some purposes. The latter may be more intelligent but it lacks some boldness. So in the alliance between them, the future patriarch of the Wang family of Beihai is Wang Xiaoyao, and Wang Qinglei only wants to be the president. Eagle King's voice was calm. Patriarch. Qin Weibai was thoughtful. She carefully recalled the conversation just now, summed up what she had learned, and analyzed every expression of Wang Xiaoyao. An hour of conversation. They could talk about a lot of things or a lot of nonsense. It mainly depended on how Qin Weibai tested him. Many of Qin Weibai's words were impolite, even a little mean. She didn't care what impression she left in Wang Xiaoyao's mind. It had nothing to do with her. She only cared about what real information she got from this conversation. There was no doubt that Wang Xiaoyao was vigilant and guarded against Emperor Dong's palace. Many of the things he said were vague. But at least Qin Weibai could be sure that the cooperation between Wang Xiaoyao and Wang Qinglei was definitely not as close as it seemed. In Qin Weibai's eyes, this was undoubtedly a clue that could be used. What happened inside the Wang family of Beihai had nothing to do with her. She always cared about how Emperor Dong's palace should develop under the new situation after the great changes in Beihai, how to avoid traps, and how to find opportunities. Wang Xiaoyao said some things in the conversation, some of which he didn't even notice. But Qin Weibai had begun to think and tried to make a plan. The final battle of Heaven Capital, the chaos in Snow Country, the dawn of a new era, and the Samsara Palace's step-by-step were the plans of the master of Samsara Palace, and also Qin Weibai's thoughts. They were the same person. All the situations that were confusing to outsiders were constructed bit by bit in this kind of silence. Go back to Tianan. Qin Weibai whispered, I want to be quiet for a while. She took out her notebook and began to record every word of the conversation with Wang Xiaoyao. She planned to go back and carefully analyze it when she calmed down completely. Eagle King nodded and gave an order to the cockpit. The helicopter began to accelerate in the night. His phone rang abruptly. Qin Weibai took out her phone and looked at the number. It was military counselor's call. It was officially 3 o'clock in the afternoon in Yuzhou. Qin Weibai calmly pressed the answer button and said, Hello. Your Highness, there is a breakthrough in Liu Yang's problem. Military counselor's voice sounded with a hint of a smile. Qin Weibai subconsciously sat up straight. A comprehensive breakthrough. Yes, he explained Zhao Yu's problem. Military counselor's voice was obviously a little excited. Liu Yang, the speaker of Enong and Liaodong. There was no possibility of stopping the growing storm in Liaodong. It would only get bigger and bigger. And Anton had become a real powder keg. 3 days ago, Liu Yang, the speaker of Enong, was controlled by Liaodong's Ministry of Supervision. In 3 days, Enong, the powder keg, finally exploded. And it was a real big fish that came out of it. Zhao Yu, the deputy speaker of Liaodong, one of Bai Qingqian's main opponents in Liaodong, was also likely to become the governor of Liaodong after Bai Qingqian left Liaodong. Liu Yang's problem involved Zhao Yu. It was self-evident what it meant. Once Zhao Yu's problem was confirmed, the whole of Liaodong, even Wang Wei, the current leader of the third supervisory group, would be in a precarious and desperate situation. Qin Weibai gently raised the corner of her mouth. Now Ji Wenjiang will have a headache. Obviously, Zhao Yu's problem would be investigated through the special task force set up by the Ministry of Supervision of Zhongzhou State. This was Ji Wenjiang's responsibility. Now the whole Southeast group was trying to avoid this situation, but it was obviously unavoidable this time. Wait for Beihai to officially enter. Qin Weibai whispered. Chapter 1225. Have you discussed this matter with Tianlan? Qin Weibai suddenly asked. Of course, I just called His Majesty. Military counselor's answer was very calm. Qin Weibai smiled and felt that she thought too much. Emperor Dong's palace was Li Tianlan's, and military counselor was also Li Tianlan's chief administrative officer. If anything happened, he would naturally report to Li Tianlan immediately. If Qin Weibai was the master of Samsara Palace, military counselor might confuse this order, but now she was just her. They were the same person. She emphasized this matter many times, and so did the master of Samsara Palace, but after all, not everyone could accept this matter, even if it was the truth. Seng could accept it because when he first got Dongqing Huangtu's martial arts experience, when he clearly saw his road to the invincible realm, he knew very well who he would be loyal to in the future, not to Samsara Palace, but to Li Tianlan. So his code name was Saint. Horsewoman could accept it, but at the beginning she might have had other thoughts. Her loyalty came from the little things she had done in the Qing clan over the past 2 years. But this did not represent what others thought. For example, flaming fire. In the heart of the former first supermaster of Samsara Palace, now the Queen of Dark, she had always been a thief who replaced her boss, stole her identity, her man, and her future. The point was that the master of Samsara Palace was willing to do all this. Flaming Fire, who valued her boss more than herself, could not accept all this. Qin Weibai knew that Flaming Fire did not like her. And what was very strange was that she and the master of Samsara Palace were really the same person. The similarity was in all aspects and details. But when Flaming Fire faced them, she could always tell which one was her real boss at first glance. She almost did not hide her hostility, vigilance, and defense against Qin Weibai. So when the chaos in Snow Country ended, when the Eternal Sword fell, and when Qin Weibai successfully replaced the master of Samsara Palace, the sense of powerlessness that had been suppressed in Flaming Fire's heart for a long time broke out completely and turned into boundless anger and despair. She left the Samsara Palace. For more than 2 years she had no contact with Emperor Dong's palace. All this was meaningless. But she still persisted in a daze. So did Flaming Fire. It was the same for the military counselor. For military counselor, the current Qin Weibai was not the woman who had pulled him out of the desperate situation. If she wasn't, then she wasn't. There was nothing to argue about. There was only one person he was truly loyal to. Not Li Tianlan, not Qin Weibai, but the master of Samsara Palace who was on the verge of death. This kind of loyalty was not the slightest bit fake. The Flourishing Age Fund nominally belonged to him, but in fact he only held 3% of the shares of the Flourishing Age Fund. The remaining 97% belonged to Qin Weibai, and now belonged to Li Tianlan. Countless share transfer agreements were signed the moment the Flourishing Age Fund merged into Emperor Dong's palace. The Flourishing Age Fund was the source. Thousands of agreements representing countless interests of various groups and fields were eagerly handed to Li Tianlan by military counselor. Now he was the chief administrative officer of Emperor Dong's palace. But for Li Tianlan and Qin Weibai, military counselor was just doing his duty. He had no loyalty. He just wanted to cultivate a qualified chief administrative officer, then retire in peace and travel around the world. He also did not approve of the current Qin Weibai. Of course he couldn't call her first and then inform Li Tianlan. What did Tianlan say? All kinds of thoughts kept flashing through her mind, and Qin Weibai's voice was a little lower. His Majesty asked me to be careful recently, military counselor said with a smile. Qin Weibai also laughed. Just from this response, it could be seen that Li Tianlan was now gradually becoming mature. He could also see the real core and key of things. Qin Weibai's somewhat depressed mood began to become a little happy, and her desire to return to Tianan became more urgent. Yes, be careful. That's my advice too, Qin Weibai said. She and Li Tianlan were naturally not worried about the safety of military counselor. Military counselor was a top expert of the half-step invincible realm. Because of his age, there was no hope for him to break through to the invincible realm. But in today's dark world, except for the dozen people on the new divine list, no one else was a threat to him. They hoped that military counselor would be careful about the industry of the Flourishing Age Fund. I can only say I'll try my best. Military counselor was a little helpless. Zhao Yu will not be the end, Qin Weibai reminded him. I'm afraid that a cornered dog will do something desperate. Military counselor sighed. The problem of Zhao Yu, deputy speaker of Liaodong, could be said to have shocked the whole Jianghu state. This was a bloody storm that Bai Qingqian personally set off in the core backyard of the academics. The outside world was praising the courage of this female speaker, and it could also see the tragedy of this confrontation. Zhao Yu would definitely not be the end of the storm in Liaodong. Even in a sense, this was just a starting point. Once the supervisory department of Liaodong broke through Zhao Yu again, there was no doubt that the whole Liaodong would really be turned upside down. At that time, it would be almost impossible for the academy to keep Liaodong intact. This knife was completely cut at the academy's vital point, and it almost hurt to the bone. No matter what happened next, the academics would certainly not bear it, and the counterattack was expected. A cornered dog will do something desperate? Now the big shots of the academy probably wanted to tear up Emperor Dong's palace. And the Flourishing Age Fund was undoubtedly the best breakthrough for the academy. There were too many industries of the Flourishing Age Fund, and the problems could be said to be continuous. As long as they investigated, they would inevitably find something. The joint investigation of various departments now seemed to have fallen into an unprecedented deadlock. Many people in the outside world were speculating that the academics would find another breakthrough and fight back from other places, so as to avoid causing an uncontrollable social disaster and even damaging the economy of Jianghu state. But the real insiders would understand that this was impossible. The academics would not give up on a new breakthrough. But they would not give up on the Flourishing Age Fund either. The current slow investigation was undoubtedly to numb Emperor Dong's palace, and it was also some secret operation carried out by the academics. They were looking for a way to deal a heavy blow to the Flourishing Age Fund and the new group without causing a loss to the economy of Jianghu state. In fact, there was such a way. And it was very obvious. That was what the academics was doing now. The only way to break a deep-rooted economic monster in Jianghu state and to ensure the stability of Jianghu state was to use the power of another economic monster. An economic monster that was even more terrifying in size than the one to be broken. Only with its strong intervention could the situation be stabilized in the shortest time possible. And in the entire Jianghu state, among all the forces, there was only one economic monster that could be bigger than the Flourishing Age Fund. The Wang family of Beihai. During this time, the academics had been secretly negotiating with Wang Xingxiao, hoping that the Wang family of Beihai could take action. Wang Xingxiao can't delay for long, Qin Weibai said calmly. The problem of Liaodong can't be delayed. Yes. Military counselor smiled bitterly. I'm afraid I'm going to be very busy. The problem of Zhao Yu and Liaodong was no longer a problem that the supervisory department of Liaodong could fully control. It had to be reported. The supervisory department of Jianghu state was bound to take action for such a problem. The Southeast group, which had been avoiding getting involved in the game between the academics and the new group, could be said to have no way to avoid it this time. Ji Wenxiang would definitely take a stand. His statement undoubtedly offended the academics to some extent. Under such circumstances, how could the Wang family of Beihai refuse to take action against the Flourishing Age Fund? In the eyes of the academics, there was no doubt that the Southeast group and the Wang family of Beihai were already suspected to be on the side of Emperor Dong's palace. And the most important thing was that such a stance would not benefit the Wang family of Beihai at all. The supervisory department was bound to support the storm in Liaodong. And as a condition to ease the relationship with the academics, the Wang family of Beihai would definitely help the academics. This was the same as the new group supporting Wen Xiyuan and suppressing Yi Dongxing at the same time. The academics would also help the academics suppress the Flourishing Age Fund while suppressing Liaodong. The chaos was ahead. Everyone was making a choice. There was no friend or foe. It was just for themselves. Chapter 1226. The darkest time before dawn had passed. Outside the window, the world ushered in the morning light again. There was no morning sun, no rain or snow. Under the hazy sky, the wind was whistling sharply on the window lattice. The light in the study was still on. The tea at hand was the last sip. The cigarette in his hand was the last trace. The information in his hand was the last line. Ji Wenxiang smoked, drank tea, put down the information and opened the curtain beside him. Outside the window, it was a cold windy winter day. The violent airflow blew the trees outside the window, some dry flower beds, and the fallen leaves were flying. It was extremely lonely. Ji Wenxiang looked at it silently, very silent and very calm. As one of the directors of Jianghu State, he had a very tight schedule in Wuxia this time. Yesterday he talked with Wang Qinglei until midnight. Before he had time to rest after coming back, he received the news from Liaodong. After reading the information in his hand overnight, he had to talk with the 12 directors of Wuxia after Wang Qinglei one by one in the morning. After dealing with these things, it was already afternoon. He would return to Jianghu State as soon as possible to deploy and guide the supervision of Liaodong. It was urgent. This was Ji Wenxiang's attitude. Yes, when the whole Jianghu State was silently watching the conflict between Emperor Dong's palace and the academics, and when the Southeast group was trying its best to avoid being involved in this storm, Ji Wenxiang had decided to take action. Some things were about principles. These were things that could overwhelm one's standpoint. They could not be compromised in the first place. Once again he thought of the case described in the urgent document from Liaodong. At present, there was no need to doubt that the storm in Liaodong was already the biggest case of wandering thought since the founding of Jianghu State. This case was still shrouded in too much fog so far. What was certain was that behind the fog, there was bound to be a more sensational truth. Just a blurry image of the veins was enough to make one's heart tremble. Lu Yang mentioned Zhao Yu, the deputy speaker of Liaodong. And the problems he explained were far more than just Zhao Yu. Using Anong as a springboard to connect halfway and halfway as a transit station to Snow Country. This line had actually existed for a long time. Every country would have some hidden chains in the dark. With a bright identity, they used dark means to contact the shady people abroad and get some tacit benefits. The line in Anong was a chain hidden in the dark in Jianghu State. It was just that this line had existed for too long, so it gradually changed its flavor. Lu Yang had served in Anong for close to 20 years. A few years ago, Bai Qingqian had wanted to transfer Lu Yang to Fengtian as the deputy governor. However, Lu Yang had rejected the offer. According to his confession, he was a nail in Anong, constantly creating benefits for some people behind him. He transported large amounts of food, cigarettes, and wine to the peninsula. At the same time, he sent some young and beautiful peninsula women who lived in difficult living conditions to Liaodong and Snow Country. They could also obtain large amounts of cheap arms and even some heavy industrial goods from Snow Country. This train of thought was still vague so far, but the things involved were appalling. The interests involved in what Lu Yang had told them were already unimaginable. Now, with Zhao Yu's fall, the standard of the incident had completely escalated. After the intervention of the Jianghu State's Ministry of Supervision, it was destined to cause a huge earthquake that affected the entire academics. However, Ji Wenxiang still wanted to intervene. This was not in line with the interests of the Southeast group. But he was the supervisory minister of Jianghu State, and it was his duty. In this position, it was impossible for him to do things against his conscience. If he dared to tolerate this matter, it was tantamount to his contempt for his lifelong career. Not to mention that this matter happened in Liaodong. Even if it happened in the backyard of the Southeast group, Ji Wenxiang would still take action in a high-profile manner. Ji Wenxiang withdrew his gaze from the window and took out his mobile phone. He thought about it, put down the mobile phone, picked up the red confidential phone on the table and dialed a number. The phone rang twice and was quickly connected. "Uncle Ji, good morning." On the phone, Wang Xingxiao's clear and peaceful voice rang out. "Not very good." Ji Wenxiang smiled. "I didn't sleep last night and I guess I can't rest today. I'm tired and old. My spirit can't keep up." "Uncle Ji, you're in the prime of your life. It's a good time for you to do your career." Wang Xingxiao smiled and his voice was very sincere. "You boy." Ji Wenxiang laughed. "Do you know what I like most about you? That is, when you speak, even if it's a lie, your tone makes people feel comfortable. You're going to retire soon. You're in the prime of your life? That's in the past." Wang Xingxiao chuckled and said softly, "Uncle Ji is in Wuxia? How's the situation in Wuxia?" "I don't see any problems at the moment." Ji Wenxiang pondered for a moment. "Qinglei is quite cooperative. I told him that I wanted to deal with the Ministry of Supervision, and he didn't say much. He seemed very confident. That's because he knows that it's useless to say anything," Wang Xingxiao said lightly. The Ministry of Supervision itself maintained a certain uniqueness, and the internal personnel would often change. Ji Wenxiang wanted to change the head of the Ministry of Supervision in Wuxia, which was his power. Even if Wang Qinglei was the speaker, it was difficult for him to intervene in this matter. "Well, I'll settle things as soon as possible in the next 2 days. Time is very tight. It's best to have a new candidate in place as soon as possible. Who do you recommend?" Ji Wenxiang rubbed his eyebrows. "Uncle Ji, you can make the arrangements. I believe in your judgment." Wang Xingxiao's tone was relaxed. Ji Wenxiang smiled. He suddenly said, "About an hour ago Hua Xingyang, the Vice Prime Minister, called me." His tone was calm and his words were very direct. Wang Xingxiao was silent for a moment. "Liaodong? Liaodong." Wang Xingxiao's voice was a little strange. What did Hua Xingyang say? What could he say? It's impossible for him to say anything. Ji Wenxiang laughed. As for the matter in Liaodong, in principle he supports a thorough investigation, but he hopes that the Ministry of Supervision can pay attention to the impact and scope. What a load of high-sounding nonsense. Wang Xingxiao sneered. "It's not nonsense." Ji Wenxiang's tone was a little meaningful. Wang Xingxiao seemed to be thinking about something or recalling something. After a long while he sighed softly. "When Hua Xingyang first became a director, my father said that with Hua Xingyang's talent, he could manage a place and serve as a governor, which could make the local weather favorable and the world peaceful. But it's a little difficult for him to stay in the core of the court. This person is too attached to the mountain and has a poor view of the overall situation. If he enters the cabinet, I'm afraid he will harm others and himself. In fact, all these years, if it weren't for Li Huaqing, I'm afraid that something would have happened to Hua Xingyang." Ji Wenxiang did not speak. Without evidence he could not say anything. "Uncle Ji, how did you reply to him?" Wang Xingxiao asked with interest. "I didn't say anything," Ji Wenxiang said honestly. In fact, there was something wrong with Hua Xingyang's call. That was when he read the most critical part of the information and he was already furious. After receiving Hua Xingyang's call and listening to his words, Ji Wenxiang really didn't want to talk to him and hung up the phone directly. In fact, if he had called an hour or two later, no matter how dissatisfied Ji Wenxiang was, he would at least pretend to be polite to him after calming down. He would not have ignored him at all. It was just a coincidence that as soon as he hung up the phone, Ji Wenxiang and Hua Xingyang almost completely fell out. Hua Xingyang might throw the phone away again. Ji Wenxiang was fearless. He was about to retire and he had the Southeast Group behind him. Even if he retired, he was still one of the spiritual leaders of the Southeast Group. At this time, he had no desire and was not afraid of anyone at all. "Ah." Wang Xingxiao laughed unabashedly and said, "This is really like your character." Ji Wenxiang shook his head helplessly and did not speak. He looked elegant and usually had a gentle temperament. But in fact, among the giants of the Southeast Group in recent decades, Ji Wenxiang's hot temper was absolutely second to none. When he was still a deputy governor, he had a quarrel with Sword Emperor while pointing at Wang Tianzong's nose. He even almost fought with Wang Tianzong, who was young and vigorous at that time. Part of the reason why he could get to this position was Wang Tianzong's courage. Most importantly, Ji Wenxiang's integrity in his bones had won the collective respect of everyone, even those outside the Southeast Group. Prime Minister Hua has made a lot of mistakes recently. Wang Xingxiao said softly, "You've heard about the dispute between him and Speaker by some time ago, haven't you?" "By Qing Qin." Ji Wenjiang pondered for a while. When he mentioned the woman who now set off a monstrous storm in Liaodong and even tried to shake the foundation of the academics, there was undisguised appreciation on his face. This speaker of Liaodong had no shortcomings in all aspects. She was majestic and full of courage. Even as a man, most people could not compare with her. Since she joined the new group, it could be said that she had really soared. The loose structure of the giant group itself was a kind of restriction for her. If she had stayed in the giant group, Bai Qingqian might have been able to enter the parliament smoothly in this election. But being a member of parliament was already her end, and it could be said that it was as difficult as ascending to heaven. But now with the rise of the new group, Bai Qingqian was very likely to begin to fight for the position of prime minister in 5 years. In the hundreds of years of history of Jianghu state, there were only 2 real female prime ministers so far. Bai Qingqian had great hope to become the third. 5 years later, if the new group doesn't collapse and I'm not dead, I'm willing to vote for her, Ji Wenjiang said with a smile. At that time he naturally had no voting right, but his attitude could affect a large number of people in the southeast group. Wang Xingxiao laughed it off and said softly, "What I want to say is that Hua Ci seems to be too enthusiastic about the matter in Liaodong this time. He is so enthusiastic that he has lost his mind." After a pause, Wang Xingxiao said softly, "Uncle Ji, in your opinion, is there a direct relationship between Prime Minister Hua and the wandering thought case in Liaodong?" Direct relationship. Ji Wenjiang's heart shook. He fully understood what this sentence meant. Ji Wenjiang was silent for a long time before he said cautiously, "It's hard to say at the moment." He hesitated and continued, "But you're right. Prime Minister Hua has made a lot of stupid moves recently, and Siyuan is now in the lead. We need to add fuel to the fire." Wang Xingxiao pondered. "So," Ji Wenjiang narrowed his eyes. "So, I support any decision you make." Wang Xingxiao laughed. "Let's enter." Chapter 12:27. Ji Wenjiang smiled and felt a little relieved. He really needed Wang Xingxiao's support. And he also knew that at this sensitive time, not everyone in the Southeast group wanted to pay for his sense of responsibility. He didn't sit in this position, so he didn't need to consider the things in this position. Ji Wenjiang's attack on Liaodong would naturally arouse different thoughts within the Southeast group, and then there would be different voices. This time was too sensitive. Li Tianlan and Li Huaqing were too sensitive. The conflict between the two sides was escalating. The Southeast group naturally wanted to sit on the sidelines and watch the Tigers fight. It was only a matter of time before they entered the arena. But at this time the storm in Liaodong was not a good time. Ji Wenjiang could predict the pressure brought by the voices within the Southeast group. Therefore the support of Wang Xingxiao, the patriarch of the Wang family of Beihai, was extremely important. With his attitude, the voices within the group would have a new balance. "What about Siyuan?" Ji Wenjiang asked. When Siyuan preferred to play it safe now. The election was getting closer and closer, and Hua Xingyang was obviously a little anxious, so he kept making stupid moves. At this time, when Siyuan needed to play it safe, so he also hoped that the whole Southeast group could play it safe. The next big move of the Ministry of Supervision was obviously not what Wen Siyuan wanted to see. Wen Siyuan was the next leader of the Southeast group that Beihai had put forward. Ji Wenjiang had no way to ignore his opinion. "It's okay," Wang Xingxiao whispered. "On the issue of Uncle Wen, the attitude of the new group is very obvious, that is, support. This is a return." "Then the report is too obvious this time." Ji Wenjiang laughed and joked. "We're not doing nothing." Wang Xingxiao laughed. "Uncle Wen means not to act rashly before figuring out Li Huaqing's trump card. Not acting rashly doesn't mean not doing anything. It's our duty to support Bai Qingqian on the Liaodong issue. It's also the obligation of the Wang family of Beihai to stabilize the economic situation of Jianghu state." Together, in the end, Wang Xingxiao couldn't help laughing a little louder. "We still haven't done anything. But we've done a lot." Ji Wenjiang nodded. The so-called doing nothing referred to helping the new group on the Liaodong issue, but Beihai would also help the academics on the Flourishing Age Fund. In this way he would help both sides once and suppress them once, which could be considered as canceling each other out. It might seem like they didn't do anything, but in fact what they did was done. When the time was right, they would naturally get the expected returns. As for what the academy and the new corporation thought, it didn't matter at all. That was the deal. Between groups, balance was always the main theme. There was a limit to human relationships, and naturally, there was no problem that could not be resolved. Friends and enemies were constantly changing. When the situation was complicated to a certain extent, friends would become enemies and enemies would become friends. Wang Xingxiao was very young, but now he had obviously begun to adapt to the role of patriarch of the Wang family of Beihai. Everyone could see his progress and growth. In the past 2 years, under tremendous pressure, he had been constantly maturing. Now, in the face of chaos, he was obviously trying his best to stabilize and maintain the current situation of the Southeast Group. Xingxiao, now we old guys can almost rest assured about you. Don't. Wang Xingxiao couldn't help laughing. Uncle Ji, you are not an old guy. Even if you are not in the parliament, you are still the flag of the Southeast. In your eyes, I am a real junior. In the future, we still need your means and experience to escort us. Ji Wenjiang had heard similar words countless times, but he still enjoyed listening to this kind of voice that made people feel comfortable and sincere. His tone was very relaxed. Anyway, as long as you have a plan in mind, Xingxiao. Wang Xingxiao said yes. Ji Wenjiang hung up the phone and picked up the materials in front of him again to read. Listening to the busy tone on the phone, Wang Xingxiao quietly put down the phone, thinking. Ji Wenjiang would not have thought that when he called Wang Xingxiao and even talked about Wen Xiyuan, Wang Xingxiao was in Wen Xiyuan's office. The office of the Speaker of Beihai was luxurious and spacious, with an office area of nearly 600 square meters. The interior was carved with dragons and phoenixes, and there was a huge fairy from outer space screen. Soft lights were sprinkled in every corner. Behind the mahogany desk, Wen Xiyuan, who was dealing with documents overnight, looked up at Wang Xingxiao and said with a smile, Wenjiang can't sit still anymore. He wants to move. Wang Xingxiao nodded. Uncle Wen, you know Uncle Ji's character better than I do. When this kind of thing is exposed, Wenjiang can't help it. His sense of responsibility obviously exceeds his position. Wen Xiyuan's tone was full of admiration. Ji Wenjiang, who looked gentle and elegant, was actually the real iron face of Jianghu state. His usual style was relatively mild, but at the critical moment he would never show any favoritism. The whole Jianghu state knew this. Since he entered the supervisory department, from the deputy to the present director, many officials had been defeated by him. Many people in the 6 groups, including the Southeast Group, had been defeated by Ji Wenjiang. He was resolute and ruthless. For Jianghu state and the Southeast Group, this was a good thing. Wen Xiyuan looked at the desk in front of him. At this time, facing him were the crossed flags of the Wang family of Beihai's firmament and sea and the star flag of Jianghu state. Deep and bright red intersected, quiet and solemn. Wen Xiyuan nodded and said softly, It's good to move. These years, some people have obviously been wrong. Achievements can't cover up mistakes. It's time to sound the alarm for some people. I'm afraid the matter in Liaodong is not small. Wang Xingxiao said with a smile. So far, in just over a week, a deputy speaker had been defeated. Regardless of what would happen later, the current situation was already a big deal for Jianghu state. Moreover, everyone knew that Zhao Yu would not be the end of this matter. Liaodong. I'm afraid the academy can't be saved. It's hard. Wen Xiyuan shook his head. Liaodong was the place where the academy started. It was also their most valued backyard and core. Its importance could not be overstated. It was like Beihai of the Southeast Group, Southwest of the Prince Group, and Zhongyuan of the Giant Group. Liaodong hid too many secrets of the academy. Perhaps the last thing they should do was to introduce Bai Qingqian to Liaodong in order to perfect their own promotion system. It seemed to be a good move at the beginning. But since Bai Qingqian was introduced, why did they deliberately provoke her? Now it could be said that the academics brought all this upon themselves. From Fengtian to Anong and then to the director's seat in Liaodong, it had only been less than 10 days, but the storm had already been fierce. If this matter was dug into, there might be counselors involved and Hua Xingyang might even be in danger. Now it seemed that with Bai Qingqian's departure from Liaodong, Liaodong's status would inevitably rise in the future. It could be said that the academics' plan had succeeded. But the ridiculous thing was that although their plan had succeeded, it was difficult for Liaodong to belong to them. The academy had no chance to perfect their own promotion system. It was estimated that they had to wait for another 5 years. Fortunately, Li Huaqing was re-elected. If not, the academics would have been in question whether they could continue to exist under the joint pressure of several groups. If the matter in Liaodong has something to do with Hua Xingyang, even if it's just a little bit, it's a good thing for Uncle Wen, right? Wang Xingxiao said with a smile. Now was the time when the competition between Wen Xiyuan and Hua Xingyang was the fiercest. If Hua Xingyang was affected by the storm in Liaodong, Wen Xiyuan's chances of winning were almost 100%. So far, there were only 3 people who could compete for this position and were qualified to compete for this position. Wang Qinglei had a theoretical possibility, but in fact the prince group had no confidence in pushing him to the position of prime minister. In this way there were only Wen Xiyuan and Hua Xingyang. If Hua Xingyang had a negative elimination system, Wen Xiyuan would almost have no opponent at all. Therefore he supported Ji Wenjiang to deal with Wu Yu. This would cause some different voices within the Southeast group, but these were all small problems. Every election was chaotic and chaos led to chaos. All the major groups showed their own magic powers. It seemed to be a mess, but in fact each group had its own strategic goals. The first strategic goal of the academy was naturally to ensure that Li Huaqing would be re-elected. Secondly, it was to let Hua Xingyang go further from the first deputy position to the chief position. Then, it was to introduce a heavyweight province to perfect its own promotion system so as to make full preparation for the post-Li Huaqing era. The strategic goal of the Prince Group was to choose a council-level assistant who could really help Guo Wenyan share the pressure, and then stabilize its own internal affairs and look for opportunities. The strategic goal of the giant group was the Border Control Corps, which was also to protect the new group. The overall strategic goal of the new group was to stabilize several provinces and at the same time, occupy more say in the cabinet as much as possible, and provide official support for the development of Emperor Dong's palace in the next 5 years. The Southeast Group naturally had its own strategic goals. The first step was to promote Wen Xiyuan. And the second step was what Wang Xingxiao was secretly planning now. At least it's not a bad thing. Wen Xiyuan said in a somewhat happy tone. Is there anyone in Longjiang province who is suitable to go to Liaodong? Wang Xingxiao suddenly asked. Longjiang was close to Liaodong and Beihai, and it was also the sphere of influence of the Southeast Group. Of course, it was not as exaggerated as the back garden, but in Longjiang the power of the Southeast Group had a great advantage. If the academics could not protect Liaodong, Liaodong would inevitably become a battlefield for the major groups. If they could send people there first, they could at least occupy the position of deputy speaker. We won't intervene this time. Wen Xiyuan shook his head with a smile. Don't bite off more than you can chew. Let's put the matter of Liaodong aside first. We have more important things to do. He looked at Wang Xingxiao with soft eyes. Wang Xingxiao nodded slowly. So, I should go to Tianan now. Chapter 12:28. In Li Tianlan's study, it was the first time that Li Tianlan had a video call with Bai Qingqian since the Liaodong incident broke out. Bai Qingqian was wearing a black suit and had a soft smile. The background of the video was the speaker's office in Liaodong. There were thick piles of documents on the desk. She was holding a pen in her hand, apparently reviewing the documents. Thank you for your hard work, Auntie. Li Tianlan nodded and said in a calm voice. You'll get used to it. Bai Qingqian smiled lightly. The majesty and ease of handling the matter was what made the council speechless. The storm in Liaodong was breaking out almost every minute and every second. Everyone was paying attention to Liaodong. The entire academics was now on tenterhooks. The storm exploded in Fengtian and swept across the entire Anong. Today, hundreds of related personnel in Liaodong had been invited by the Ministry of Supervision to drink tea and explain relevant issues in the designated places and at the designated time, including a deputy speaker and 6 council members of Anong. Things had developed to this point, but instead of subsiding, they were getting more and more intense. But under such circumstances, the most surprising thing was that, except for some personnel related to the incident itself, Liaodong was generally still calm. This kind of control made everyone really recognize Bai Qingqian's power and means. This incident that was likely to have a negative impact on her was constantly broken, but the still calm situation in Liaodong cleared all possible obstacles for her to enter the council. The environment in Tianan is not very good. You just went there and you're not used to it, are you? When you are not busy these days, you can take Little White to Yuzhou province. If you don't like the house in the prince's mansion, there are other places you can choose. Bai Qingqian looked at Li Tianlan with a smile. Her eyes were soft and kind. She paused and continued with a smile, but it seems unnecessary. You should live in Hidden Dragon Sea from now on. Actually, Shenyuan City is not bad now. Li Tianlan said softly. The overall environment in Tianan was not very good, even barren. But with the continuous investment from the Flourishing Age Fund, Li Tianlan firmly believed that it would become one of the most beautiful provinces in Zhengzhou State. Yes, Shenyuan City is now the most luxurious city in Zhengzhou State. You are a rich man. Bai Qingqian blinked. Li Tianlan was a little embarrassed and avoided Bai Qingqian's gaze. No matter how they got along, most of the time, Li Tianlan would intentionally or unintentionally avoid contacting Bai Qingqian. He was afraid of her. It wasn't fear in his heart, but an indescribable feeling. It was hard for Li Tianlan to face the way Bai Qingqian looked at him. It was very gentle, very intimate, with a faint but absolutely deep guilt, and a touch of determination that she could not wait to give everything to him. This kind of feeling made Li Tianlan feel a sense of dependence and security from the soul. In front of Bai Qingqian he seemed to become vulnerable easily. This was absolutely not allowed by Li Tianlan, but it was also something he could not stop. Therefore, every time Li Tianlan saw Bai Qingqian he would be very happy, but at the same time he would feel a sense of panic because he could not control his state. Li Tianlan shifted his gaze and said softly, "Auntie, how far will the problem in Liaodong develop? What are you referring to?" Bai Qingqian narrowed her eyes slightly. "Who will be involved in the highest position? Does it have anything to do with Hua Xingyang?" Li Tianlan asked directly. This might be the problem that quite a few people were worried about at the moment. Since the incident in Liaodong broke out, Hua Xingyang's attitude was obviously a little abnormal. Although he tried to pretend to be very calm on the surface, his attitude could not deceive people. He obviously paid too much attention to the problem in Liaodong. It would not be surprising for anyone to be involved in a group that involved hundreds of billions of dollars. Something went wrong with Hua Xingyang. What about Li Huaqing? The foundation of the entire academics would be completely torn apart. It's not certain yet. Bai Qingqian shook her head. But even if he is related, it won't be a big problem. Many people know about Prime Minister Hua. He does have some shortcomings. For example, he lacks the overall situation, but his personal ability and personal integrity are trustworthy. The word, greed, should have nothing to do with him and his family. Li Tianlan nodded slightly, thinking. What is certain is that the incident in Liaodong will involve a lot of people, and a considerable number of backbone figures in the academy will be more or less affected. This is a warning. If Li Huaqing wants to show his strength, he must be prepared to get hurt. Liaodong can't be saved. If he continues to struggle, there will definitely be more surprises waiting for him. Bai Qingqian smiled and said, "Do you really think that the two old masters in Yuzhou have given up?" The two old masters in Yuzhou. Bai Zhanfeng and Zhou Mulan. Li Tianlan naturally did not dare to think that their silence meant depression. The two of them were bound to retire after this year's election. At this time they were the most fearless. No one dared to offend them, and there was no one they didn't dare to offend. Whoever made them unhappy, they dared to directly take action. At this time, the silence of the two since the incident in Liaodong would obviously not be ignored by the outside world. Everyone was guessing that the two old brothers were accumulating strength. Once the academy made a new move, the two of them were very likely to make a fierce move that would surprise everyone. Li Tianlan suddenly felt that it was necessary for him to go to Yuzhou. He shook his head hard and continued, "Yang Xiao has something to do with this incident, right? He can't run away." Bai Qingqian's voice was full of confidence. Yang Xiao was her current partner in Liaodong and also the current governor of Liaodong. He was Hua Xingyang's confidant and capable general who had been promoted by Hua Xingyang. He was also an important figure who the academics had placed in Liaodong to keep Bai Qingqian in check. His personal ability was extremely strong. But then again, it was almost impossible for Andong's problem to be so serious without the protection of people at Yang Zhao's level. "Auntie, at the right time you should move slowly." Li Tianlan deliberated over his words and said slowly. Bai Qingqian was a little surprised. It seemed that she did not expect Li Tianlan to be so cautious. She played with the pen in her hand and said softly, "What did you hear?" At this time Hua Xingyang needs to be steady. Li Tianlan's voice was calm. "Of course I'm not going to touch her. I'm not a narrow-minded woman." Bai Qingqian could not help but smile. The dispute between her and Hua Xingyang made the rumor that the second minister had smashed the phone spread all over the city. The two had completely fallen out. But Bai Qingqian really did not intend to use this matter to make Hua Xingyang uncomfortable. In fact, she was now trying to avoid Liaodong's problem involving Hua Xingyang. He was Wen Siyuan's main competitor in Beihai. Things had developed to this point, and his own advantages had almost disappeared. This was the best situation. If something happened to Hua Xingyang and Wen Siyuan was no longer under pressure, the Southeast group was bound to extend its power to other aspects. The conflict with the new group was inevitable. It was in the best interests of the new group to keep a certain amount of pressure on Wen Siyuan and the new group while preventing Hua Xingyang from overwhelming Wen Siyuan at this point in time. Li Tianlan smiled bitterly and shook his head. There seems to be something wrong with things. Li Huaqing seems to have other plans. He thought for a moment and continued, "Hua Xingyang talked to Ji Wenjiang on the phone this morning, but the communication was very bad. Before we talked, Li Huaqing severely criticized Hua Xingyang. One sentence left a deep impression on me. At that time his original words were, "What are you panicking for? Liaodong can't be lost. What is ours is ours. No one can take it away." Bai Qingqian was obviously stunned. She thought for a moment and said slowly, "Li Huaqing called Hua Xingyang? In front of you?" "Yes and no." Li Tianlan smiled. "He can't see me, but I can hear him." His sword energy had always permeated every corner of Emperor Dong's palace. This was not his spontaneous behavior, but something that happened naturally when his kendo reached a certain stage. As long as he wanted, all the sword energy within 10,000 meters was a part of his body, his eyes and ears. Li Tianlan could block out some things, but for the people he wanted to pay attention to, as long as they were within the range of his sword energy, his every move, even every breath and heartbeat, would be under his observation. Although Li Tianlan was not there when Li Huaqing called, his sword energy was there. This meant that Li Tianlan was standing closely beside Li Huaqing and even put his ear on the phone. "From what we know at this stage, they can't protect Liaodong," Bai Qingqian said slowly. She frowned and said, "Why is Li Huaqing so confident? Or does he not see the situation clearly at all?" As soon as she said this, Bai Qingqian shook her head. Li Huaqing did not see the situation clearly? Anyone in Zhongzhou State could make this mistake now, but Li Huaqing would never do it. In this case, why was he so sure that the academy could protect Liaodong? In this situation, how could they protect Liaodong? Is it really impossible? Li Tianlan asked. In any case, the academy can't protect Liaodong? His voice was serious. In some cases, Li Tianlan's view of the overall situation was not mature enough. At the very least, he could not have a clear view of the situation of the entire Zhongzhou State. This was where he was working hard to learn. At times like this, he needed the political wisdom of the seniors more. Bai Qingqian was the current speaker of Liaodong. She was the most familiar with the situation in Liaodong. Her judgment was undoubtedly the most accurate. No. Bai Qingqian shook her head and said with certainty. But when she said this, she suddenly fell into a trance. No, really no? Was it really impossible? Li Tianlan noticed her expression and raised his eyebrows slightly. What's wrong? Bai Qingqian was silent for a while, then took a deep breath and whispered, "There is a situation where they can protect Liaodong, but I ignored it." Her expression became a little strange. "What situation?" Li Tianlan asked. Bai Qingqian did not answer but asked, "Li Huaqing is still in Shenyuan City. How is your talk these days?" Li Tianlan's mouth twitched and he whispered, "We haven't talked." They really hadn't talked. Except for the unforgettable meeting gift Li Tianlan gave him on the night when Li Huaqing came to Shenyuan City, the two had not seen each other or talked to each other these days. The storm in Liaodong was fierce. But Li Huaqing was too calm. He was so calm that it made people feel uneasy. "I think we should find a chance to meet him." Bai Qingqian whispered, "The only way I can think of for them to protect Liaodong is that we support the academics. This is the way I thought of, and it should be the only way." You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.